It's not land use changes. There's not map changes. It's an administrative.
Absolutely. So I think the key thing for council to remember here is that the UPH in RCG is an incredibly important rule. And the vast majority of applications in flight right now are using 75 UPH. And so if council were to approve this bylaw with the effective date of today or August 4th or any other date, any applications that have not received decision prior to that date, being today, would have to be likely refused because they do not comply with that 60 UPH that council would be approving if they chose to do that.
What if we did similar to what we did yesterday? Anything in flight today can go through the normal process. Because the recommendation is to keep the 75. It's not to reduce it.
Councillor, if there's going to be any consideration for a change of the date, administration would insist that the earliest would be August 4th because there would be severe implications for the repeal. Severe. Well, operationalizing a change like that would be extremely difficult if you were to put an effective date of today.
Maybe to admit, it's not in the recommendation, the date, we just heard it verbally. So how would that come into this? There's no evidence except what you just said. It's not in the recommendation. How would we speak to that? We'd have to amend the recommendation to put
I would suggest that a change like this to the land use bylaw typically would have several months of lead time for community planning to be able to implement it, including communication to applicants, signaling to communities and industry as well as to what to expect.
On August 4th, there's only going to be 3,000 RCG lots left. So maybe just talk to that. Like R1, I get it, 300,000. I just think that is, do you think that's a bit of overkill? Like literally there's 3,000 impacted maximum Calgarians homeowners. Like this isn't R1, this is RCG 3,522 or whatever the heck is left on August 4th or 5th.
Yeah, there's about 3,000 RCG parcels left post-repeal. Those parcels are largely a result of the main streets upzoning that occurred in 2017. And to reduce the maximum density would essentially render that upzoning around those areas null and void. I'm
just talking about the dates. No, you know, that the debate we'll talk later, but just those dates. Again, December 15th is 5 months away, 6 months away. How do we prevent what we went through yesterday? What parameters? Maybe just clearly, what is that December 15th? The application, an email, you know, yeah.
Let's hypothesize repeal is now in effect. August 4th has passed. Yeah. So the remaining RCG parcels that haven't been developed or don't even have an application yet, they should, based off what we discussed, it shouldn't. As of December 15th, administration must review it against 60 units per hectare if this bylaw is approved as of December 15th.
And the reason is because you want to tell industry, but it's 3,000 units. So do you think we could accelerate that? How different would the workload if we made it December 6th or the 5th, the day after repeal?
I wouldn't necessarily suggest that 3,000 parcels would necessarily be affected. They would be affected if they were to demolish and redevelop. I think it's just administration is very concerned with the mid-flight applications, similar to the conversation we were having yesterday.
But if we address those, again, just want to avoid what happened. I don't know what happens on the 15th. I still haven't heard. So December 15th. So anything on the 14th, if I apply for a mid-block, 2-row homes, back-to-back, you would be evaluated against that 6 months from now. And on the 15th, you'd be evaluated, assuming this passes, against the new rule.
If I may, through the chair, Councillor Pantasopoulos, as per some of the discussions we've had over the last 2 days, decisions on a development permit are made based on the rules at the time of decision. So we usually recommend a lag time for the effectiveness of the bylaw to come in to allow those in-flight applications that are midway through to conclude, because they have come in under one set of rules. They've proposed one set of, a development that meets those rules, and let them play out. So we can maybe have a conversation during the public hearing amongst administration as to how to address the concern you're raising right now, to maybe capture those in flight, but not new.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Buenas.
Thanks. GM Hamilton got kind of where I was going. Can we make the ruling that any new applications as of today can have this definition to operate under, and then the ones that have already been received prior to today's date continue on the path that the application has been going?
Through the chair, Councillor, we'll take this away. I kind of threw that out there without having a discussion with my team, and of course there are legalities and logistics behind the scenes. So during the public hearing, the team will meet and look at this, and of course this is right now administration's recommendation is just to not proceed with the reduction in density. So this matter would be of issue if council was to refuse administration's recommendation and go forth.
Yeah, I like that you have two recommendations, but I think that's going to make it a fun conversation for council. I think a lot of us are leaning to making the change, given the built forms that we're seeing in community, and you are still getting an uplift as we've switched back from R1 to RCG zoning to impact the economics of building houses. And so I think while we're talking about the cost of 4 units, we are also forgetting the financialization of housing to a certain extent on the base zoning being in R1. So I look forward to listening to the public.
Councillor Atkinson, please.
I'm wondering if you could just speak to how these work with the changes that council voted in with like the changes to RCG that did go forward outside of these. I'm specifically, I guess, focused a little bit on livability of units because we did do the shrinking of the built form allowed on the site, and whether you studied at all sort of livability, light into units and the floor plate when we still stick with a 4-pack RCG unit that is of a smaller footprint.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor. Through the chair, we did examine the effects of the changes that council has already made to the RCG district, namely the reduction in height from 11 meters to 10 meters, and the reduction in parcel coverage from 60% to 55%. Those go into effect on August 4th. We're fairly comfortable that the livability of those units still remains high. At most, that change just reduces building massing slightly, maybe interior floor area slightly, but overall, they're still generally going to be quality enough units.
Great, thank you.
Deputy Mayor Kelly, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to ask a question about the alternate recommendation, just because that's obviously net new for us here today. I think I know the answer, but I wanted to hear it because I didn't hear it in the presentation. Mid-block is obviously the thing that we heard the most about, but in terms of this particular recommendation of the main residence not being able to be at the back but having to be pulled forward, why not that on corners?
Generally what we heard from, through the chair, generally what we heard from the public was that the mid-block is where the highest intensity of those land use impacts is. There were, of course, some concerns about corners, but those were not nearly as prevalent as the mid-block concerns. The other thing to note here is that with that building being pulled back, it really moves that building form in alignment with the broader block context. Now all of the backyard spaces line up, and now you don't have your backyard potentially adjacent to a main residential building.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. Heard the same thing for sure, and I appreciate that comment that you just made there. I just want to delve in a little bit more on the corners. Like, why is it okay on the corner then?
So on the corners, allowing for 2 residential buildings allows for the rules to address another common concern that we heard, which is that the corner parcel ignores the design of one of the streets. And so you have the row house fronting onto the long avenue generally, and then sometimes you have a blank wall facing the short street. And if you allow for 2 buildings, you can have an entrance on one street and entrances on the other street.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Councillor Chabot, please.
Just based on some of the questions I heard some members of council It raised some concerns from me insofar as the applicability of moving forward more quickly with changes, specifically in relations to any applications that are currently in the queue. And what we've heard yesterday is that many applications take longer than 2 or 3 months, in some cases years, to finally reach their completion. And I guess the question would be, how could you manage those based on an application coming in based on today's rules, if the rules change? And how does the approving authority then rule on that if the rules change?
The short answer is we would have to render the decision on whatever applied on the day of the decision.
So somebody coming in develops plans for 4 units and then is told he has to scrap those plans, go back to the drawing board and redraft his plans.
Council approves the number 1, then yes, that's exactly what would happen on December 15th, unless you change the date of effective.
Do we have any idea on how many applications are currently in the queue, or can we find that
So
out?
we do have high-level numbers. It's approximately, I believe it's approximately 140.
Yes, that's the number we were given.
140.
Approximate, please.
Approximately one.
Sorry, did I miss that? Was that asked already?
No, I was just confirming what Manager Lee thought he heard from our team. So approximately 140 applications are in flight that would be affected should administration's recommendation be overturned and a different effective date enacted.
Okay, those are the only questions I had for now.
Thanks. I'll enter the queue. We heard through the course of the previous public hearing that administration may be contrary to what the direction of council was on this matter. And I just wanted to clarify that the motion that we adopted directing this work was just to simply bring forward this for consideration, right? The fact that administration has tested this and undertaken the scope of work to work with industry, examine it, is not contrary given the refusal recommendation of administration. Question mark.
That's correct.
Correct. And if you'd like me to elaborate, I can read out the direction.
I think actually that would be helpful. Yeah.
All right. I don't have my glasses out yet. Okay, so that with respect to report C 2026-0153, which was March, the following motion arising be adopted, and C is immediate testing and modeling of the proposed rule changes to density section 4I, and where appropriate, bring proposed amendments to the land use bylaw 1P 2007 to the 2026 July 21st public hearing of council. So as you heard the team say, we've done that testing, and based on the testing and the results of that testing, we are not recommending that council go forward with a reduction in the density. But we did bring a second recommendation forward that we feel would address the concerns that we have heard of residents, and that's that courtyard development where a second principal dwelling unit is in the backyard.
Rear yard.
Rear yard, thank you.
So is it your thought just generally the maintenance of the units per hectare is reasonable so long as the prohibition on the main residential buildings in the rear yard stands?
That's correct.
And then this is just a more general question too. In terms of council direction to bring forward a proposed bylaw, again, the only thing that we can do to direct administration is to bring forward the technical amending document for consideration. That doesn't lock council into necessarily approving what that bylaw says, and it doesn't fetter administration to bring forward their independent recommendation on whether that bylaw should proceed, right? So when council can't direct a bylaw to come to a public hearing and pre-obligate us to vote for that bylaw, nor pre-obligate administration to provide a approval recommendation if it's not what your view is.
Through the chair, I would say that's absolutely correct.
All right, that's it for me. Any other questions, colleagues? Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. So just before you proceed to open the public hearing, just a reminder that we do have the one late submission from Build. if a member of council could make a motion to add that to the corporate record.
Yeah, I think Councillor McLean was willing to do that. There was a letter that came late from Build Calgary Region. Councillor McLean, would you be willing to move a motion to allow for its distribution?
Be delighted.
Is there a seconder for that? Second by Councillor Atkinson. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that motion is carried. All right, we've exhausted the queue for questions of clarification. Again, we have two different public hearings we're conducting on this. The one is the proposal for the reduction in units per hectare, and then the other bylaw is the prohibition on the main residential building being in the rear yard. So we're going to open up the public hearing for proposed bylaw 24P 2026, and this is the reduction in the units per hectare. So I'm going to move through the registered speakers list as I go. I'm going to go through the registered speakers first. As I build the panels, for each subsequent panel, I'll start again from zero. All right, do we have Shamir Gaydar with us? Okay, coming on down, Shamir. Nathan Harlock? Okay, come on down, Nathan. Inam Teja? Come on down, Inam. Hai Dwan? Greg Miller? Christopher Davis? Beth Atkinson? Okay, come on down, Beth. That'll be our first panel, Shamir, then Nathan, then Enam, Greg, and Beth. Shamir, why don't you start us off? You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Farkas and City of Calgary councillors. My name is Shamir Gaydar. I'm here as the chair of the Calgary Inner City Builders Association. We are glad council is setting the direction to look at RCG density as a whole. This is important to make sure it's done right. Many changes have already happened with RCG: height, coverage, and many more. These did affect RCG significantly, but allowed for it to be used appropriately with neighbors, community, and industry in mind, just in the right locations. The recommendation to decrease density first has unintended consequences. Let's remember, RCG as we knew it is done and gone. It is totally, completely different from what was done before. Thus, it cannot just be applied anywhere. There are safeguards and rules. The 3+3 units do not make economic sense if you look at the letter and appendix we submitted. They explain it in detail. In industry, we count like this: 1, 2, 4. If you want to know why 3 is not there, ask me about it. Once you go over 2 units, there are additional regulatory costs that a semi or a single do not encounter. These costs are ultimately paid by the end user. That end user can be a renter, a buyer, making Calgary more expensive to live in. Bearing these costs only makes sense in 2 situations, these additional costs, in 2 situations, where they can be split over 4 units, or the land price is so low that it makes sense. Going to 3 can increase the cost of the end units where they are in the same category as a semi-detached home. Thus, industry will not build it. Doing this will result in only allowing singles and semi-detached homes in most of the established areas and eroding affordability, even where the best use of some of these would be more than 2 homes. Right now, with the repeal, it allowed for only semis and singles to be built in most situations. There's not much RCG left. Doing this will only allow semis and rows housing to be built. Again, RCG allows the missing middle to be built. Industry will stand behind, industry still stands behind the need of row housing in the established areas, just not everywhere, and the repeal took care of that. RCG, as it currently stands with the amendments, made in April allow densification where they are appropriate. It allows gentle densification between RC2 and the multifamily district. It fills that missing middle. In addition, industry supports administration's recommendation to remove the rear building mid-block. This allows for more sensible developments and also takes community and neighbors into considerations. Thank you for your time, and I'm here to answer any questions if there is any.
Thank you so much. Don't go far. We'll go on to Nathan, then Enum after that.
Thanks. Good morning, Mayor, Councilors, Administration. My name is Nathan Harlick. I'm on the Planning Commission, but I speak for myself. I have 2 slides. Thanks for having them. As you may have noticed from some of my written comments about other items on this week's agenda, I'm willing to disagree with the administration. But in this case, the recommendations refusing 24P 2026 and approving 25P 2026 strike me as a reasonable compromise. For over a decade, council, administration, neighbors, and builders worked to improve the RCG district. For years, it was an acceptable, or at least tolerable, district, as long as council approved its location. In the fall, council had a few choices. Leave RCG as is, amend the district so it could work everywhere, or decide where each application would be appropriate. Council decided to vote on every RCG application. That removed the argument for reducing RCG's density. Council has spent years trying to have a buildable district that sits between duplexes and multi-residential apartments. Why undo that work if council is going to vote on every RCG application? I can see administration's argument for removing the option of a rear building. I'll call it a double duplex. I don't love that amendment. After all, council votes on every RCG application. I don't love it, but I get it. I would suggest the following principle. On contested issues, we should seek to moderate and unify. When a reasonable compromise is possible, like this, take it. Slide 2, please. As James Bond would say, that's détente, comrade. Nobody gets exactly what they want. I don't love removing the option of a double duplex. It removes a form that gives people windows on 3 sides. That's pretty nice. And people might not have to run air conditioning as much in July, but it may be politically necessary. Similarly, other people may not like 4plexes. In closing, let me be clear. The previous direction to turn every 4plex into a triplex, while keeping the building size the same, doesn't respond to residents' concerns. It's even less compelling when you know that council votes on every RCG application and will refuse applications when they think 4plexes aren't appropriate. I'm glad the recommendations before you would refuse that proposal while removing the option of mid-block double duplexes. It's a reasonable compromise. Please vote yes. Again, one step closer to vacation. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go to Enum, then Greg after that.
Hello, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Inam Teja. I work in the affordable housing sector, but today I'm speaking here on my own behalf as a Calgarian. I'm here to ask Council to reject the proposed reduction of the maximum units per hectare limit in RCG and retain the current maximum of 75 units per hectare. The most significant consequence of this is that reducing the maximum density effectively forces new townhome developments to become luxury townhome developments, if they are financially viable at all. We just heard from admin and some of the previous speakers that this would raise the cost per unit, in some cases by over $100,000. Land costs won't disappear because we reduce the number of homes that built. Construction costs won't disappear, and development charges don't disappear. Instead, those fixed costs are spread over fewer units, which means each home has to sell for significantly more. That pushes builders towards larger, more expensive homes because that's often the only way that they can recoup their costs. At a time when Calgary has one of the fastest growing populations in the country, I don't think that our land use rules should be pushing the market towards larger and more expensive homes. As someone who cares deeply about Calgary's future and wants families to be able to put down roots here, I worry that this change would move us in the wrong direction. Instead, we should be creating the conditions for more attainable family housing. When we talk about housing affordability, we often focus on rental apartments or detached homes. But there is a group that isn't served well with either option. Families who want 3-bedroom homes with some outdoor space, but cannot afford a detached or a duplex house. Townhomes currently fill that gap. They are one of very few housing types that can provide family-sized housing at a lower price point than detached homes. This council has already rolled back where these townhomes can be built. Preventing 4-unit townhomes from being built at all in this land use district would be overkill for family-sized rental units. I understand that council is attempting to address concerns that neighbors have raised about the form of some of these developments, and I think those concerns deserve to be heard. But I don't believe that reducing the maximum density is the right solution because it addresses the symptoms rather than the underlying design issues, while creating significant consequences for housing affordability. By reducing the allowable density, we risk making these homes larger, more exclusive, and less attainable for the very families that need them most. The reality is that density and affordability are closely connected. When we reduce the number of homes that can be built on a piece of land, we reduce the ability to spread that cost across more households. The result is fewer options and higher prices. If council wants to improve privacy, landscaping, building massing, or transitions to neighboring properties, I think you can have those conversations directly without changing the density. If there are design standards that need to be strengthened, strengthen them, but don't reduce the supply of family-oriented housing as a proxy for solving design concerns. Council has many other tools for addressing projects. You can decline land use amendments, change build form guidelines, address parking concerns, all without rendering this land use district unworkable. Calgary's housing challenge is not simply about building more homes, it's about building the diversity of homes that people can actually afford in their different family unit sizes. Maintaining the 75 units per hectare limit preserves flexibility. It allows projects to include a greater number of more modestly sized homes instead of forcing every development towards fewer, larger, and more expensive units. I respectfully ask Council to retain the current maximum density of 75 units per hectare and continue to work on targeted design improvements instead of adopting a change that will ultimately reduce housing choice and affordability for families. Thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll go to Greg, then Beth after that.
Hello, my name is Greg Miller. I'm a longtime Calgarian, a homeowner, and a taxpayer. I'm a multi-generational Albertan. I strongly urge you to reject the attempt to reduce allowable RCG density from 75 units per hectare to 60 UPH. This amendment would simply reduce the number of units allowable within the RCG land use from 4 primary units and 4 suites down to 3 primary and 3 suites. And the reasons to reject this are simple. For one, industry has made it clear that reducing allowable units in RCG to a total of 6 will increase the price of a primary unit by over $142,000, leading to a selling price of over $876,000, or an increase of over 19%. Secondly, administration has tested this option and they find, quote, that a simple reduction in maximum density does not reduce overall building mass because the same parcel coverage, setbacks, and building height apply, unquote. In other words, despite raising unit prices by over 19%, the size of the overall built form would remain unchanged. So the question for you is, why would we make fewer, more expensive units if the built form is the same size? Neighborhoods would be left with the same street impact, higher prices, fewer units. Surely we can agree that none of these outcomes are desirable. As evidenced by the wave of row house development since RCG was introduced, there is clearly demand for this built form, that is 4+4 units. If you reduce RCG's density, you may simply force the market to consider a more permissive land use to meet that demand. Given the extra effort, time, and money, who's to say a landowner or developer wouldn't seek a land use with even higher density? As you know, any applications for RCG land use will remain, or for land use in general, will remain in the hands of council. You are in control. Rejecting this amendment does not diminish that control. You will still have the final say and, of course, the opportunity to sit through endless public hearings, which many of you seem so fond of right now. And candidly, I think that's the real issue here. This council spends a lot of time fighting last council. Time and again, you hear from people who look and talk like me, who are homeowners with some amount of financial and personal security, who have time, who can organize, who will come before council to say they don't oppose don't oppose redevelopment the city desperately needs, then simply proceed to oppose redevelopment that this city needs. And you respond. Despite the city becoming unaffordable, this council has done an excellent job of rejecting density, of rejecting ways to make it easier to build in developed communities. You repealed citywide rezoning, as many of you said you would do, but you still haven't offered a replace strategy, which many of you also said you would do. You rejected funding for more local area plans, even after touting them as the right way to engage the community. Many of you stated your support for a nodes and corridors strategy to build homes, which relies heavily on transit-oriented development / communities. But based on your track record, I wonder how many of you will frankly fold when the inevitable cries about loss of parking are heard as engagement for the redevelopment of Dalhousie, Anderson, and Fish Creek station areas inch forward. Finally, and most shamefully, we are nowhere near hitting our annual target of building 3,000 new non-market homes in this city. You've been warned you'll need over $500 million this year and every year to hit this target. I, for one, am skeptical that this council will do that come November. It seems the only housing strategy this council supports is the status quo. Gobble up more precious land, expand the city, build new houses on the edges, sprawl. Aside from offering people poor transit, forcing them to buy and maintain multiple cars, and adding more emissions to fuel our depressingly common smoky heat waves, the financial consequences are coming clear. You, all of us, now face multi-billion-dollar infrastructure bills to repair and replace roads, bridges, pipes, buses, only made worse by the low-density pattern of development the city has followed for decades, which you seem so intent on continuing. Will this be your legacy? Will the next council that come along point to you and say, I only wish they'd done more about housing? Please stop fighting last council. You've shown us you can reject. Now Calgarians want to know what you're going to do to make it easier and cheaper to build less expensive, more financially responsible housing Calgarians still desperately need without expanding our city and digging future generations into more and more infrastructure debt. Today before you was a small, easy opportunity for you to move forward. Please don't make housing any more expensive. Help meet demand for 4+4 housing that the RCG uptake has demonstrated already exists. Maintain allowable RCG density at 75 units per hectare. Reject the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to Beth Atkinson to be the last panelist.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Beth Atkinson. I'm the Director of Land Use on the board of the Hansel Heights Briar Hill Community Association. Our community is in support of both the bylaws that are in this agenda item, which will improve the impact of RCG development in our community. Our LAP will allow RCG everywhere, so RCG standards are still very important to us. We support the reduction of RCG from 75 to 60 units per ha, as it is more appropriate level of intensification that allows new development to blend in better with the established communities. This density fits with the 55% lot coverage, which leaves more room for soft landscaping and preservation of the tree canopy, more land for appropriate setbacks, and less shadowing and privacy issues for neighbors. Particularly, impacts on street parking, waste management, and infrastructure load are improved to a more appropriate level with this intensity. City administration did not approach community associations about this revision since April, but they have apparently spoken with the development community, just like they did for Riley LAP Phase 5. This is not appropriate. The city should be unbiased and seek input from all stakeholders, not just one side of an equation. Communities have knowledge and expertise of how the existing policies are affecting neighbors in reality, and this reality matters. We do not agree with the assertion that triplexes would not make money. We have a triplex application active right now which has 50% lot coverage. Triplexes can be built at a scale that doesn't necessarily use that full 55% permitted and leaves a better portion of the lot for green space, trees, and the environment. Fourplexes on 55% coverage may result in micro-suites that are just not good human habitat. Livability matters. We are also very much support the prohibition of main residential buildings in rear yards, mid-block RCG. And that's even more important, as it will lead to less shadowing and privacy issues for neighbors and will physically align much better with the existing dwellings of the community. Mid-block RCG developments may address the street better also, with better front door access to support neighborly interaction. In short, we support these revisions as a good move in the right direction to find balance between the need for more homes and the legitimate needs of existing residents to maintain their tree canopy and green space, sunlight, privacy, etc. These revisions also significantly improve the livability of the dwellings that are being constructed. We would like to talk about what's missing from this list of RCG amendments. Amendment of front setback. As we said in March, this is a key proposal for us for improving RCG in our community. We're seeing proposals with well over 6 meters of contrast in front setback between the existing homes and the proposed dwelling when they use the very non-contextual 3 meters front setback rule. This leads to terrible fit with the community and violates the municipal development plan that talks of not creating dramatic contrasts. Our community needs the amendment proposed in March to be passed to lessen this dramatic contrast, and we look forward to it being brought forward and passed in the near future. This would be a restoration of the original RCG rules, which would be fair and more reasonable. Our community, the proposal would result in a 4.5 meter minimum front setback, reducing the contrast with existing dwellings significantly. This is an absolute minimum for us. It still leaves many developments stepping forward 4.5 meters or more from adjacent homes. Developers can work within the original RCG envelope that considered context. Now that RCG is a permitted use, it is doubly important to have RCG rules that have context built in, as the ability to appeal based on the municipal development plan and context has been taken away. Further refinement of RCG rules is warranted after subsequent engagement and should consider details such as privacy protection, shadowing mitigation, better protection of the tree canopy, both public and private, requiring full-size versus columnar trees, real infrastructure capacity reviews and potential contribution to upgrades, better waste handling and clear rules for the number of waste bins, and contributions to transit where minimum parking is provided. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go into questions for this panel. I have Councillor McLean up first.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just a question for Mr. Miller. And not to be critical, but my question, are you suggesting that politicians or councillors or mayors even campaign on certain issues and then get elected, sometimes with huge majorities, on those campaign promises? Should renege and then go backwards and not fulfill those promises? You know, i.e. blanket rezoning. You'd mentioned in the last council, nobody campaigned on blanket rezoning or climate emergency for that matter. Those were passed, not by a plurality of what voters wanted, but in this last election we saw the overwhelming plurality of voters wanted blanket rezoning repealed, or in this case, and you're suggesting then, if I got elected or others, saying that's what we're going to do, that we shouldn't? Is that not democracy?
No, I concede that there were many of you around the table who campaigned on the notion of repealing blanket rezoning, citywide rezoning, and I accept that. But there was also many others who said, and we will also replace that with some other strategy. The housing crisis hasn't gone away, and I think there's an obligation, especially from our leadership, to begin to talk about the real multi-billion-dollar infrastructure costs that are directly attributable to how this city has built in the past. So the idea of creating gentle density from a residential, from trying to get to, say, a 50-50 split of developing in our existing communities as opposed to continually sprawling, has a cost. It has an impact. And I think elected leaders who don't talk about that cost, and we're all going to be hit with it come November. We all know. We can all read the media reports. I think to avoid the fact or to not call out the impact that how we've built the city in the past has had on those costs, I think, quite frankly, is a little disingenuous. More broadly, where's replace? We still haven't seen replace. You turned down local area plans when many of you said that's the answer. We're going to get people together. We're going to talk to them about what's required within their specific community or sets of communities. You had a chance to accelerate, and you didn't go forward with that either. So I guess my point is we're waiting. And to this very specific issue, this is a real easy way just to say, you know what, it's a way of keeping costs down. It's a way of, within the same built form, allowing more people to live. It's a very simple, small thing to do.
Yeah, everybody has an opinion. You know, you've stated yours. And we get a lot of people, hundreds of people are coming here speaking, saying they, you know, gentle density could be interpreted in different matters, or, you know, there's lots of concerns about parking, or, you know, extra density, housing needs and costs, and they change as we've seen. We're seeing a lot less migration and a lot less, maybe even a surplus of a lot of different homes on the market. But I just wanted to, again, not to get into a back and forth. We're listening. I think we are looking at different ways of, you know, different, blanket rezoning has been repealed. I think that was the will of the public. There's still the will of the public, because we're listening to them, we're listening to you. There is maybe going to be some changes, but I just took a little bit of umbrage at saying that we should follow last council directions. That's why councils and politicians come and go. If you don't listen to the public, you get replaced. That's all. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Panizopoulos, please.
Thanks so much. Mr. Gator? I wanted to talk a bit about your comments around affordability, and the reason being is I recognize it's not council's duty to speak about economics, but I would suggest the majority of the reason that administrations is recommending abandon or refuse is due to the economics. And you talked a lot about affordability. The report speaks to this will increase the sale price from $733 to $876. How is this about affordability when the average townhome in Calgary is $400,000, when these fourplexes are selling for $800,000?
So when it comes down to the affordability, yes, it will increase from the 700 to the 800, and I'll just kind of paraphrase on that end of it. And the reason is because the cost of construction, the cost of the regulatory cost are split. Now, for example, when there is anything over 2 units requires a development site servicing plan, and that's to retain stormwater. To install that on a project will cost around $70,000. So out of the $70,000, when you have 3 units, it's split that way. When it's 4 units, it's split over 4 units. It's the same with sidewalks. Sidewalks that would have to be replaced, that can be up to $70,000. So that sidewalk now, the cost, it's a fixed cost. So $70,000 over 3 or $70,000 over 4. Ultimately, the end user is using it. Now, when you go to Greenfield and you're looking at the average price of a townhome at $400,000, and in the established area, an average price of a townhome at $700,000, in that report that we released last year in 2025, and I believe I've emailed it to all the councillors here as well, it showed the regulatory costs. And in there, there's additional things that come up. One of them is the DSSPs, which is the water retention. Another one is the sidewalks. And there's multiple other ones. There's the connection to the city services. That connection to the city services right now on a townhome project on 19th Street, just got the quote back because it has to be closed on certain days and everything. They used to cost $20,000. They are now $50,000 just to hook up sewer and water right on 19th Street for a fourplex. Now divide that. They all need sewer water, so now we have to split that over 3 units, and that's where those numbers are really coming off. And I urge you to read that report, and if any of you need to, please reach out. I can resend it off. But in that report, it talks about all the additional costs that come up in there.
Why do you speak to 4 and not 8, 3 and not 6? That's $50,000, $70,000 sidewalk.
Yep.
On a fourplex, there's the basement suites. You're spread over 8.
Yep.
And on this threeplex, it's spread over 6. Does that change your economics? I mean, is $5,000 literally per unit, the economics that skinny?
It is quite significant because it's $5,000 per item. And there's 20 items. So that adds up, and that's where that 100 and, in our report here, and I'll just pull off the numbers exactly, $142,716. And that number does not come from just guessing. That came from actual input costs. We sat with our membership and we went through numbers. And we said, okay, you're gonna build it. It's gonna be a 3-plex, a 4-plex. What is it gonna be? The floor area would be the same. You know, going with the reduction in the coverage from 60% to 55%, that didn't make a huge difference. It was amazing, but a lot of our members were actually never going up to the full 60%. A lot of them were looking at 57%. The 55 made an impact. That's great. We were happy with that. The height reduction also worked really well with that. Like, there were some great outcomes that came through that. But those fixed costs being split really add up. On a single-family home, you don't have sidewalks you have to do. On a single-family home, you don't have DSSPs and water retention. So those all are not in part of that. So what will happen with the threeplex is, again, I said we count 1, 2, 4, because at 3, the numbers don't make sense because the townhouse cost becomes so close to the semi-detached home that trying to sell that townhome cost doesn't really work.
Maybe just, you said it best, maybe these are my words. RCG is dead. There was 300,000 today. On August 4th, there's 3,500.
Yep.
The reason RCG was created, it was going to be this gift that solved the housing affordability crisis, and clearly it ran into what Calgarians and the reason we repealed blanket rezoning. So now we're trying to salvage a housing type that maybe doesn't have a purpose. Do you want to maybe speak to that? We're talking 3,500 in probably 3 wards. I think it's Ward 7, Ward 6, and maybe Ward 4 as well. So how is this RCG, by moving this down, help affordability? Like, isn't it better to go to something better, build that townhome? Needs council approval, but so be it. Then we have that oversight. We can go and say, does it make sense to put a 40-plex over here or a townhome here? Just speak why RCG on August 4th at 12:01 or the next day, why that is the cure from the industry perspective to affordability.
It is part of the cure. It's not the full cure. The cure is going to be RCG and being told by council where you want it. Tell us where you want it and make it easier for us to build it in those locations. Tell us where you don't want it and make it difficult for us to build it in those locations. Industry is good with that. So RCG, as it works right now, actually works if it's done properly in the right locations. If we reduce RCG coverage to go from 4 units to 3 units, then basically it doesn't allow for the cost to work on and the economics to work on building these projects. So then what would happen is you're going to see people apply for higher density, M density, which then doesn't work. So we'd like to have something between an RC2 and an M. And RCG, when it came out, and Councilor Benson, you said this very well, it didn't work, and community came out and they were upset about that. We won't even argue about that. We needed to find a medium, and it allowed for a lot of things that didn't work, and you guys have solved that by reducing height and coverage. Those are 2 big things you guys did really well.
I think I'll disagree with that. I think density doesn't work. Yes, it does if you integrate with community. So I totally agree. If we come back to the way it was, we're going to push the envelope, build monstrosities mid-block in the middle of the city. Yeah, that doesn't work, and that's why we're here. So I challenge that assumption because what it requires is developers to come to council. I want a land use. This is what I'm thinking. Work with community, and then we be the opine. So it does if you make compromise. There's lots of examples in council where we're approving density because it makes sense, because you've engaged with community. So I think that narrative is wrong. It just, you have to go. The final would be is there an opportunity, and look to you for guidance, that we've heard a lot about, you mentioned missing middle, but larger family homes. What I mean by that is if you did a 3-plex, because you have the same building size, now you have 3 bedrooms. So is there an opportunity to create that? We're a city of almost 2 million people, these 3,500 now, you would be able to create a 3-bedroom or some sort of different product. Like, it just seems so narrow. It says yes, no, and I've been in business my whole life, and that is so, it's always a yes or a no, but you need to change these assumptions and variables. So just change the assumptions and variables. Make more family-friendly, 3-bedroom, maybe more. Any thoughts to that? Like, can RCG become this sort of a different missing middle and address a different need in the community for larger, more bedrooms, et cetera?
As in my speech I mentioned, RCG works 2 ways. Number 1, with the 4+4 units, or number 2, if I get the land prices at a certain price, that it actually makes economic sense. There is a 3rd way, and that's by reducing some of the regulatory costs that are there. If that's what you want to do, you can make it work. But if you keep the regulatory costs that are there that are currently on the 4+4 unit and carry that over to a 3+3 unit, it doesn't make sense. With that, if the regulatory costs are cut, we can produce 3-bedroom units, which I will agree the established area needs.
Thanks so much. I just really wanted to echo that. Like, RCG, and it's today and tomorrow are very different things. And as we look forward, want to plant the seed with industry and council as well as we look, do we need something different? We've basically rejected it. It's still around, of course. We can still do it, but is there something better? So thanks so much for your presentation yesterday and today, and given that. Thank you.
Thank you, and we look forward to working with you guys on that.
So much.
All right, Councilor Clark for the panel, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. May I speak with Ms. Atkinson, please? Hello.
Hello.
Thank you for coming back today to talk to this item. I really appreciated the conversation that we've just had through Councillor Pantazopoulos. I wanted to ask essentially some similar questions here. You've spoken, and I've gotten the sense that you're quite familiar with your communities. You know what they are and the implications here. Can you just speak a little bit to the implications of 75? Like if this was maintained, can you just be a bit more clear about that? What would happen in your neighborhoods?
The row houses in our community, the first one's just finally being occupied. So the experience is more in some of the other communities that some of their CA reps you'll see shortly. But some of the biggest things are parking impact, because the suites do not require parking, basically, and there will be cars associated, and there have been cars associated. That's the experience of the ones that are farther along. For us in particular, infrastructure load is an issue. How many toilets are being flushed, et cetera. We already have low pressure, water pressure things, and so far we're getting "don't you worry" rather than real tests of what is the pressure and is it suitable for the right number of right level of intensification. Waste management as well. I've got a 4+3 out there right now that has 6 bins of all colors. And again, the communities that are a little further along with this implementation, they are seeing people putting their waste in other people's bins and things like that. So you got to lock your black bins. There needs to be a sensible capacity and clear rules around that. Hence my whole second part of, in the end, we have to get to a set of rules. And, the development community have, a valid stake as well. They're citizens too, but we need to talk to us as well and talk about these impacts and find all these rules with lots of clarity. Now that we're going to do permitted use, we need it to be crystal clear what does make sense. Privacy mitigation on windows and stuff should be automatic.
Yeah.
It should be.
Your point on
I just wanted the final thing on what they just said. The reducing the regulatory cost. Reducing the regulatory cost. I thought that's what being a permitted use was really speaking to, that it will reduce the regulatory cost non-trivially.
That's something that I can ask with administration too, potentially. But no, and your point taken, is well taken about setbacks. The contextualized setbacks, such an important piece when we're talking about these inner city established communities. I suppose the question I want to ask, because we've heard from a number of proponents for maintaining the 75 units in RCG as it is, and you've come forward to speak, to reducing that. So I just wonder, when we think about the context of your neighborhoods, quite clear how that feels. But can you imagine, as we reflect on the whole city, do you see a place for RCG as it stands in the toolbox of development for the city of Calgary?
4+4. You guys would have to ask admin this, but I wonder if it could be kept as something that was discretionary, and then people could look at whether it makes sense in that spot. And also, the implication of 3+3 for us, that triplex we have currently active, with 3 units on the lot, they are required to comply with 50%, and therefore there's room to push them. And this is another thing I need you guys to address at some point real soon now, is to protect. We have a magnificent tree on that lot, and it makes it viable to really push them just onto the private land, to respect it, protect it. That's what the LAP says. So, so the 3+3 gives a lot more latitude as the default, the permitted thing, to have it fit keeping the environment right. a compromise might be that 4+4 is a relaxation, might make some sense. Then we sort of come back to how it was in both senses, both the number and the fact that we get a chance to say, what, to comment and appeal if we don't agree. There's a process then. Where right now we're going to a permitted use thing, so we really feel we have to go to those permitted use rules being something that definitely works in the situation. And like I said, there's several more that need addressing, so that the things I'm usually ticking off under discretionary are there already, like the privacy and all those things.
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing you say is that, you know, the 4x4, as it is RCG, often comes at the expense of many of the things that we really care about in these established neighborhoods.
Yes.
And that this reduction, as far as you can tell, to a 3x3 or a 3 flex allows us to take care of and manage some of those things that really matter.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll jump in for Mr. Miller, please. I wanted to get to the heart of what a replacement to blanket rezoning means for you. I've personally been clear in that I'm not interested in bringing forward a new blanket rezoning, but it seems many housing advocates anticipate that a replacement to blanket rezoning would be a new blanket rezoning. I know our council has disparate views around the horseshoe here in terms of how we address housing affordability. I will say, to the credit of this council, we've applied an unprecedented amount of capital and political will and support around affordable housing. It was just very recently, Councillor Atkinson, Clark, and myself were at Southview for the largest affordable housing project in Calgary Housing Company's history. I know there's other measures we've been undertaking, even potentially later this meeting around permitted uses, other regulatory changes. So I guess philosophically, my view of that replacement is not a new blanket rezoning, but it's coordinated approach with other orders of government in terms of capital for affordable housing projects. It's streamlining the experience for business and developers. It's other ways that we can tackle this without a citywide blanket rezoning change back to 8-plexes. So I guess my question for you is, is your view that a replacement is only bringing forward a new RCG redesignation for every parcel?
So a couple of things. My understanding today, you have an annual target of 3,000 affordable non-market homes. And I would throw, what have we achieved this year would be a question. Secondly, in terms to your direct question, I'm not pretending I necessarily have the answer, but you campaigned on it. You said there would be a replace. So does it mean that we're expecting another form of blanket rezoning? Well, I think that ship has sailed. But I think the storm clouds on the horizon, in particular, when we look at those communities that are predominantly built, say, from past the Second World War in a suburban curvilinear landform that have lower tax revenues, in an era now when we're headed for major infrastructure spending and billions of dollars, there will be, quite candidly, communities, selfishly like mine, that have gradually intensified and densified and are generating more tax revenues, are coming back. And this is very divisive, but will people in my community start looking at maybe the next one over and say, well, what are they doing to contribute? We all expect our pipes to be replaced. I have every confidence that everybody in this council wants to replace the pipes and replace the roads. My question is, how are you going to generate an approach to do that if you don't focus on redeveloping and finding some way forward to redevelop in our existing footprint? I don't pretend to have the answer. That's why you folks are elected. There's a bunch of things. Certainly, I mentioned nodes and corridors. I don't oppose transit-oriented development, quite the opposite. I think, we'll talk about secondary suites and backyard suites. Absolutely. Please don't go backwards. Keep moving forward. It's an easy way to go forward. All of these things will matter. But selfishly, and maybe I'm not being fair, fine, but I think Calgarians are waiting now for this council to take the lead and tell us what replace really is on a scale when you're going to drop a massive budget number on us in November.
Do you have any recommendations for us as we refresh our housing strategy with, it's approximately 95 items or actions around that. We're going to be undertaking a refresh. What do you think really needs to be in that outside of the zoning piece?
Well, I mean, gee, 95 off the top of my head. I'm not sure I can comment on all of them. But I think we finally need, and I think Calgarians are finally ready for a discussion that says, and I concede, we don't build suburbs the way we did 10, 20 years ago. We build them differently. They are denser. They are generating, they are beginning, we think, we haven't seen a study, we think that they are beginning perhaps to pay for some of their infrastructure. I think an acknowledgement that we can't keep growing to the ends of the earth, that we can't keep going to Okotoks and Balzac and Cochrane and wherever, that we need to focus. We need to finally have that secret sauce that is going to allow us to redevelop on infrastructure we've already put in the ground that we know intuitively is there to last forever. I'll make one comment, I'll be quiet. When somebody moves into a community, if you ask them how long they think their community will last, I think the answer is, well, forever. And when that community doesn't last, like Midfield Trailer Park or Linview with, having to be knocked down, there is a real political price to pay. So we all think our communities will be here forever. So that means we are committed, whether it's in a contract or not, to making sure that that infrastructure lasts and the roads are replaced and the pipes are replaced and the light standards and the bridges and everything else. But that comes at a price if you have communities that are low density and simply aren't generating the tax revenues that we need.
So to get us back on this reduction of the units per hectare, the reason that we're here, is it your view that we should maintain the current density level, especially given that we're going back, or we've gone back to council now having the personal oversight? For example, is it warranted for this to have the current level of density, given that it's going to be council approval?
Yeah, so as I'm very clear, keep it at 4 units plus 4. I haven't said anything about bid block. I will tell you from a personal point of view, I personally don't have a problem, but I know people in my community do. And there's lots of concerns that the mid-block RCG development, the sort of the courtyard development, was too much. But I think keeping RCG as is in your toolkit only makes sense. It's and especially if reducing it to 3 plus 3, from what I understand, really doesn't remove the mass of the structure anyway.
Yep. Thank you so much for being with us. We'll go now to Deputy Mayor Kelly, please.
Ms. Atkinson, you raised in your answer to a previous question something that I've been thinking a lot about as it relates to trees on private land. And I think I can ask this question because we're talking right now about units per hectare, which obviously impacts the amount of, as you said, environmental space. I just wanted to get a bit of a sense from you, and I think I'm probably going to start asking this question of more folks as I think about what and how and where we might be able to do something to potentially protect trees on private land. Just wanted to get your sense as it relates, like, is your contention here that, like, you believe that council or that the city, I guess, in general, should be getting involved in terms of what happens to trees on private property?
The short answer to that is yes. There are cities elsewhere in Canada. I remember watching home shows decades ago about restrictions in Toronto for, I think it was Toronto, somewhere down east anyway, in the Toronto area. That had rules that the homeowners had to work around and stuff to respect the magnificent big trees. I'm not advocating that a tree in the middle, smack dab in the, close to the old bungalow rate, that's in the way of any sensible redevelopment has to be preserved. It's more, it could be about caliper and height and health and all kinds of things you could put in of what is a worthy tree. But the tree I'm referring to is at 1504 28th Street Northwest, if you want to go have a look on Google. Trees like that, a magnificent, somebody's told me it's an elm, I'm not 100% certain, but it's a magnificent, huge tree, only a couple of feet from the property line, where front and side. So it's very easy to imagine if they lifted a finger to protect, like they would if it was just the other side of the property line, it would be a city tree and they'd have to protect it. That's the kind of you got to work on the language of this. I don't have all the answers about what the language should be, but there should be some. And there actually already is a little bit of some in the Riley LAP and other LAPs, talking in the climate sections and stuff. They mention trying to preserve private trees as well as the public trees, and the tree canopy being super important and stuff. Well, we need to start acting like it. We need that LAP to actually mean something. And so when I ask the file manager to invoke that and say, well, this particular tree, you can do that. You can work around. You can put the fence. Based on that climate clause, we're going to ask you to do that. And so far I'm getting, oh, it's just aspirational. So we need you guys to do something to make it a little stronger. A must may be too much, because like I said, I'm not trying to make it so you can't redevelop a lot completely, but a should is needed somewhere, that, you know what I mean? In terms of a sentence where the big, mature, healthy things that are particularly in front yards, but just onto the private property, well in that 3 to 4.5, I'm arguing for 4.5 meters, setback, we should be able to write some prose that protects them better. It shouldn't just be, it's private, you can cut it down. We got to get away from that to preserve our tree canopy.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
All right, I think that concludes this panel. Thank you so much, everyone here, for being with us. So we're going to attempt to assemble our next panel. Do we have Christopher Davis with us or on the line? Jane Ebbern? Nicole Bishop? Guy Buchanan?
I'm here, Your Worship.
Thank you, Guy. Please stand by. Robin McLeod? Sarai Emanuel? Christy Page? Thanks. Come on down, Christy. Pat Guillemot? Jennifer Baldwin? Karen Arndt? Peter Koenig? Rajdeep Kandola? Sally Haggis? Joni Liu? Come on down, June. Henry Engelking? Sean Heffel?
Mayor, it's Peter Koenig. You called my name.
Okay, Peter, please stand by. Sorry, was that you, Sean? Okay, perfect. Come on down, Sean. So this will be our next panel. We have Guy, then Christy, then Peter, then Joni, and then Sean. And Sarai. Okay. Let's start us off with Guy, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Guy Buchanan.
Okay, Peter, please stand by. Okay, everybody needs to please mute.
I'm speaking for myself and 20 neighbors. Council, please vote yes to proposed bylaws 24P and 25P with the necessary amendments to make them effective on the date they are passed. These changes were brought forward following the blanket rezoning hearing to address residents' concerns with the scale and intensity of RCG development. Council intended them to be implemented soon, not delayed until December 15, 3/4 of a year later. Administration recommended the later date to allow current applications to continue, but that creates another complicated grandfathering period. Developers have known since April that these changes were under consideration and would return to Council in July. All references to December 15 in proposed bylaws 24P and 25P should be amended using the appropriate bylaw language so that both bylaws come into force on the date they are passed. This would establish one clear transition point rather than allowing another group of applications to continue for nearly 5 additional months under the former rules. Again, Council, vote yes to proposed bylaws 24P and 25P with the necessary amendments to make them effective on the date they are passed. And Council, I just briefly talked about the costs. The gentleman in the previous panels made a comment regarding greenfield development not paying its fair share of costs, and I'm sure Council knows through presentations of Bill that in fact greenfield pays its own way. It pays 100% of its costs. Unlike the inner city developments, they're only paying for water and sewer processing fees. They don't pay for all the oversizing that will be required down the road when we see more of these projects developed. And that'll be on the backs of the taxpayers at a future date. So I'd recommend that Council look at these RCG developments and inner city developments and start charging the appropriate fees. And what that'll do is force the projects into areas where you can congregate higher density and plan properly for the upgrades to future utilities. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you so much. We'll go now to Sarai and then Christy after that. Please go ahead, Sarai.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Sarai Emanuel. Thank you, Mayor Farkas, councillors, for having me once again. You may remember me from an earlier public hearing on the repeal of blanket rezoning, where I spoke to you all on the importance of affordable housing in our city. But for the benefit of those listening who were not here for that public hearing, allow me to introduce myself. I am a member of the Calgary Alliance for the Common Good through St. Stephen's Anglican Church, a deeply involved member of Calgary First Mennonite Church, and an alum of Alberta Bible College. I am also, first and foremost, here as a born and raised Calgarian. Calgary has been my home for nearly 40 years, and Calgary is where my roots are planted. Calgary is where I plan on having a family. Last time I spoke before council, I told you all a little bit about my living situation in Huntington Hills, about the small, run-down, 2-bedroom unit that I share with a single mom and her 3-year-old child. I'm pleased to say that after waiting a number of months and spending a couple of days without so much as a handle on our front door, the broken lock has finally been replaced. I don't know about any of you, but waiting months to have our front door lock repaired, isn't the sort of thing I would be putting up with if I had a choice. I also mentioned how this living situation works for now, but is not sustainable. We are rapidly reaching the end of what is functional for 2 adults who don't share a bed and a growing child, even before taking into account my own efforts to start a family. Right now, if my roommate wants to have some personal space, either she or her child has to sleep on the sofa bed in the living room, right next to the door that, once again, didn't have a working lock up until only a couple of weeks ago. For us to have what most people here would consider a reasonable and dignified living space, we would need at least 1 more bedroom. But neither of us can afford a 2-bedroom on our own, and having looked at the rents advertised, a 3-bedroom would be out of our combined price range. Unless something improves either in the rental market or our personal finances over which we have minimal control in the current job market, we're stuck in a place that doesn't adequately serve our needs. What we and countless Calgarians like us need are options. Options in housing size and type, more options in affordability, more options that mean landlords are incentivized to offer competitive rates and to make needed repairs on their rental properties in a timely manner. And since many of us who struggle to afford housing are also dependent on public transit, we need these options to be near established transit hubs. As has already been stated, reducing the maximum density of RCG zoning from 75 units per hectare to 60 units per hectare would be detrimental to the city's affordable housing goals. This reduction would mean that a lot that previously could support a fourplex would support at most a threeplex, which is not an economically viable layout for development. I heard the argument yesterday that threeplexes are going up elsewhere, but we need to make this decision in the context of Calgary. If industry isn't willing to build them here, we still lose out on the missing middle density we so desperately need. A middle density that will help countless Calgarians, such as myself, to have greater range of affordable housing options in our city. I urge you, councillors, to vote against this bylaw amendment so that we can retain the 75 units per hectare density in RCG zones. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarai. We'll now invite Christy. You have 5 minutes.
Perfect. My slide deck is up. Hello, Council. My name is Christy Page. I'm an active member of the HSC Planning Committee, and I'm here today representing only myself. I'm asking you to vote against an RCG unit per hectare decrease. Next slide, please. My street recently got its first RCG proposal, one lot to the south of me. They are proposing 6 units with suites on a 75-foot lot. My first thought was jackpot. People to share the burden of shoveling all my senior neighbors' sidewalks through the winter with. Next slide, please. I was surprised when some of my neighbors didn't feel as excited as I was. At a community association planning meeting, I listened to their concerns, which came down to that they are afraid of the vehicles their new neighbors might bring. Next slide, please. I tried to point out that people renting basement suites in our inner city neighborhood will be here for the lifestyle of walkability, because if that was not what they valued, they could rent something much cheaper, just a little further out, that would not have parking restrictions, but my neighbors were not convinced. Next slide, please. So I made it my personal mission to figure out what Calgary parking rules are to help calm their fears. I read every page on the website and found inconsistencies and a lack of answers. I started to understand my neighbor's reaction of fear when the rules don't add up. Next slide, please. I wrote emails to each of you and every other contact I have at the city asking if Calgary Parking is handing out more parking passes than there are linear feet of curb to park against. The most comprehensive reply I have gotten is that the city does not have the data to answer that question. Next slide, please. One more slide, I think. Thank you. RCG doesn't have a units per hectare problem. None of my neighbors care if 9 families live there or if 12 families live there. My neighbors welcome new community volunteers, kids at the school, eyes on the street, support for local businesses. Next slide, please. What they fear is more personal cars parked on our street. I find this a bit frustrating, as many of those same neighbors have personal car storage space they don't use because they choose to use their garages in other creative ways. They have become accustomed to cheap public street parking and don't want to change their lifestyle. It is easier to point at housing as the problem. Next slide, please. It is your job on council to maintain the public realm with common sense rules, like not handing out more parking passes than what there is curb to park against. This could be done by emulating what other jurisdictions do and set a market price for public parking. Or you could create a Calgary special and say RCG parcels just cannot apply for street parking permits. What won't work is ignoring the parking problem and pretending that mandating rules on private property will fix a problem in the public realm. Next slide, please. If the rest of Calgary is like my street, fixing street parking will nullify a lot of the opposition to RCG. In conclusion, please don't reduce RCG to 3 units because neighbors like me Would really appreciate more neighbors to help shovel the snow through the winter. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Peter now, and then Joni after that.
Mayor and Council, my name is Peter Conan. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear, sir. Please go ahead.
I'm a Strong Towns Calgary local conversation leader and an advocate for increasing the amount of homes we build in the city. The following remarks represent my own views. I've been a Calgarian for 28 years, living in Ward 14. And I'm speaking in opposition to the proposed bylaw 24P 2026 to lower the maximum density. We need more housing, not less. Now, you've heard that triplexes are not financially viable because the developer has one fewer house to sell, but has to pay all the extra regulatory costs. You've heard that reducing density will mean that developers will most likely revert to duplexes or HGO so they can build what the market says works. And you've heard that 4-unit row houses is what works. And sure, some have secondary suites, but not all. And in those cases, they offer a wonderful opportunity for owners to offset their mortgage while also providing much-needed entry-level rental units. 4-unit row houses or even the ones with 4 secondary suites have been repeatedly demonstrated that they work and do not dramatically alter the neighborhoods. And if you've ever walked or biked around Killarney, you would know what I'm talking about. It works in Killarney and it works in other similar communities. Do not lower the density. Keep it where we know it works. This is how we do a better job of growing within the city. Now, townhomes, especially with secondary suites, offer a building form that offers the prospect of providing more affordable housing options at a time when we need more housing and especially more affordable homes. Now, the icing on the cake, with maintaining 75 units per hectare, the city is likely to collect much more needed property tax to help pay for our infrastructure. Now, if this sounds familiar, it is because I spoke to you about this earlier this year. We are staring at a 10-year unfunded infrastructure spending gap of $27 billion. Increasing the tax productivity of city land is a win-win-win. More housing, more property tax revenue, and better use of existing city infrastructure and services like transit. I remind you that in 2025, property taxes and water levies brought in about $3 billion in revenue, and the city's latest financial projection says that we need another $2.7 billion per year on top of that. So frankly, I think we're building a city we cannot afford. So far, you've been told the usual answers: raise taxes, water levies, reduce service levels, take on more risk, take on more debt, or appeal to higher orders of government. But another practical lever to pull is to make existing city land more tax productive. And building more within the city means we collect way more property tax for the same amount of land. Our infrastructure funding gap should be seen as a 5-alarm fire for our city finances. All options need to be on the table. I challenge everyone, including those who have been opposed to RCG, to look at this decision through the lens of a city infrastructure financing emergency. It should stop everyone in their tracks. The scale of unfunded infrastructure is equivalent to having to double our property taxes. Who wants that? It means that we all need to look at redevelopment differently. How we look at this needs to change. Please vote down this density increase. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Joni now, and then Sean after that.
Good day, Mayor and Council. I did have a prepared statement, but listening to people this morning has made me go off chart. I'm just wondering how many of you are following the real estate market? at least weekly, monthly, yearly? Because the interesting thing is statistics don't lie, especially from people who have a vested interest in their business, because they want to be able to sell homes and buildings as often as possible at a good price. So since blanket rezoning was enacted 2 years ago, we've built a lot of homes, a lot of condos, a lot of apartments, except for single-family homes, because they are the most expensive for sure. So everywhere, well, actually every week I get a report on our real estate market. We have a huge amount of condos where the market has truly softened. Prices have gone down to the point where people don't want to sell, even though they want to sell, because they're going to lose money. The cheapest places to buy right now is apartment condos, very cheap. The most expensive, of course, is a single-family home, which is about 5,000 square feet, which is out of the reach of most people. But the thing is, while single-family homes have kept their value, that's not the same for apartments and condos and even townhouses. So as far as I'm concerned, Calgary has done its share. It has brought down the price and increased amount of housing. As for reducing the square footage, or actually number of units per acre, the arguments for keeping it, considering that someone is actually building a threeplex, well, there's proof in the pudding. Somebody has creatively decided that they're going to do something outside the box. And that's what a good business does. They look for opportunities outside of what everybody else is doing, and they go for it, they try it out, and they see what happens. Because right now, there are a lot of multiplexes that are empty. Rentals are begging. That Dalhousie huge tower next to Dalhousie Station, big sign for renting. It's been there for months now. And over on the other side of Shaganappi, there are lower units that are also looking for renters. And I recently had on my own street in Edgemont a house that was looking for a renter. Now they have since rented, so that's good news for my neighbor. But the thing is, my friends who rent have told me that the increases in rent have been lowered quite a bit in the last 2 years. Instead of 100, 200, maybe sometimes even 25%, 30% rent raises, they're looking at nominally $50 a month more. Things have changed a lot. I just don't understand why people aren't looking at these statistics. We are now overbuilt. I mean, that's a reality. We have a surplus. We have a surplus. We don't need to accommodate some phantom statistic that everybody keeps holding on to, that we don't have enough housing, that more people, I mean, I think people are moving out, quite frankly. We need skilled workers, not the unskilled. Those are the people that are getting the jobs. We need to raise ourselves up mentally, emotionally, and physically in order to be successful in life. We cannot think about lack. This was not a city built on lack. I came here looking for work. My time is done.
Perhaps a final sentence to conclude your thoughts?
Final thing is vote yes to both bylaws 24P26 and 25P 2026 and make the amendment to remove the December 15th delay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We'll go now to Sean, please.
Good afternoon, morning, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Sean Heffel. I am the Chair of the Planning and Development Committee for the Bowness Community Association, and I am speaking on its behalf today. Regarding item 7.3.2, I would like to address the engagement process outlined in Attachment 7. Attachment 7 shows that administration undertook extensive engagement with industry organizations. There were dedicated meetings with CICBA and BUILD, an industry city working session, discussions through the Development Policy Advisory Committee, and follow-up workshops where industry participants reviewed testing results and administration's recommendations. Industry expertise is important. Their experience building housing and understanding project economics should absolutely help inform Council's decisions. However, a similar opportunity was not provided to community associations. Attachment 7 states that community associations were informed through the Federation of Calgary Communities newsletter so they could participate in today's public hearing. While that is valuable communication, it is not the same as participating in working sessions, reviewing technical analysis, or helping evaluate bylaw amendment options before recommendations are finalized. Planning decisions work best when they balance technical expertise, economic feasibility, and the lived experience of residents. Community associations bring valuable knowledge about neighborhood character, tree retention, privacy, infrastructure, traffic, small details, and how development functions within established communities. Those perspectives deserve the similar structured opportunity to inform policy and bylaw that industry received. On the specific bylaws before Council today, the Bowness Planning and Development Committee supports bylaws 24P 2026 and 25P 2026. However, regardless of today's outcome, we respectfully ask Council to ensure that future amendments to the RCG district are developed through a more balanced engagement process. Specifically, we ask Council to direct administration to provide community associations with structured working sessions and access to technical analysis comparable to that provided to industry during future RCG bylaw reviews. 2, bring forward the broader package of RCG amendments referenced for later this year only after meaningful engagement with community associations on issues such as density, building height, massing, setbacks, lot coverage, tree retention, other details, and neighborhood compatibility and character. This isn't about choosing industry over residents or residents over industry. Good planning requires both. Our request is simply that community associations have a seat at the table while bylaws are being developed or amended, not only after recommendations have already been made. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much for being here with us. For the panel, Councillor Johnson, please.
Sarai? Yeah. Sorry, I'm just, quick question. I'm curious, what would be affordable?
Let's see, for me right now, I'm just managing to afford my portion of rent, which is $770. So that's about $1,400 to $1,500 per month that I'm sharing with my roommate. So to be able to afford a 3-bedroom together would have to be around that same range, and we'd need to be able to afford individually for a 2-bedroom would have to be under $1,000.
Okay, and I do appreciate you being honest, and I understand there's definitely a struggle out there for affordability. My only fear is that a lot of these 3-bedroom fourplexes being built, they're going for like $2,200 to $2,900. Like we're just going through them right now, and I mean they're not cheap, right? Even split 2 or 3 ways, like that's still more than what potentially people can afford right now. So, and like the last speaker, Johnny said, like there's more on the market than people are renting right now. So I don't know what else we can do to really drop that price. Like there's so many different factors than housing that attributes to the cost of living in the city. So I just don't know if building more of these fourplexes are going to help.
So I don't have a background in city planning. My background is in theology. But as I understand it, if there are more mid-range options, people who can afford to move up into those are more likely to do so, freeing up the lower-end rental market, reducing the pressure on that lower-end rental market so that it can become more affordable. As for how to incentivize the kind of pricing that would allow people to move into those, I don't have a particular solution. That's going to have to be a larger discussion.
Okay, I do appreciate you being vulnerable and sharing that with us. I was just always curious to see what is technically affordable, and I just don't know if this is necessarily going to drop that. But again, thank you for coming out today.
Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this panel. So I'm going to start reading some names back from 0 to assemble our next panel of 5. And this is likely our final panel before the council lunch break. All right. Do we have Hai Dwan with us? Christopher Davis? Jane Eburn? Nicole Bishop? Robin McLeod? Pat Guillemot? Yeah, come on down, Pat. Jennifer Baldwin?
Here.
Okay, Jennifer, please stand by. Karen Arndt? Rajdeep Kandola?
Yeah, here.
Thank you, Rajdeep. Please stand by. Sally Haggis? Henry Engelking?
Yes, Robin McLeod.
Sorry, who just spoke right now?
Robin McLeod.
Thank you, Robin. Please stand by.
Jennifer. Here.
Okay, Jennifer, please stand by. Please, everybody, make sure that you're muted. Yeah. Unless you're the current one speaking. So, Sally Haggis? I'm not good at gardening, so this. Henry Engelking? Melanie Swales? Okay, come on down, Melanie. So this will be our final panel before the council lunch break. It'll be Robin, then Pat, then Jennifer, then Rajdeep, then Melanie.
Thank you, Robin. Please stand by. Jennifer.
All right, everybody, please be sure to mute. All right, Robin, you're up. You have 5 minutes.
Unless you're the current one speaking. So, Sally Haggis.
Oh, boy. Everybody, please mute unless you're Robin McLeod. There's somebody who's not muted and is watching the live stream. So please make sure that you're muted. Robin McLeod, are you still with us?
Before the council lunch break, it'll be Rob.
Yeah, everybody who's on the line could actually turn off the live stream because it is quite delayed. Robin, I thought I heard you previously. Are you still there? Nope. All right, let's go next up to Pat, and we'll try for Robin at the end.
My name's Pat Gilmott, and I chair the Development Committee at Westgate Community Association. We're asking you to vote yes for the 2 bylaws. The changes brought forward after listening to residents concerned at the blanket rezoning, speaking of the scale and intensity of RCG development. Council then directed administration to review the proposed changes and reach.
Oh my gosh, please everybody mute. It's Pat's turn right now with this.
Really? And return in July 2026. Do not delay this until December. Bylaw P 24P 220 reduces the maximum RCG density from 75 to 60 units per hectare. All this means is reducing the number of units from 4 down to 3 on an infill parcel in established communities. What it means is a larger unit, more green space for the residents and trees for the residents. With the repeal of blanket rezoning, a developer can still apply for RCG. Adjoining residents and community associations then have the opportunity to respond. Bylaw 25P26 prohibits a second residential building in the rear yard of a mid-block parcel RCG. Rear buildings or courtyard-style developments create issues about privacy, massing, and shadowing. Adding a backyard residential building behind the primary residence creates further concerns. Extending the cutoff date to qualify for grandfathering to the 15th of December does not align with the intent of repealing blanket zoning. Administration claimed the delay will allow existing application to be completed, but that prolongs the issue council is trying to correct. Oh gosh. The density and built forms are all concerns raised during the blanket rezoning hearing. Developers have had ample time to adjust. Council directed they return for consideration in July. Applicants were aware the rules could change. Bylaws 24P and 25P 2026 should take effect as soon as the bylaw is passed. A clear transition date rather than additional applications to continue for 5 months under old rules. And I have a question. I understood we repealed blanket zoning, but I have also been advised that RCG and HGO are now permitted uses. That doesn't really truly repeal blanket zoning. So that's all I have to say. Sorry, I'm on the run today. How can you tell?
No worries, Pat. We'll go next to Jennifer, please. Okay, thank you. Apparently sound might be out on the bridge. So let's, in the interim, while we just double check those on the phone bridge, Melanie, do you mind jumping in?
I'm sorry, I'm here. It just cut back in. Oh, sorry.
Oh, Jennifer, is that you?
Yeah, sorry, you guys have a phone technical issue where the sound keeps cutting in and out. So, like, I didn't hear most of Pat's speech. I didn't hear all of Landon's questions for the last panel. It just keeps cutting in and out. I'll start my speech, but just so you guys know, you have a technical issue for your phones going on.
Sounds good. Please go ahead.
Okay. I'm speaking to proposed bylaws 24P 2026 and 25P 2026. Council should vote yes to both bylaws, with amendments making them effective August 4th. These amendments came forward because residents raised specific concerns during the blanket rezoning public hearings. Council heard that citywide RCG zoning had removed too much site-specific consideration and had enabled forms of development that created unnecessary conflict with neighboring properties in established communities. Council responded by directing further testing and review of the RCG rules, with the density question returning to this hearing. Residents therefore reasonably understood that the concerns acknowledged during the repeal process would be addressed in the near term. The December 15th effective date does not do that. It postpones the response for almost five more additional months and creates another transition period in which applications can continue to advance under the rules that Council is being asked to amend because the resulting impacts have already been identified. We've just seen the consequences of unclear and prolonged grandfathering. The RCG repeal transition produced shifting deadlines, competing interpretations, and disputes over which applications should continue under the former rules. Council should not repeat that mistake by creating a second delayed transition immediately after trying to resolve the first one. Developers have known since December that this was coming, then April that these amendments were under consideration, and we would return to Council in July. This is not a sudden or unforeseeable policy change. The development industry had noticed, and applicants routinely worked with a regulatory environment in which bylaws can change before an unresolved application has acquired approval. They submitted knowing the risk for change. They could have paused their project knowing changes were coming. They decided to proceed with the risk. Investment doesn't come without assumed risk. That's part of business, especially in the development industry. It's big risk and big reward. It is not your job to guarantee developers big rewards, especially at the impacts to residents. The appropriate approach is simple. Establish the new rules clearly and bring them into force when Council passes them, or at least by August 4th. That creates one understandable line. Don't keep making the same mistake. December 15th is 3/4 of a year after the blanket rezoning hearing and Council's direction to address acknowledged problems in the RCG rules. A delayed effective date also weakens the practical value of Council's decision. It sends a contradictory message. These changes are more important. They're important enough to approve, but not important enough to take effect for another 5 months. If Council believes these changes are appropriate, they should apply right away. Otherwise, every proposed change creates pressure to preserve the old rules for an expanding pipeline, and the transition itself becomes more important than the policy Council adopted. Bringing bylaws 24P and 25P into force on August 4th is not punitive. Applicants can continue to pursue development. They may need to revise proposals to comply with the updated rules, just as applicants do when other planning requirements change before approval is complete. I don't know why this is being treated as something new. This is how planning and development works. Changes are made and the market adjusts. The public also needs confidence that participation produces a timely result. Residents spent months reviewing the effects of blanket rezoning, appearing before Council and identifying the problems. Council agreed that those concerns required further work and brought these proposed bylaws forward for decision. Delaying implementation until December 15th tells those residents that even after the policy concern was accepted, the former rules will continue through another extensive application window. Council can avoid that outcome today. Let's give residents the reductions they've been begging for. Vote yes to bylaws 24P 2026 and 25P 2026 and amend every reference of December 15th so both bylaws come into force August 4th. This is the cleanest and fairest way to all parties implementing Council's decision. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much for being with us. We'll go next to Rajdeep.
Hello, my name is Rajdeep Kandola. I am a family physician living in Ward 12 and working in Forest Lawn and Pine Ridge. I'm a voter, a homeowner, and a parent. I'm speaking out against the proposed changes to RCG density. These changes will make it even harder to build new housing. In 2023, when many of my patients started to struggle with housing costs, there was a housing strategy enacted that greatly helped them. I think, for example, of the senior with cancer who worked hard his entire life and could not afford an apartment in the city. He had to take on a new job at age 70 at the Saddle Dome as an usher. I think also of the family of 4 whose mother had grown up with trauma and had many health issues who were struggling to pay their electric bills after housing costs. In both these cases, after the housing strategy was approved, these folks were eventually able to afford housing in the city. When you build new housing, that opens up older housing stock for people who can't afford housing to now be able to afford housing, similar to how the development of new automobiles in 2024 after a semiconductor shortage finally allowed older cars to go down in price. Now, with the key pillar of the housing strategy gone, we will increasingly struggle with housing scarcity again. The citizens will again turn to Council for a plan on how to help. Any further restrictions on new housing will make your job harder. It's important to note that many of our current neighborhoods have much less density than they once did. They're actually in population decline. Rather than the character of these communities being maintained, it has changed dramatically. Neighborhoods designed for kids with schools and playgrounds have a fraction of the kids they once had. Where are the families supposed to live now? We build new neighborhoods with new schools and new playgrounds at immense new cost of infrastructure. This is taxpayer money that is having to be spent. We have seen in Toronto or Vancouver that eventually to pay for this, development charges go up and new housing even at the edge of the city will go down. Then people will give up on starting, on finding a new home and even give up on starting families entirely. We've seen this decreased fertility rates in Toronto and Vancouver. I started this journey caring about the well-being of my patients, but I continue it because I'm concerned about the well-being of my children. The next generation will not be able to afford housing in this city if anti-housing policies continue to be enacted. They will not lead good lives, and many will not start families on their own. We were told that new townhouses costing $700,000 would not help housing affordability in the city. Well, if you go forward with this change, instead of $700,000 townhomes in a fourplex, we'll get $850,000 triplexes. And then, of course, since that's not a big reach to a $1 million single-family home, builders will just build $1 million single-family homes instead. So I ask you, which is more affordable, $700,000 townhome in a fourplex or a $1 million plus detached home? I don't think the $1 million home is more affordable. We have heard a lot about public opinion on infill, but we know taxes are voters' #1 priority. Increasing density allows new tax-paying units without having to build new infrastructure. We have a severe infrastructure deficit to manage, and the city needs this revenue to manage it. Roads, water, sewer, parks, schools, and transit already exist in many established neighborhoods. Let's take advantage of it. More density supports transit. The city continues to provide less transit funding per capita, but more density allowed more ridership for the same number of stops, increasing revenue while minimizing new costs. Let's create a city with affordable housing, an improved tax situation, homes for families, and better transit. We can create a dynamic and prosperous city. Let's get out of the way of people who want to build homes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rajdeep. I'm going to go back and try Robin McLeod. Robin, are you with us? Okay, we'll go next to Melanie, please.
Mayor Farkas and City Councillors, my name is Melanie Swales and I'm here on behalf of the Brentwood Community Association in support of a meaningful reduction in RCG from 75 to 60 units per hectare. Calgarians have expressed concerns that the scale and intensity of infill row houses and townhouses are inappropriate in existing areas, and Council directed admin to consider reducing allowable density from 75 units per hectare to 60. For most residents I've talked to, UPH means nothing, but phrasing it as from 4 units to 3 units on a property is something that they can relate to. Next slide, please. First, UPH does not reflect the true intensity since it does not include secondary suites. All of our RCG applications have had secondary suites, every single one of them. Furthermore, the descriptions are misleading and vague. What does this description mean to you? Well, this application was actually for 10 separate dwelling units with 29 bedrooms on what is currently a single bungalow. Residents are not happy about the clarity. Please change that now. When council direction was to evaluate the change from 75 to 60, who was consulted? Oh, sorry, next slide. All the engagements, thank you, were with inner city builders, build developers only. Once this was complete, the FCC was informed about the outcomes. Citizens, CAs, etc. were left out completely, and Sean's already identified that. Calgarians refused to accept blanket rezoning, and they were placated in part by the thought that at very least there would likely be a decrease in the density on a lot, except that they were left out this time around. Next slide, please. What residents expected 75 to 60 would look like was something like this. On the drawings in your package, you have a drawing with the blue, and you take off one of the end units, and then you can rearrange them on the lot, and that's what they thought they would get. Residents expect that essentially one of the units gets removed, take away the red areas, and reconfigure the buildings. Next slide, please. Instead, in the package, this is what we got. There was no visible change on the modeling. Fewer UPH means nothing if they still cover the exact same space. The numbers of front doors changes, but it does nothing for the amount of building on the lot. Of course, the units are going to be more expensive. They're much larger. This is almost being deliberately obtuse if the same lot coverage happens but with fewer units. That was not the expectations. Most residents expected a reduced overall lot coverage, that they would see some change to the intensity of building on the lot. We have 3 current 3+3 applications. Next slide, please. Instead, this is what happened. The property was previously divided into 4 sections. The expectation was to take away 1 section, and now we're left with 1 complete section, the same size. We cut it into 3, so the end result is the same. Industry states that the math doesn't work for only 3 sections, but to me this math doesn't work. UPH is being confused with lot coverage. Reduction to 55 is a start, but it doesn't capture the reality of what is built. The issues raised by hundreds and hundreds of presenters was the over-densification of properties. The previous drawings are misleading because they only show the main building and the garage. What presenters wanted is less building, more green. Next slide, please. Lot coverage versus the number of units. 55% is misleading because it implies that the remaining 45 could be soft landscaping. Hard landscaping such as waste bins, lockers, pavement, bikes are not deemed as landscaping by most residents who express a desire and priority to retain trees and landscaping elements. In this example, the buildings are 55%. Adding in all the other things adds up to 86%, leaving only 14% for soft landscaping. This is at odds with the reality that Calgarians want to retain mature trees, green space, and with the city's goal of retaining some tree canopy. Next slide, please. While you're at it, you have the chance to make some meaningful amendments. Please address the 3-meter front setback. That's raising a real issue in our community where we're in danger of losing our mature trees because the 3-meter setback is allowing developments to encroach too closely to their beautiful trees. Please do what you can to save them. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I'm going to go back and try for Robin McLeod one more time. Robin, can you hear us now on the bridge?
Green space. Yes. And with the city's goal of retaining some tree canopy.
Thank you.
Next one.
Thank you. Please make sure that the live stream is muted on your end. But Robin, was that you? Robin McLeod? Okay, I'm going to conclude this panel. We have some questions. Councillor Panagopoulos, please.
Ms. Swayless? Go ahead. Mayor, did you want to?
I think you can go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Thanks so much for your presentation. What struck out for me was you said you had a few 3+3 applications in your community. Did I hear that correct?
Yes, we do. We have 2 that have just come in. We haven't reviewed them yet. We have one that we've been working on for quite a while.
I don't know which button to push.
And we actually had one that we thought should have been a 3+.
Okay.
Hello?
Robin, please stand by. Please remain muted. I'm going to be calling you for our next panel. But we have to conclude this panel and the current speakers in the chamber. So Robin, please stand by. You'll be called in the next 5-ish minutes. Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Panagopoulos.
Yeah, sorry, continue on the 3. So you have a few 3+3 developments.
So right now there's 3. And the reason for them being 3 is actually because of the lot size. The one has a utility right-of-way, which would not allow building on that section of the lot, even though it's a big enough lot. The other ones have, I think, a lot restriction, although I haven't looked at them that closely yet.
Got it. And obviously the development permit, maybe speak to the lot. They were a little smaller, not the traditional 50 times 120, or?
I haven't looked at them that closely. I don't know why they're smaller. They don't seem smaller. I think they must be just slightly under or something. But for whatever reason, they are for 3s.
And just, you showed the graph, the pizza spoke to me, instead of 4 quarters, thirds. Just generally your observation on the 3. Same massing, are they at the fit? Was it RCG lots?
Yes. Yes.
Are they at this 60% or they're do you know what can you tell us about them just?
Thank you. I think I've talked to a lot of residents since the blanket rezoning, since over the last couple of years. What do you think? What do you want? That kind of thing. And the overall sentiment is we don't want 8 units on a lot. That's just too much. There's parking, there's all the other concerns, that kind of thing. And then when we got these applications, it was like the initial reaction was, well, at least it's 3+3 instead of 4+4. And there's sort of relief that at least it's somewhat fewer units. But if they cover the same amount of space and the same distance, then there's no benefit other than parking. Maybe there's a reduction maybe in the number of parking stalls that might be needed. But residents expected that when there's a loss from 4 to 3, that the extra space would go towards the landscaping, the trees, some enhanced look and feel to the property, so that maybe a bigger setbacks, those kind of things. On one of the 3+3s that we have, the front setback is not contextual. It's following the 3-meter front setback. And that's causing a real amount of grief in the community because you've got a whole line of houses that are back probably 6.5 or 7 meters from the sidewalk. And now you're putting one out to 3. And so that was the kind of thing that residents want to get rid of with this over-densification, like bring it back into a contextual, which will mean you can build on less of the lot if you follow that front contextual instead of the 3 meters. Does that make sense?
It does. No, thank you so much. And I'm just fascinated by it because, there was a speaker 20 minutes before you that said, the industry says the economics of a 3+3 doesn't work. And here we are in one confined community, there's 3 already there under development, and you wonder sort of what else. So it was just interesting because that was one that the driver behind is the economics, and it obviously in Brentwood, it works quite well. that developers are willing to put their capital up. So,
Well, and I think what, on this drawing, it's, and, kind of a silly way to show it maybe, but that's like saying, well, cut the pizza only into 3 pieces, I couldn't possibly eat 4. Well, it doesn't make any sense. You're comparing things that are unlike. So the expectation was let's reduce the amount of building that's going on the lot. And there's all kinds of ways that I think we can achieve still some densification. And frankly, residents would still rather see a duplex than a triplex. They're not happy with seeing 6 units next door either. But they do express that, well, it could have been worse, it could have been 4.
One thing this council did was reduce the lot coverage from 60 to 55, 12 meters to 11 meters, et cetera, to address some of those. Do you think we went far or not far enough?
I actually don't think you went far enough because of what's not included. If you go to that, can I show, go to that
course,
last
absolutely.
slide?
You have the floor. Thank you.
No, that's a really, sorry, one more page before that. That one, yeah. So what I did is I just picked a random development permit that was not in my community because I didn't want to pick on one of mine. This one had really detailed drawings where it had a list of all the percentages of all the items that were included. And what people think of as lot coverage is the building and the garage and, the hardscaping stuff, including, say, front steps or front amenity spaces for RCGs. But it doesn't include a lot of things. So it doesn't include the window wells. It doesn't include the entrance steps, waste and recycle bins, bike storage lockers, aggregate concrete walkways, sunken patios, permeable pavers. And if you look on this drawing, by the time you add up all those things, they added up to almost 86%. So that only left 14% for soft landscaping. And then if you start looking at the soft landscaping, it's in tiny bits and pieces all over the place. It's like we can throw a shrub in here, we can throw a little bit of grass in here, we can throw a little bit in here. But as Beth Atkinson was talking this morning about the trees, we need some room to have mature trees. We need some space for something. And that's why I think if we actually reduce the lot coverage to 55, I think we should be including some of those hardscaping elements in the 55. Like sidewalks, maybe not, but when there's sunken patios and window wells, those window wells are an integral part of the house. They should count towards that area. The same with sunken patios. We had a fourplex with 4 sunken patios that have concrete steps going down to them, and yet that's considered landscaping. So I think the 55 is, yes, appreciated a reduction from 60, but I think we need to start counting, mandatory garbage bin areas and stuff as part of the lot coverage, and especially steps and stairs and sunken window wells, things like that.
We're doing our land use bylaw changes in the next 6-8 months, and I'm going to keep your presentation as on file and just kind of reference it back because it was very thoughtful and details like this just to consider. And it's the reason we have this public hearing, because you get lived experience. It's not just a PDF on a screen. So thank you so much for coming. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's some community associations that would be happy to be part of those discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Going to Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Wales, you can stay right there. And I don't have too much to add just because Councillor Panazopoulos was echoing my exact thoughts that when they first presented from administration showed the lot, with 3 units being the same size as 4 units. I mean, that's not really accomplishing anything. I think we talk a lot about urban canopy and more trees, and I agree with you completely. We want to see more bigger, desirable trees, more green space, bigger yards. So I've got to frame a question here, yes, because I think this is something maybe we can all work on as an amendment to possibly bring to these recommendations. But the economics, I mean, let's be honest, I think a lot of this is about the economics, whether the builders and developers can be profitable, the city can charge taxes. Do you think then if we go to 3 units instead of 4, or even 6 then, but with just bigger, more trees, more green space, nice yards, do you think that, I guess your personal opinion, you've done a lot of research, that it would still probably sell for the same price as, you get the same value out of that lot with the 3 units and 4, or 6 or 8?
Yeah, I mean, for one, we don't delve into the economics very much because one of the first things that I was told is you never look at the economics into evaluating a development permit. The financial considerations are not a factor.
But it seems like we are this far.
Yeah, exactly. But does a 3+3 work? I don't know. I mean, we've got an application for a duplex with suites. So if a duplex can work, why can't a threeplex? It's a different market. But I felt that in the administration report, the comparison wasn't fair because we were comparing the slices of pizza when they were different sizes. It's like saying, how big is a slice of pizza? Well, Councillor Wyness's is this size, yours is this size. Like, how does that make a comparison fair? And so, can this work? Like, if you look at this drawing here where there's a 4 front and back, imagine just taking off one of the 4 squares. Well, you could put a huge tree in there, for example. You know, you could do something with that space, but the expectation was that there would be more space left on the property, not just that it would fill the space with 3 units. So the comparisons that were done on the attachments were comparing prices for a 3 and for a 4, but not for a smaller 3. Like they went bigger with the 3s and compared the prices. So it's not a fair.
Yeah, I hear exactly what you're saying. A great presentation, because I think livability is a huge part of it, and people, that's why sometimes the growth areas in the suburbs are so popular, because they have more green space. And I think we can make a more attractive, livable city if we maybe didn't try to jam every single thing into every piece of green space. So I really appreciate your, and I, as well, we'll look at your presentation and see if there's some value there to look at some amendments and incorporating your suggestions. So thanks again for your presentation.
Councillor Wyness, please.
Thanks, Ms. Wells. Sorry, this conversation kind of sparked my thought process. We're so, like, yes, it's RCG definitions we're working with, but we've been talking about community context. And you go to other cities, you can see 50 by 120 lots turning into cottage clusters. And I find, like, how would a community absorb cottage clusters for getting 4 units depending on lot size versus RCG? Because we have been devoid of talking about accessibility and the need for sort of a ground level suite for a lot of with no stairs in our community housing choice.
So can you clarify what you think a cottage cluster would look like?
So it'd be like a smaller rancher style house, except instead of lot coverage, you would use the space to say where the garage is, that would be one, and then you would put green space, and then you would build another little building as an example of rethinking housing in our city and a replacement. So your frontage you would drive through a single family neighborhood where you'd see a bunch of small little single families on a lot.
I think that's really worth pursuing for sure. I'm understanding that the current land use bylaw doesn't allow that kind of formatting, but one of the things that's really come up in our community is a lot of people are, aging in their homes looking for something, and RCG is not it. I did one calculation, and one of them had 45 stairs inside, on 3 levels. So, but there's nothing that sort of allows possibly stacked units, like a bungalow level with 2 levels, a basement one sunken into the ground but with big windows, and then 2. And they do them in Europe all the time. You have one set of common stairs that you go in from outside, like a lobby or a bit of a common stair, usually on one side. But the person that can still do a lot of stairs can live up on the 2nd floor. The person who wants a grade level or a flat can live on a flat. But once you're in your unit, everything is on one level. You don't have all these skinny buildings with stairs taking up most of it. And also in neighborhoods like ours, we're all bungalows, mostly. So you've got very low buildings. So putting in 2 and heaven forbid 3-story just is completely out of context. I definitely think we should be looking at the housing form, not just the, what can we squeeze onto a lot. I'd like to pursue that.
Yeah, I think with the Calgary Plan conversation in this council, I think Canadians have been forced to think about RCG as the solution to housing when there are many other choices out there, and you've given me a lot to think about, so thank you.
Yeah, because this doesn't help anybody in our community who wants to downsize. Actually, there's one more comment that I would make on that, is we've been always told that the point is to get more interaction with the street, and one of the issues that we have with these front-back ones like this is there's 2 sets of people, usually 4 people really, 4 tenants, whatever, living on the backside, and they have no access to the street. They can sit on their decks, they can never see a dog walker walk by, they can never make friends with a dog that walks by or anything like that. They don't see it. They're, on the backside of the building, and I'm not happy with that either. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That concludes this panel. Robin, are you still on the line with us? Robin McLeod?
Interaction with the.
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay.
Back ones like this.
Please stand by. Please make sure the live stream is muted. We have a ton of feedback here. Okay, please stand by. Council, is there any objection to us hearing from Robin prior to starting the lunch break? Okay, seeing no objection. Deputy Mayor, if you don't mind taking the chair, I'll be absent for the next 2 or 3 hours with hosting the Aga Khan in his visit to Western Canada, so I'll be returning after the 3:45 break. Robin, please go ahead.
Robin McLeod.
Your Worship, Mayor Farkas.
Robin, we can hear a lot in the background. You need to mute your live stream and just speak only into the telephone. Please go ahead. Okay, Robin, you need to unmute yourself so that we can hear you on the phone, but your computer needs to be muted. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay,
Sorry
Rob.
for the confusion.
No worries.
Your Worship,
Please go ahead, Robin. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, Your Worship, Mayor Farkas and City Councilors, I support Bylaw 24P 2026 and also Bylaw 25P 2026 with the caveat that the bylaws come into effect when they're passed or at the very latest August 5th, 2026 and not December 15, 26, as I think that creates more confusion, and I'll leave it at that. Perhaps the reason I support the Bylaw 24P 2026, decreasing the density from 75 to 60, is the industry personnel who had spoke previously to me said RCG is a transition between RC2 and multifamily homes or zoning. What about RC1 and RCG? We have a development that I live adjacent to on 50th Avenue and 16th Street, which is a corner lot. We have all come to expect row housing on corner lots in Altadore. So when this house applied, the owners applied to remove the restrictive covenant, we didn't go and appeal that. We just assumed, yes, it's going to be RCG, and that's what happens in Altadore. However, we were shocked when we found out the development included 10 units on this busy corner that is quite dangerous in the wintertime because of the ice as people put on their brakes and go around the corner from 50th Avenue to 16th Street South. We're not happy with that, especially when we do support secondary suites in RC1, and we do support backyard suites in RC1. I am wondering whether something can happen. I know this would be too confusing, but if you're putting an RCG in adjacent to RC1 lot, whether the density can be assured to be 60 units per hectare. I'm kind of also wondering why the city doesn't include secondary suites in its density calculation, because the total number of units has a cumulative impact on city infrastructure, including water, sewer, roads, electricity, as well as traffic, parking, and the livability of a community. We have already had 2 electric outages in Altadore this summer. I'm also wondering why we aren't discussing RCG on lots being sold in certain communities where the province is selling off properties on flood units that are selling at $1.1 million when our corner lot on 50th Avenue and 16th Street sold for $1.1 million.
I feel that some communities are protected from densification. Our community is not. We support densification, but there is a limit. We all know that housing close to downtown is never going to be non-market. I am a kind landlord. I have 2 houses in the inner city that I do offer non-market rental rates because I want to give these people a chance to make it in Calgary. Finally, business is business, and it's not without risk. One can rest assured that the development industry was well aware of what was coming down the pipe, thus the rush of applications at maximum density levels, including the one on 50th Avenue and 16th Street, and the pressure to review and get the permits out the door. So I am in support. I appreciated very much the last presentation, and I hope City Council votes in favor of bylaw 24 and 25P 2026. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. McLeod. That takes us, I believe, to the lunch break here, Council, when we return at 1:15, I believe, correct? When we return, we'll pick back up on panel 1 for anybody who may have missed this morning, and then we'll catch up with where we left off on panel 5. Okay? We'll see you all at 1:15. Hello all, welcome back to Calgary City Council public hearing. As a reminder, we are on item 7.3.2. Before we get going on that, Madam Clerk, could you call the roll, please?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kelly. On the roll, Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Dolly Wall. Councillor Jameson.
Present.
Councillor Johnston.
Present.
Councillor McLean.
I'm here.
Councillor Pantazopoulos. Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Tyers. Councillor Ward. Councillor Wyness.
Here.
Noted remote. Councillor Ewell. Councillor Atkinson. And Deputy Mayor Kelly.
I am present as well.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to, as I said before the break, we will go back to panel number 1 and just catch up and see if we have anybody who has joined us either here in the chamber or online. If I call out your name, please either give me a wave in the room, or if you're or unmute yourself on the phone and let me know that you're here. Okay, we're going to go all the way back to panel number 1 with Hai Duan. Don't have Hai. Christopher Davis.
Sorry, I am here. Can you hear me?
Sorry, is this Hai?
Yes.
Perfect. Hold on, we'll be first up on our panel here. Do we have Christopher Davis? Jane Ebern. Nicole Bishop. Karen Arndt. Sally Haggis. Henry Engelking. All right, and I think we're now up to new names here, but on panel 5, Joanne Atkins. Leslie Farrar. John Tallow. Dan Evans. Dan, come on down to the podium here. You'll be second on our panel. Denise Robinson. Denise, come on down. Paul Augustine. Terry Wong.
Here.
Thank you, Terry. So that's 4. We're looking for one more here. I think that's actually the end of our list, is it not?
There was one more individual that registered following the printing of the list. It's Corey Ann.
John Tatlow is here online, please.
Sorry, John Tallow, got you. Okay, great. And sorry, Madam Clerk, what was the one new name?
It was Corinne Johnsonius. It should be on a note on your desk there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Corinne Janowis? Janisonius, thank you. Come on down. You'll be our last presenter on this particular panel.
Yes, for Paul Augustine.
Okay, just hold on, Paul. We're going to go through this panel of 5 first, and I'll come to you once we're completed this panel then. Okay, going back again, so our list here is going to be Hai Doan, and then John Tallow, Dan Evans, Denny Robinson, and sorry, Terry Wong wasn't here, correct? Oh, he's online, that's why I have him marked. Perfect, and then Terry. And then Corinne will be our last one on this panel. Okay, with that then, Mr. Doan, you are up first. You have 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Council. My name is Hai Don. I am a resident of Ward 9. I am a renter, a subterranean basement dweller, and someone with modest income who wish to live car-free or car-light in the inner city. I'm calling from work today to speak in favor of middle housing. That is to say, in opposition to reduce maximum density to the RCG land use, so item 7.3.2, and in support of making secondary suite, backyard suite permitted citywide 7.3.3. I apologize to the chairs that I'm speaking on both items at once due to time constraint. So the reduction in RCG unit per hectare density, for me, this is a simple case. Your planners have asked home builders for their maps. The balance sheet will simply not work out. You are restricting the RCG land use to the point of financial infeasibility. If you are pro-business and free enterprise, please don't make home building any more difficult, and don't make home ownership any more difficult for young people. There is as much demand for a 700K single-family home in the suburb as there is a demand for a 700K fourplex in the inner city. Except that 700K inner city fourplex will now cost closer to 850K because we have artificially constrained the supply of what is a desirable product. Council should let young people choose where they want to live instead of telling us what kind of life we should aspire to. After all, by all legal definitions, we are as much the adult in the room as the rest of you. I'm also not in favor of any further bill form restriction to the RCG district, which is to say eliminating the courtyard block bill form. While this may be fine in terms of financial sense to builders, I do find the bill form a bit quite desirable. I'm also speaking in favor of permitted basement suite for the selfish reason that it's such a cheap way to live near, like, basement and backyard suite, I should say. It's a cheap way to live near awesome location without paying an exorbitant amount. As a basement dweller myself, I think they're awesome. Let's make more of them, and more importantly, more of them legally. Making secondary suite hard to build doesn't mean people will stop building them, or, you know, in case of existing basements, just adding them. A more abundant and well-regulated supply of secondary suite help people to steer clear of dangerous and undesirable living situation. Same thing with backyard suite. Most houses in Calgary have a garage, so the building is already there. Instead of storing a car, it can now store a car and be a home for a person or two. It's really not that radical of an aesthetic change. This is as gentle density gets. And most of these will not be built by big developers. The people building them will mostly be your neighbors, investing for some additional income or a place for their friends or their aging relatives. I don't recall my time sitting on my community planning committee that a backyard suite has raised an eyebrow. We really don't need to have this much back and forth about these small items. I'm happy to never have to comment on any that doesn't need a relaxation again. Local democracy is good, but there's a reason we don't let citizens tell us how to rake every leaf. We need efficient governance that empower private citizens to develop wealth. Also, please approve the changes to the height chamfer and the suite area rules, which takes up 66% of your relaxation requests, if I recall. These are small technical rules that unnecessarily tie up your planners, and more importantly, it ties up the people looking up to build backyard suite. I thank Council for that time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dwan. We will continue on our panel here. Mr. Tatlow, pardon me. John, you're on the phone with us, is that correct? John Tatlow?
Yes, John Tatlow, it's me. I'm here.
Perfect. We can hear you loud and clear, John. Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. Good afternoon, Mayor Farkas and members of council. My name is John Tatlow, and my address is 2406 Bayview Place, Southwest Calgary. 24P 2026 and 25P 2026 do not affect my property directly. However, I have listened carefully to the citizen presenters this past day and truly empathize with the challenges and grief that they face. In any event, please let the record show that I vote a solid yes, that's Y-E-S, yes, to both 24P 2026 and 25 2026, and please bring these in sooner. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tatlow. We'll continue on with our panel. Mr. Evans, come on down. You have 5 minutes from when you start.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, members of council. My name is Dan Evans. I'm a longtime resident of Crescent Heights, and I'm here representing myself. First, I'd just like to say thanks for investing your time today in these hearings. They're very important to us as members of the public. I know they're a heavy lift. So many presenters today have said the public should be listened to. So I think it's worth reminding ourselves what the public said back in March and what council initiated in response to that. The public clearly said RCG, as defined in the bylaw, allows for a built form that's just too big in terms of massing. It doesn't work. The public asked for change. Council responded. You lowered the allowable height from 11 to 10 meters, you reduced lot coverage from 60 to 55%, and then you asked for a study on the impact of lowering density from 75 to 60 units per hectare. So taken together, these changes have the potential to significantly address the concerns around RCG scale. And this last bylaw change, impacting density, has to be looked at in context with the other changes you've already made. It's a package. It's not just about density, it's about the overall impact and reducing that impact on RCG and Calgary communities. Now, administration has essentially presented two arguments to reject this change. The first is that changing density doesn't change building mass. Well, that's true if you're building to the maximum allowable coverage on the lot. But developers don't have to do that. Limiting it to 3+3 means built form will change. New designs will emerge. Hopefully, that means incorporation of meaningful amount of amenity space, better strategic sort of streetscape integration, more livable spaces. So these are the changes that the public asked for. The other argument is that it increases the price of housing to the point it becomes uneconomical to build. I'd like to offer a few data points to counter that assumption. The first is that there's a 3+3 unit development currently being built in Crescent Heights on 6th Avenue. And then we've also heard from other presenters that recent approvals for 3+3 builds are happening in other established communities. So at least a few developers clearly think it's economical to build 3 units on RCG. The second, since the introduction of RCG in our community, we've seen the average price of a 50-foot property rise from about $700,000 to $900,000, almost exclusively because of competition with developers. I would suggest that that price might drop back down by a significant amount, possibly offsetting the cost impact that administration quotes as an additional cost per unit. Finally, I've been following an RCG development in our neighborhood on 10th Avenue Northeast that's currently in the middle of a court battle over removal of a restrictive covenant. In that case, under oath, during discovery, the developer said he expected to generate a $1 million profit on that development. That would suggest to me that there's some room in the current economics of RCG to adjust to 60 units per hectare. I would have hoped some of these economic factors would have been included in a technical modeling done by administration, but instead, it appears to be an oversimplified report that concludes building the same building and dividing it by 3 instead of 4 increases the cost per unit. Okay. Speakers from industry earlier today said reducing coverage from 60 to 55% didn't make a difference. They said reducing height from 11 meters to 10 meters didn't make a difference, and in fact, both were good changes. But they railed in opposition at the time those changes were proposed, saying it would make building uneconomical. Now they're saying the same thing about reducing density. I'd argue the building industry is far more resilient, and it will adjust as required. I applaud the work Council has already done to improve the RCG district bylaw. I encourage Council to approve both of these bylaw amendments as important components of your collective initiatives to ensure RCG represents sensitive development in our communities by reducing height, reducing coverage, and now reducing density. As a final point, I'd also like to ask, in case I missed it, what happened with Council's direction to administration through your motion arising on March 23rd to also include a study and recommendation on adding contextual setbacks to the RCG bylaw? That was clearly identified in the Council decision summary dated March 23rd, item 6. Council correctly identified this as another critical element to sensitive RCG development. I don't know what happened to that. I hope one of you is able to ask administration that question. If somebody could clarify that, that would be great. Thank you very much for your consideration today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Evans. Appreciate your presentation here today. Mr. Robinson, come on forward. You have 5 minutes as well from when you start.
Hi, my name is Denny Robinson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. So I live in Banff Trail, near many of these new developments, infill developments. And I'm here today to speak in opposition to the motion to reduce the UPH in RCG from 75 to 60. I think you should refuse that motion. So there are two issues here. One, what is suitable in existing RCG lots? So you have RCG lots in about 3,000 throughout the city, I think we heard, and they're primarily on main streets that were upzoned in 2017 through the Main Street program, places like 16th Avenue. The second question is, what is suitable on rezoned lots? So the RCG zone could be implemented on a new lot, not in those Main Street areas, and you have to ask yourself, okay, is the built form of this RCG with 75 UPH suitable there? So I think we heard something fairly important from a number of members of the industry, which is that triplexes are not financially viable because of the regulatory incentives. And I agree that that's not a desirable state, but it's a state that is in some part the result of provincial building code, and in some part the result of the way this city applies infill levy charges and improvement charges to new development. So if you wanted to fix the infill charges, you could improve the viability of triplexes if you wanted to increase those. However, in the meantime, you have two questions before you. Are there any RCG lots in Calgary where a fourplex is appropriate? And I can confidently tell you that there are lots. I see them every day when I walk to the C-train station and when I walk around my community. We can disagree about whether there are 100 or 500 or 10,000 or 10, but there are some that clearly exist. And if you'd like to come to my neighborhood, I'm happy to walk by them and show them to you. Since the rezoning, you have retaken the right on council to approve each RCG upzoning individually. The question isn't how is this appropriate generally, is are there places in which it could be appropriate? And I'm telling you right now, yes, there are. And if you agree with me, you can approve those land use amendments one by one. The second issue is those 3,000 or so lots, primarily along the main streets. Those were upzoned in 2017. Somebody could have bought that lot in 2018 and made hundreds of thousands of dollars of investment based on the assumption that they had an RCG lot which could be redeveloped. As the previous speaker just conceded, that lot might be worth a couple $100,000 less if you essentially downzone it to RC2 by reducing the UPH. That sort of downzoning after the fact, years later, and notably after a 2021 election was fought in which those main streets were not an issue, in which the subsequent council did not repeal any of those main street zones, would be an unreasonable attack on the property rights of the people who made those purchases. I'd also just like to note that these main streets and these RCG lots post August 4th are primarily in wards 4, 7, and 8. These are in core city areas close to the C-train, SAIT, UCalgary, the Woodhills Medical Center. These are areas where we've invested considerable sums of taxpayer money which has caused land uplift in the area and which the residents of the area have not solely paid for. Taxpayers in Harvest Hills, Mackenzie Town, Crestmont, Sage Hill, and outside Calgary at the provincial level have paid for these improvements. By allowing more housing in these core city areas, we improve our tax base, we give people who paid for those amenities more opportunities for them and for their children to access them, and we maintain the reputation for some business certainty in Calgary when in 2017 we say this is an RCG lot. We don't change our minds in 2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robinson. Mr. Wong, I believe you're on the phone for us. Is that correct?
Yes, I am, Your Worship. Thank you.
Perfect.
Sorry I wasn't able to stay beyond the lunchtime.
Oh,
I hope you can hear me.
That's fair. I think we even had a couple of our colleagues who had to do the same thing and move to online. So all good. We can hear you perfectly clear, Terry. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Terry Wong, former Ward 7 City Councilor, currently living in Briar Hill. I spoke yesterday about exemptions because, again, to be transparent, I do have an application for a RCG development. I'm here today speaking on behalf of the reduction of the units per hectare, from 75 to 60, and the reason why there's actually different ways to approach the issue of over-densification in communities. Reducing, number one, you've heard many people say in previous speakers that reducing from 75 to 60 will effectively reduce the 4 units and perhaps secondary suites to 3 units of secondary suites and the economics associated with that. You've heard also people talk about in favor of 3 based upon greater amenity space and reduced densities on streets. You know, at the end of the day, during the years in council, I debated amenities many times over, and as the previous speaker spoke about Ward 7, how many RCG developments have we realized in Ward 7 in that time? There were a lot. I'm going to cite one particular issue, and that is, for example, in the Capitol Hill area, where we over-densified Capitol Hill and Mount Pleasant particularly. And if I were on council today and receiving more applications, I said, yes, this is within the 75 hectares per 75 units per hectare, we'd have to accept it. The greater question, though, is not whether theoretically it is. The greater question is whether or not the actualization of density in a community has been over-densified or not. We never, ever, as council, received from administration, or in a community for that matter, the actual densification in a community. In other words, Capitol Hill, when you think about all the row houses, townhouses, condos, apartments that we put in there, especially being around state, I guarantee you, we've exceeded 75 hectares, units per hectare. The question, however, though, if you go to Brentwood, they're probably, well within the 75. And so the question then becomes not whether 75 is the theoretical or the 60 is the theoretical. The question is, what is the actual densification in the area? I asked council, the direct administration, to bring back applications that give you the actual housing density in the area, so you can actually say, yes, this is over-densification or not. That is the greater question about over-densification of communities, therefore over stress on utilities and parking and everything else. If you have that measure, then you'll be able to say, yes, we are protecting the communities or not. Arbitrarily moving from 75 to 60, economically, as well as from a housing stock perspective, as well as for people like myself, we're trying to build something that fits a multi-generational need, and for that matter, a retirement financing perspective, you're effectively cutting us out. The final comment I'm going to say is that, or 2 final comments, is one of Melanie Swales made a comment earlier, and I believe Dan Evans made a comment, that site coverage height is what really reduces the density on a house, on a lot. Those changes to RCG bylaw are appropriate. Again, the hectare one is not. The last thing again, I also wanted to say is that you approved yesterday exemption of 247 properties that are in flight. I again will say there will be a challenge if you change the hectares measured today. There'll be a challenge on the 247 about, we were guided to do this and you're changing the rules midstream, and therefore, it's going to hurt a lot of people and people are going to complain about it. So with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wong. Our last presenter on this panel, Corinne Jansonius. I got it that time?
Spot on.
Excellent. Corinne, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. I'd like to speak about the issue of densification from 75 down to 60. And overall, I support it, or at least I think it needs to be more nuanced than what you're proposed, than just staying at 75. I noticed the same thing that was mentioned this morning, that the developers took the 55% coverage and they just split it differently, and they said it doesn't make sense economically. But it's not a fair comparison. And if they were to cut it down to 45%, like the single, like the semi-detached, now we have a smaller footprint, It's still as big as it was before because we had 60% last year, and they managed to build a lot of fine 4-unit buildings. If they cut it down to 45%, I wonder if that wouldn't cut down some of the costs. Maybe they don't need to do the DSSP for the water retention. Maybe they can just let the water drain on site. Maybe there's other benefits that would bring the cost down and keep the neighborhoods a little more in character of what they were before while letting more people enjoy the neighborhood. I'm really sad that we've lost so much green space, so many trees. I live in Mount Pleasant, so I can see how the tree canopy's been changing year over year. It's not getting bigger. And there's not a lot of space for big trees on these big units they're building. And if they just would leave more space, they would build a better build form, a new build form that lets people live in a triplex, but have some yard where the kids can play or they can put in a garden or something like that. So I think it's actually an asset to the city and an asset to the neighborhoods if we encourage a different build form. We encourage the threeplexes with a 45% lot coverage and more free space in the yard to save trees, to plant trees, kids to play, you name it. In my area, there is not actually a playground for the kids. They have to cross a busy street in a 24-block area. We have no play area. And I think then the yards become even more important. The streets work too, but the yards are better. So I would encourage City Council to see if they can bring the price down. Like if the DSSP isn't required, that brings the price down. And let's see. One thing that might also help, and I did not realize that the RCG is going to be a permitted use going forward. That really surprised me, especially with things like the front setback not being contextual at all. So maybe a solution is to add back the front setbacks being more contextual, at least on the 3x3, and then making the 3x3 permitted and the 4x4 stays discretionary. So that presumably also cuts the cost down for the developers. I think we could be more creative in how we're looking at the costs and see if we can't come up with a solution that fits the neighbors. Because I'm happy to have more people move in the neighborhood. I love the dog walkers. I think ideally everybody would be able to see the dog walkers from their house, but you know, build forms will vary. But can't we save the beautiful parts of the neighborhood, which would be the tree canopy, which is a green space, which cools our neighborhood down. When everybody talks about climate change and how we have to densify, if we take away all the green space, we're just feeding into a different aspect of climate change, and we're making the neighborhoods less livable and less desirable. So the people who move in next year might be happy, but the people who move in 10 years from now might say, it sure gets hot in the summer because it's all concrete around here. So I would encourage the thought of trying to do more with a smaller build space that would still allow the densification and hopefully make the developers and administration and Calgarians a little happier, somewhere in the middle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jansonius. Council, that's the conclusion of this particular panel. Does anyone have any questions for any of the panel members? I'm not seeing anyone in the queue, so I'll look around one last time. Not seeing any? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, wait, pause. Councillor Jameson.
11th hour, thank you. Ms. Evans. Sorry, Mr. Evans, sort of that.
That's okay.
You touched on a little bit about the economics, and you made some good points about some good examples about how threeplexes are actually working for a number of builders, and the contrast and the argument between it can't be done, nobody will make money, industry is not interested. Can you touch on that a little bit more, and what your thoughts are?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's easy to make the argument that if you simply look at same building costs divide it over 3 units and 4 units, then the cost is going to go up, the price of housing is going to go up. But I don't think it's that simple. I think that there are a lot of other number of factors that go into that economics, like lot value, like built form. You don't have to build the same building to the same scale. And those are things that a developer would look at and trying to determine whether it makes sense to, economically for a particular development. So my argument was simply that it would have been nice if administration presented a more robust economical analysis of what it might present to the industry in terms of, how we could continue to encourage inner-city intensification with the new built form in the same way we did with allowing 4+4. So, my interpretation of the math is if it adds $142,000 per unit, that means they took that fourth unit, which must have cost 3 times that much, $420,000 to build, and spread it over the other 3 units. So if you're still spending that $420,000 and it comes off of $1 million profit margin, you're left at, let's just call it $600,000. But I think the lot value is going to decrease. So now you're making $700,000. That still feels like a reasonable return on capital for a development that happens over a year. Again, that's my math. I did develop in the community of Crescent Heights at one time. I haven't in a long time, so I don't know what the current economics are. But I would have loved to, seen a more robust analysis. And I'm pretty sure because people are building them, they're not doing it for free.
Yeah, and you made a good point. You talked about the competitiveness, and if you're a home buyer and you're competing against a number of developers, that will raise the price of the land. And that's a big part that I don't think is talked about enough about why these units cost so much money and become very unaffordable in many cases. And the land matters and land value matters. And yeah, that's an interesting point, because I think you're the only one that's made that point, is that if you restrict, or if you would move it from a 4-plex to a 3-plex, the possible desire for a developer to buy the land would go down, which might equal a lower land value and possibly make it easier for a regular non-commercial person to buy the lot for their family or whatever. And that's an interesting argument you made. Do you want to touch on that?
Which I think is a good impact.
Right.
Just to keep the existing homes affordable for people who want to buy into the community. So.
Yeah, and you made that point that if that were to drop, then that 137,000, I believe you said, that number, which was thought to be what that fourth unit potentially is valued at or profited at, that would essentially erase. It's like a net, potentially could be a net zero.
Potentially. I mean, it'll at least even it out a little bit. It'll have some effect that didn't seem to be incorporated in administration's report.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, because like I said, you're the only one that actually made that comparison. And so thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Evans. Any other questions from any other members of council for this panel? Okay, not seeing any then. Thank you, Mr. Dwan, Tatlow, Evans, Robinson, Wong, and Ms. Jansoni. Yes, we appreciate your time here today. Okay, we're going to assemble a new panel here, potentially our last. We'll see. Mr. Augustine, are you still on the phone with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you'll be up first in just a moment. Christian LaVenture, are you with us?
Oh, yes.
Perfect. Christian, you'll be up second then for us. And I'm going to loop back around to the beginning of the list here to call through potentially one last time to see if anyone else is here with us. Christopher Davis, Jane Ebbern, Nicole Bishop, Karen Arndt, Sally Haggis, Henry Engelking, Joanne Atkins.
Oh, yes, I'm calling on behalf of Joanne Atkins.
And sorry, what's your name?
This is Lisa Poole.
Lisa, I can't stand in for Joanne Atkins, but we are happy to have you speak on this particular item. So that's okay. Just hold on a moment. And then last up, Leslie Farrar. Okay, then our panel that we have here in front of us is going to be Paul Augustine, Christian LaVenture, and Lisa Poole. Mr. Augustine, you have 5 minutes from when you start.
All right, thank you. Honorable Mayor and Council, is my slide 1 up? Do you see a slide that I'd sent in?
Yes, we do. It's up on the screen.
Okay, great. So my name is Paul Augustine, and I live in Ward 1. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My talk covers 3 main points. First, the support of the motion for reduced density. Second, the need for broad public engagement for a workable solution. And C, possible confusion by the public on the presentation of this motion. Slide 2, please. I am in favor of the land use bylaw motion to reduce the maximum density from 75 units to 60 units per hectare. The City Administration report presented industry perspectives and recommended rejection of the motion. I think it is important to keep in mind the goal of many Calgarians in repealing blanket rezoning was to reduce the negative impacts of multi-unit developments within established communities. A workable solution includes many components: reduced maximum density with less dwelling units and less bedrooms, reduced building mass and height, lower parcel coverage, improved privacy and less shadowing and massing of adjacent properties, improved setbacks, and increased soft landscaping. Next slide, please. 2, I recommend broad public engagement to develop a workable solution to balance community concerns with viable development opportunities. We need to engage residents, community associations, industry representatives, and other subject matter experts. The triplex configurations presented in the City Admin report do not meet the community expectations that prompted the repeal of blanket rezoning. This was covered well in Melanie Swales' presentation. The engagement should include consideration of alternate building forms, maximum height and floor areas, setbacks, parking strategies, and parcel coverage. Next slide, please. Also, consideration for further design requirements to preserve privacy, limit shadowing and massing on adjacent properties. We need to do this right. We do not want another repeal or a major regulatory review in the future if new development outcomes continue to be incompatible with established communities. The implementation of blanket rezoning has imposed significant stress and uncertainty for homeowners. That very intrusive multi-unit development could be the house next door soon. Unlike greenfield communities, brownfield redevelopment occurs unpredictably throughout established communities. There is little opportunity for density to transition gradually across a community. As a result, regulations and processes need to be extremely well thought out to prevent inappropriate development. Land use bylaws are needed that preserve the established contextual nature of communities, respect the privacy of adjacent homeowners, reduce excessive building, shadowing, and massing, and provide adequate soft landscaping to support healthy trees, shrubs, and green space. These elements are essential if Calgary is to become a more livable city while continuing to accommodate growth and densification. Next slide, please. The public may be unaware or confused about how the motion was presented before Council. Motions are commonly presented in the form recommended by City Administration. However, in this case, City Administration recommends that Council refuse and abandon the motion. As a result, some Calgarians who support density reduction may not have realized that Council was considering a motion that City Administration recommends rejecting rather than supporting. Consequently, there may have been significantly more people writing submissions and speaking on this motion as the presentation of the motion been more widely understood. In conclusion, I encourage Council to approve this motion. I encourage Council to initiate broad public engagement to develop a workable multi-unit development solution, a solution that balances community concerns with viable development opportunities. Densification is happening in established communities. As we work together, we will get to where we need to be. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Augustine. Mr. LaVenture, you are up next. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. I'm a bit disappointed by this motion. I think why make the zoning code less flexible? I don't know. I want to hold up a sign and just be like, guys, I feel like this is going the wrong way. I used to live in a 4-block townhome in Rundle, and it backed onto this really nice courtyard green space. There was always kids playing. There was like rabbits. It was really picturesque. I even had Andre Chabot as my counselor. What a treat. I don't think that place would have magically been better with one less home per block. And sadly, at least from what's being presented today, it seems that with a different set of rules, it might never have been able to have been built. And that would have sucked because it was pretty affordable at the time. And that makes me sad because there was lots of families that lived there and sort of depended on this sort of housing as an affordable option. I wonder who this motion is for, what sort of concessions on density will be enough. Like, we've already repealed the RCG citywide, as the base zoning type. And now you want to make what's left less able to meet demand or encourage less land rezonings. It doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. We're talking about land value, but
a semi-detached or a triplex. Where things can get a little bit complicated is if there's a secondary suite. Then there is a requirement for a slightly more robust separation between the units. So that can add a little bit of cost, but not a significant amount of cost when you're going from 2 to 3 or even 4 units.
So that's when you see that there's like a concrete wall that's often poured when these are often 4 and 4, 4 up and then 4 basement suites. And there's a hard concrete wall poured just between sort of the 4 on one side and the 4 on the other.
Yeah. So actually the city administration just recently made a change to not require that concrete wall if certain requirements are met. So many developers are taking advantage of that and actually just putting in a wood frame wall with gypsum board cladding on it, which satisfies the fire rating requirement.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate you coming to answer Councillor Atkinson's question. Okay, with that, I don't think I see anyone else in the queue for any questions of administration. That means we're heading to the motion. We have it on the screen here. Do we have a mover for the motion? Councillor Atkinson moves. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Ewell. I think we have some amendments here. Do we want to head straight to those, Madam Clerk, or do we want to go? Oh, there we go. Perfect. Well done, Councillor Tyers.
Can you see them on the screen? Like you see them on your screen. I don't see it on my screen.
Right now, up on the screen is just the motion.
Thank you. Now I see it.
Excellent.
Just to interject on procedure, I believe the opener gets an open.
Yeah,
the mover, the mover gets an open.
That's correct. Thank you very much, Councillor Smith. Councillor Atkinson, please go ahead and with your open.
I appreciate the work done by administration to look into this. I mean, it came from sort of the suite of changes that we were exploring in the previous hearing to address some of the concerns that we've been hearing from community around RCG housing. And we saw a number of those changes already implemented. The lower height and the lot coverage are in place, and well, I guess will be in place in a couple of days when the new rules for RCG come into effect. To go away and do this work, I think was really important. It's given, I think, even me some time to wander around my neighborhood, right, in Ward 7, and really understand where has RCG been really felt in community and the impacts of it being really felt in community. And to be honest, to see this recommendation come where with the idea of refusing sort of the change from 75 to 60 units, I think makes sense, because when I'm walking around in the neighborhood, there have been many great fourplexes that have been built. They can be done well, and I think actually the considerations in terms of height and lot coverage that we brought in earlier addressed the bulk of sort of the concerns that I've heard from community. The big one is the mid-block split, where you've got 4 units, 2 up, 2 down in the front, 2 up, 2 down in the rear yard, and then a garage in the back, where you have a huge amount of lot coverage. Well, I guess it's the same amount of lot coverage, but it just feels to the folks living on either side, and just the way that the buildings sort of spread across the land there, to be quite an imposition compared to sort of the way you have four units on the corner. So with that, I think that I can get behind the pieces here, and I really do think that we as a council really need to turn our sights towards the next zoning bylaw. We need to, things like what Councillor Winus was talking about, different innovative housing forms, right? The cottage clusters, different ways that we can potentially look. We tried, I think, as this was coming online, we even heard how this RCG and a lot of what even the mid-block pieces came out of experiments that were taking place, but we didn't have the right rules to allow those things to take place properly. So what we need to actually turn our sights towards is how do we create the right conditions that allow for certainty for community, but also the right different kinds of housing that we need built. That experimentation shouldn't take place through DCs. It should take place through a set of rules that we've created that allow for that to take place while respecting community. So happy to support the recommendations as proposed by administration, and but then turn our sights towards the next piece, especially with all of the conditions now in play, that every single RCG application, every single one, is going to have to come to this council for us to have a hearing on. So with that, opened.
Thank you very much, Councillor Atkinson. I think now we'll move over to Councillor Tyers for an amendment on the main motion.
I just need some clarification about the order of us doing this. Do we do the debate and then questions of clarification and then the amendment, or what?
So we've finished the questions of clarification, and from an order
I mean, we
perspective.
can still ask questions like on my amendment.
You can ask a question as part of your debate, yes. And just following through on the queue here, Councillor Atkinson had his open, and you're the first RTS, so nobody else has had an opportunity to debate. You got your RTS in for the amendment before anyone else debated the main.
Okay. So I will begin then. I support reducing the maximum density in RCG from 75 to 60 units per hectare. A 60-unit limit still delivers meaningful new housing while providing a better balance with established neighborhoods. Community associations have consistently supported a lower density approach that allows growth while improving neighborhood integration. Reducing density gives Calgary an opportunity to measure impacts on infrastructure, parking, massing, privacy, tree canopy, and neighborhood fit before considering future increases. A lower density allows for more landscaping, better setbacks, reduced shadowing, and greater preservation of mature trees. As far as the implementation date, this is where my amendment comes in. I do not support the proposed December 15th implementation date. Delaying the implementation by months will create another rush of applications under rules that council has already decided to change. Deadline-driven grandfathering creates uncertainty for communities, applicants, and administration. The bylaw should come into force in a reasonable time upon passing to provide clarity and certainty. Once council makes a decision, we should implement it without creating another race to submit applications under the previous rules. Given the sequence of the repeal and bylaw changes, my amendment is going with August 5th, 2026 is the final date that you can submit an application under the old rules. After August 5th, the new rules of RCG for density reduction will be applied. And with that, I believe, do I bring the amendment forward then?
Yep. Madam Clerk, you have the amendment. Can you bring it up on screen?
We do, and just for clarity, because we are at the main motion, the first amendment that would be in order would be the amendment to the main motion, not to the bylaws. So anything with respect to the dates or the content within the bylaws, those would need to be introduced separately after first reading.
Understood. So this is the first in a group of 3 amendments. The first one says to amend the first recommendation, if you can bring it up. Wherein refuse and abandon, recommendation 1 be replaced with give 3 readings 2. And I think that's pretty self-explanatory.
And I think you've given us a nice open on that one. Do we have a seconder for this motion or for this amendment? Councillor Wyness, I think I see your hand there. Taking a look at the queue here, Councillor Clark, your RTS is on the main, and Councillor Jameson is yours is on the main as well. Then we'll go to Councillor Ewell on the amendment.
Yeah, I'm not going to support this. I like I said when I was asking administration, this is pulling the goalie. We had confidence when an RCG would come to like when a fourplex would come to council under RCG, there was confidence that it would just be a fourplex. Doing this won't stop fourplexes from coming to council. They'll just come in a different form. They'll come in HGO or MCG, and so this doesn't really do anything, just changes the name, and also kind of pulls the goalie. And what I mean by that, it won't give us confidence that when an applicant's coming, oh yeah, I'll do a fourplex, but I have to use the HGO or MCG to do it. Really doesn't give us confidence that it's going to be a fourplex. And so I would say that this puts a lot of uncertainty going forward if we reduce the units per hectare, because I think it's a good, RCG is fine as a use. I think it's no longer blanketed. And so everything's going to come to council now, but now the fourplexes will become at a bigger threat to density for those who are concerned about high density volume. So I'm not going to support this at this time, but and I encourage others not to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Ewell. Madam Clerk, I know you're messaging me, but sorry. Could you maybe just give us a little bit of clarity here in terms of this versus I think what Councillor Tyre spoke to in her open was mainly about the date, but I'm not seeing anything in this particular amendment about the date.
That's correct, because the date is contained within the bylaw. So any amendments related to the bylaw will have to wait until bylaw 24P 2026 is given a first reading. The amendment that's on the screen is looking to replace the words refuse and abandon in the cover report that is before you. Replace those words with give 3 readings to the bylaw.
Thank you very much for the clarification. Councillor Pantazopoulos on the amendment.
Thanks so much. One thing I've heard today in discussion with colleagues is that we really have to get working on the new land use bylaw. All of our efforts need to be there. I support going down, less density, but I can't support this today because I don't know the domino effect. We need to amend everything. And what struck with me is a comment from administration about the rung on a ladder. And that really makes sense to me. I literally at lunch was just on a call with a developer that went to DC because they said, you know what, we don't have, community wants this, we want this, we had to find something. And I just said to myself, here's where it goes again. So we have to find that middle. But absent all the other changes, it's sort of, think of it as like baking a cake. You want to get all your ingredients out there to understand what works where. And if we change one thing, there has to be an adjustment over here. So I think where I will vote against this, but the next recommendation was the time. Absolutely, I don't know we're talking about that today, right now, makes total sense. But I think that's important to understand that is we can still, that big bylaw that's coming in Q1 is super critical, and we have to see the whole package. And then we can make those adjustments, because you're absolutely right. There's nothing worse if somebody brings forward and now you have to go up to an M. Well, that could be 100 plus units. And now you're saying, well, come at DC, can you do this? And it creates a whole bunch of work, not only for administration, but for community as well. So there has to be something. I don't think it works. We've heard that. The sizing matters. The sizing helps. The 55%, the height, all those things. And but we have to bring it all together. And
Sorry, can I do a point of order?
Go ahead.
Section 27 requires us to comment on the issue at hand. And I feel like we're making a debate on the main motion when this is just changing the words around, and we can have that same debate whether this passes or not.
All right, thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Panagopoulos, if you can keep your debate focused on the refuse and abandon versus the give 3 readings to, which is essentially, do you want to keep this first item or get rid of it? So it's a pretty large change here that actually gives you a fair bit of width in terms of your debate on this.
And I guess I'm going down the path that we're debating on what we're doing with RCG, so I'll just continue that and look there. You know, fundamentally, yeah, we get this through, it goes down, there's a recommendation change RCG. I think the right conversation is a few months' time and not today, so therefore we'll not vote to support this, but subsequent ones that are coming through, absolutely, because it's the right thing to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Panagopoulos. Councillor Wyness, is your request to speak on the amendment?
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
I support this. I'm getting a little frustrated that when we say 4, we're actually talking about 8 units. It's not a 4-plex, it's an 8-plex. When we talk 3 units, it's not a 3-plex, it's a 6-plex. Back in the old days, in the 90s, it would just be a 4-plex of 4 units, and it would be 2 and 2. But now we've shifted the goalpost in how we communicate about the built form. And so our job right now is the opportunity for us to talk about the built form in the community. And we've heard from the built forms that have existed, we have drainage problems, we have lot coverage problems, we have massing, we have a lot of problems all at once, and this is allowing us to start creating that contextual setback that needs to exist. When council did blanket zoning, we overshot the mark because we started allowing 4 up front, 4 in the middle, and then garages. So that was way too much. So then I'm sure when some of the councillors are driving around the community, they're going, this is too much, and it's not really contextual to the mix. We've led through the how we design our bylaws, where we've essentially put citizens who are not developing saying, hey, good luck, hire a lawyer. Sorry for your fence caving into the hole. So we have to look at what the lot coverage is, what we're trying to remedy to make sure that we have the community, we have more density, we have more row house built out with parking, with integration next to single family and duplex. Where we struggle with in our policy is how do we actually get established area community with like 50 by 120 lots to absorb and transition after another, you will end up fighting over, wait, this one's too big, this is not put on the property, right? Even though we're not supposed to talk about it at the land use. And so it is better for us to do 60% because if you actually talk to him longer, when we did the blanket zoning, this is what we were finding was actually more productive for the community wanting to absorb the redevelopment in their neighborhood. And I think some of the inner city councilors are probably hearing about basements flooding when we get heavy rains. Again, we have lost permeable surface. And so we have to start thinking about how to introduce that back into our redevelopment of established area. That's why I think it is good to actually approve the recommendation that is before us right now. And while we want to sit here and talk about the economics of housing, we have challenges on the federal policy that is not incentivizing home ownership, but is actually incentivizing and giving preferable rates to developers to actually hold the property and turn into landlords, which is also having an impact on housing affordability. So I'm not going to continue to debate all the different variables, but support this.
Thank you, Councillor Weines. Councillor Johnson on the amendment.
Yes, and again, just by supporting this doesn't mean you support the main motion. This will actually, even though it's contrary to what administration has brought to us, you can still vote no to the main motion to not allow the recommendations to go through. The way I see this is that we've had plenty of speakers come and go asking us to vote for something that they do or don't want, or vote against something they do or don't. It's confusing the way it was written. I mean, it was written properly, but it's still confusing. For me, this just makes it a bit easier for us to communicate with the public on what it is we're actually doing. So, I mean, if you want it to be less confusing, vote yes to this, and then vote no if you don't agree with the main motion that gets replaced. So, yeah, I would just say vote yes to this, and then vote your conscience when it comes to the floor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Schmidt.
I think we're just really making a mess of everything here. We put in place all of this stuff in April, and we asked for an economic analysis. We got it. And now with this amendment, we are saying, yeah, we don't want to follow that. I think what we probably should have done is just eliminated the RCG land use form right off the top, because now we're creating uncertainty, we're creating confusion, and we are opening ourselves up to just a lot of direct control districts. And I won't be supporting this today because we already struggle enough with land use hearings as a council. And, you know, ultimately this comes down to, if we think it's not working, it's not because we have a land use bylaw that is almost 20 years old. And every time we do this, we are extending the amount of time it's going to take to get to the new zoning bylaw. So I won't be supporting this today.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Atkinson on the amendment.
Yeah, to bring in the 60 UPH is going to push the development, like now that we've repealed and every new application is going to be coming for a land use hearing in the future, RCG or otherwise. This will incentivize those folks who are already making the investment of time and resourcing to come in and do a land use change to then just push to one of the other forms that is actually not what we heard from community today. It will be higher density. It will be more lot coverage. All of the fixes that we just brought in for RCG that are going to land in a couple of days, all of that work will be for naught, because all that we're going to have is, instead of developers coming in and applying for RCG, they're going to come in and apply for HCO, or they're going to apply for MCG, or they're going to, right? So, and yeah, we can say no.
Sorry, point of order, again, the amendment at hand is just to change the words. The main
Yes,
motion
but
is
the
coming
change.
Just let me.
Section
Heard Councillor Johnson.
27(1), please ask the clerk.
I've heard you, Councillor Johnson. Just a reminder to all councillors that we are debating right now whether we want to refuse and abandon, or whether we want to give 3 readings to 75 units per hectare. So
Correct, which
continue.
changes the UPH, and that is what I'm speaking to, which will have
No,
outcomes.
we're changing the words to the main motion.
Councillor Johnson, I rule that Councillor Atkins, if I may, rule that Councillor Atkinson is correct. The change of the words to this would instead of refusing and abandoning the 75 to 60, it would actually give 3 readings to it. So I definitely believe that Councillor Atkinson is correct here in terms of his debate about 75 versus 60, or not doing that. If you'd like to challenge the ruling, feel free. Not hearing any, though. Councillor Atkinson, please continue.
So this will move the way that those land use applications that have to come now, where they have to, because we've now repealed and we've sent all of these properties back and they're going to have to do a land use change. So why would they not apply for other forms that will have the opposite effects of what community has been asking for? Less lot coverage, less density, right? MCG allows for higher density. That's what we learned through that Tuxedo Park applications just days ago.
So,
You're now going to be getting into sort of different pieces here.
Point of order?
Point of order, Councillor Chabot.
Thank you. I hate to sound like I'm rasping on the same drum, but the debate that I'm hearing around the table now is I think more aligned with this motion if it passes. At this point right now, we're only debating, as with Councillor Johnson pointed out, as to whether or not to change the wording. If it passes, then I would think that would be the appropriate time to debate the validity of the motion as amended. But right now, that motion is not even before us. All that's before us is just to change those words. I agree with Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Councillor Chabot. I think I already ruled on this one that because the difference between refuse and abandon and give 3 readings to materially changes whether we keep this or not, I'm going to give a fair bit of free rein to councillors in terms of their debate, because that is a pretty wide swath of difference there. If you'd like to challenge the ruling, though, feel free right now.
I'm going to challenge it.
Okay. We have a challenge to the ruling.
I'm going to end my debate. You guys have all sort of made up your minds. It's fine. Vote, and I'll come back for my argument uninterrupted in a couple of minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Johnson, would you still like to challenge?
Not relevant anymore.
I agree. Okay, continuing along then, I don't see anyone else in the queue here. I'll offer a little bit of debate in here. Honestly, I think that what it is that administration brought forward to us makes a lot of sense in terms of why, and they did a good job in terms of arguing why. So I'm fine with continuing with the refuse and abandon myself. So I will not be supporting this particular amendment. With that, not seeing anyone else in the queue, over to you, Councillor Tyers, to close on the amendment.
Thank you very much, Chair Kelly, or I guess Deputy Mayor Kelly. Want to thank everyone for their input to address everyone's points, especially when Councillor Johnson was talking about how this was a confusing time for the presenters. They weren't sure whether they were saying yes or no to it, because it's very confusing when it says abandon and refuse, and a lot of the presenters who meant to say yes actually meant to say no. So I agree with what Councillor Johnson was saying, that this just simplifies it for everyone. We can see exactly what we mean. And we actually voted for this during the repeal of blanket rezoning. I don't know if you guys remember, but this is continuing the will of council, because we asked for density to be reduced on RCG from 75 to 60 units per hectare. Administration has asked us to abandon our original path. And this amendment keeps us on that path, the original path. And since previous council blanket zoned the city, we've actually seen an uptick in HGO applications all over the city, including my ward. And I've heard from a lot of people in Ward 1 who feel that over the past few years, they have had no voice in the development of their communities, and that must change. Council should recognize that Calgarians are worried about developments which continue to rapidly increase density in their communities and put severe strain on infrastructure and resources in established areas. Please support this amendment.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tyers. With that, Madam Clerk, can we e-vote, please?
Councillor Ewell, your vote, please. No. Thank you. Councillor Jamieson, your vote, please.
Yes.
Councillor Clark, your vote, please. Yes. Thank you. Councillor Dollywall is absent. Mayor Farkas is absent. Deputy Mayor Kelly, all the votes are in.
Let's see the results. And with that, the motion carries 7-6. Was Councillors Schmidt, Pantazopoulos, Atkinson, Ewell, Chabot, and myself against. And with that, we are now back on the main. I'll open the queue back up for any debate on the main. Just as a reminder, the additional 2 amendments are not amendments; they're actually motions arising. So we'll handle those at the end of this. So. In the queue here, I see Councillor Chabot. Councillor Chabot.
Yeah, I would say one of those amendments is going to be after first reading for sure. I don't know, I didn't read all the amendments. Anyways, I voted against this this motion to go from file and abandon to give 3 readings because for me it's kind of it's an exercise in futility to do this, as was pointed out by some other members of council, that it's not going to prevent any of these kind of applications from moving forward. They'll just be called something different. We're in the process of reviewing the land use bylaw where the specific densities for the specific types of land uses are something that is going to be part of the new land use bylaw. It's kind of premature to do something now. When there's going to be a whole bunch of changes to the entire land use bylaw and potentially even the specific descriptions on the districts. And the idea that somehow this is going to materialize into something different in a built form, to me, I don't see the result actually materializing. So for me, I don't think it's right, all things considered, that council can vote down any and all RCGs that come forward. From this point on, so there's really no reason to limit the density. You're creating additional work and additional opportunity for higher density type development by forcing folks into a different land use if this is overly limiting. And we've also heard from the development industry that this is not something that's viable for them. So I don't want to limit any opportunities for development. And do not want to presuppose an outcome as to what we're going to see in the new land use bylaw. I would rather debate densities at that point. I don't think this is the right time to do this. So I will be voting against recommendation number 1. So, Mr. Chair, if you would please call them separately, because I will not be supporting recommendation number 1.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chabot. Recognize that we're going to do a division then. And my apologies to both Councillors Clark and Jamieson. I skipped over your debate queue from about 30 minutes ago. So if you're okay, we'll go back to there. Councillor Clark.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor. I want to acknowledge what Councillor Chabot has just said. I think the exercise in futility is a really fascinating and excellent phrase. But I find because it has been so confusing, shifting wording, presenting what appears to be clarity seems to be quite comforting. So happy to have supported that. I also have to say that I really resonate with what we've heard today from residents in terms of this lowering of density. It's a story that I've heard consistently since before I was elected. I mean, this was one of the main issues, and it continues to be reflected back at us. So where I struggle, and I still look to my colleagues to help articulate the point, is, yeah, that matter of when. When do we have this discussion? When do we make these decisions? I understand that as part of this longer, never-ending, seemingly blanket rezoning conversation, it feels like now would be the perfect time. But I'm quite drawn to what Councillor Panzalopoulos has said regarding, and Councillor Chabot and many others, about this fall, approaching this as part of the portfolio of land use and zoning that we look to make adjustments to. So for those, I suppose, in the gallery that have been participating in following this along, it's an interesting, it's going to be an interesting decision to make because, again, like I say, I resonate with the point. I think I agree with it, but it's a matter of timing. When do we do this? And I think as part of that broader package of work that is required of us, I think that I look to my colleagues to help continue this dialogue through debate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Before we move to Councillor Jameson, just recognizing we're about 1 minute before our break time, just wondering if I can get unanimous consent to modify the afternoon recess to the conclusion of this item. Everyone okay with that? Anyone against? We'll call that unanimous consent then. Councillor Jameson, over to you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So administration concluded that 3-unit row houses are non-viable and said it doesn't work with the current market. I gotta say, I disagree with administration's conclusion here, which seems largely based on developers' uneconomic argument. I should mention, although 3x3s on a parcel seem to be the benchmark in other larger cities, such as Vancouver and Toronto. My question, when did 3 primary units on a parcel become too little? That's my question. More units means more households, which means more vehicles on residential streets. Parking was one of the biggest concerns we heard at both previous public hearings on blanket rezoning from both thousands of citizens and community groups. The practical reality of building 4 units plus 4 suites on a single lot will not allow for adequate parking. It just doesn't. Demand is cooling, starts are at a record high, and even if the market demand picks up, I still think that it's bad policy. So now with the amendment, we're essentially telling communities, if you support this, that you are listening to them. And I think that's important for all the people that took a lot of time out, whether to be in person or spend the time emailing the councillors. So, in my opinion, the private sector will adapt and make it work. It's my professional opinion. Private sector does what private sector always does, and they will make this work too. So, I am now voting in favor, I will be, of recommendation, amended recommendation, and I will probably be supporting recommendation 2 after this. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Jameson. Anyone else who would like to debate the main motion here? Sorry, just a second here. I can click on the right thing. Councillor Schmidt.
Thank you. I won't be supporting number 1, so I appreciate the request for division. We've got to remember the change in UPH is not only going to affect the existing one, it's going to affect everything that comes after it. And as I said before, we keep making moves that are delaying the new zoning bylaw. And we're really putting the cart before the horse with this one. There are so many knock-on effects to changing this unit per hectare without changing other things that are required as part of this built form. A more efficient way to do this would have been just to axe RCG completely, because we're doing that in a roundabout way that is way more confusing, will cause way more work, and we don't love DCs. We're going to see a whole bunch of direct control districts. The unknown quantities of an HGO and an MCG are also going to start flooding in. Or we might just get some 6-story towers everywhere, which I don't think we're going to like that much either. RCG has been 75 units per hectare since 2014 when it was first created. If we keep the 75, we actually now have a pretty decent version of RCG, where we made all of those other changes around parcel coverage. Again, the parcel coverage for HGO and MCG for 60 units per hectare is more than the RCG we have now. So we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot here, folks. We've got permitted use, we've got better regulatory rules, and we ultimately have control. We are the gatekeepers of every single RCG application that's going to come towards us. So why are we even doing this? We can just say no. We can send that signal ourselves. You can signal to your residents over and over and over again and get that message out there if we keep this, because you can tell them, hey, I listen to you, I'm not going to accept this. And the private sector is good at adapting to things. They're going to get the signal. Don't do mid-block RCG. Don't do this. Council won't vote for that. That is a way to let in the good and keep out the bad. If we do this, then we are just blowing up the entire system. And we can't survive solely on this goal of 3,000 affordable housing units per year, which I've heard people say, well, just build the affordable housing units. If you don't have a functioning market, then we're gonna need a heck of a lot more than 3,000 affordable housing units per year to get this stuff done. And it seems like we don't wanna do that either based on some of the signaling I've heard leading up to our budget, that we don't actually think that municipalities should build housing. But municipalities control planning. Maybe the province will start to do that through Bill 28, but we'll wait to see what happens there. So we are in control of planning. And if we don't have effective planning and we don't fund affordable housing, then we're just telling people, please don't come to Calgary. And we need people. And if we love red tape, let's just say we love red tape, because we're just getting more red tape through every step that we're taking in this process. And we're continuing to move backwards, and I'm struggling to see what options that we have to move forward, because we keep saying, well, no, we're gonna work on it, we're gonna work on it. We've been here for almost a year, and we haven't made any progress on working on it. All we have done is looked backwards and eliminated things. So at what point are we gonna run out of things to eliminate? This isn't about being a mouthpiece for developers. The fact is we put the responsibility on developers to build housing for us. If you don't like that, then change the system. Then say that municipalities should build housing. Say that provincial governments should build housing. Say that federal governments should build housing. And that is actually socialism. So if we want socialism, let's do it. I always get called a socialist. Let's actually become socialists here. But we don't want that either. So then what do we want? I don't think we know. And now we get to own that if we make this decision. So let's just figure out what we want to do here. I won't be supporting that today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Wyness.
Thanks. I'll just make this a little bit longer. We can never get out of here. But anyway, to some of the debate that we just listened to, when you're talking affordable housing, it's the federal government was supposed to take on that responsibility. They said, we're out of this game, let's give it to the province. Province is partnering with Calgary, and we don't really want to do it. And now we're in this mixed income model. Provinces, like end-of-life infrastructure, failed to invest over the years to actually keep it to a standard that is an asset you'd actually want to take on if you really wanted to absorb that downloaded cost. The challenge I have with the city is, yes, land use is our wheelhouse. However, I've watched over my first term in office us go from land use into speculative buyer of lands to changing the rules for us to become the developer and compete with industry rather than incentivize industry. I have watched the federal government in one term change their directive in housing and how they're going to fund. You can look at CMHC reports that are now saying we have shifted the market from creating housing for ownership for Canadians to ownership for purpose-built rental and developer control of that product, which is also a model that is shifting for industry. They used to have their whole business model be build, sell, move on to the next project. That has totally changed. And so what we need to do now is find the right rule mix, like I said in my previous debate, to find what works for the established areas to absorb this. If I want to do the infrastructure debate, which is a little bit out of there, the city needs to look at how we replace established area infrastructure and be more proactive in that model. But again, council is over focused, I hate the analogy, but we're spreading the peanut butter far too thin. We're wanting to do everything and be everything, and we need to start focusing. The Calgary plan has always been on the mix, and council will get to go in and debate it and figure it out. But I think we also have to have those conversations with the community to figure out what they actually want. Building row houses as a means to solve the housing crisis is not actually providing for what Calgarians and Canadians are asking for. People raising kids, not necessarily the best product because the walls are thin and your kids bounce around. Apartments is a more accessible option, and again, we have to figure out how to make it work into the equation of which Calgarians are asking for. And some of the debates, I think council really does need to start looking at the reality and the theory, and that's where I'm gonna leave it for today.
Thank you, Councillor Winans. Councillor Johnston.
Yeah, I just wanted to say progress is sometimes fixing what was broken, and sometimes you have to take a step back to take a step forward. I mean, again, we listen to the public and not developers. Blanket rezoning had no impact on affordable housing from the get-go. We can still make this right going forward, but continuing with what was broken isn't going to help. So part of our job as governors is to fix it and listen to the people. So I would say support this.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Councillor Atkinson, I think we already had debate from you, did we not? No, we did a minute ago.
No, it was on an amendment, which was why there was a point of order and why I'm going to take my full 5 minutes.
You're correct. I apologize. Councillor Atkinson, uninterrupted.
So while I appreciate everyone weighing in, I actually do need to go back to why we're actually doing this to begin with, which is we repealed. And I voted against repeal. And part of my debate and argument for why we should be keeping RCG as the base land use district across the entire city is that I believe that it is unfair to only put that onto inner city communities, where when you have to come in and you have to justify to us as council to make a land use change, that this is the justification why. I'm close to a train station, I'm close to the hospital, I'm close to downtown, all the places of work. And that is not going to happen in the many suburbs that we built out from the 80s and onwards, because we just don't, you're not by the employment centers, you're not by the train stations in the same way, you're not by the university and the hospital and all of these things that then get justified as the reasons why the land use change should take place. And so developers will not take on that risk in the same way as they will in inner city communities. So we are going to be, by repealing, concentrating the amount of changes and where those changes take place into inner city communities like those within Ward 7. You can even look, there were the numbers of where we've seen RCG built over the last couple of years that we had displayed to us during the hearings. There's even just, if you look at the 200 whatever applications that were exempted because they were in flight yesterday, Ward 7 has the most.
I understand this. I have heard from my community. I've been listening to what folks have been talking about, and I am deeply concerned that if we make this change to reduce the overall density on RCG, that we are instead going to be pushing things in the other direction. I have the most, not just RCGs, of the most HCO, like these low forms of density, HCO, MCG, are the ones that are taking place within my area. And we're just going to push it in the other direction. And that is not what my residents have been asking for. So while we talk about listening to community, we need to listen to community and actually think about the ramifications of what a choice that we're making will have in the overall picture on things. And it is very, very important to not just think about these in the one-off rules, but in the overall scheme of what they will do in terms of the built environment and the effects that they will have on community. So I would ask my colleagues that while I appreciate this, because actually I was the one who actually proposed this initial drop to looking at 3 instead of 4. I was the one who brought this 60. I understood it at the time, and I understood that we needed to explore this with industry and see the ramifications. And I have listened and learned ever since that moment. And I am very concerned that if we go forward with number 1 on this proposal here, that we're just going to further create chaos, further push community away from the idea that redevelopment in their city and in their community can be respectful of the community that they're trying to have. We need to get to the other side of this. We need to look at the land use bylaw. We need to work on those contextual pieces. We need to actually take a look at the good and the bad of everything we've been building over the last couple of years and make sure that we come out the other side with a land use bylaw that actually has those changes embedded in it. And then we need to bring that forward. But right now, this change is actually potentially going to set us back between now and when that land use bylaw changes, whether that is that we just see less housing built, but potentially also the flip side, that we start seeing a whole bunch of proposals, not for RCGs, but for higher density forms like HCO and MCG in areas like mine. And so I ask you please to vote down number 1, and then let's kill mid-block, please, because that is, I think, the big reason why RCG is here today. Closed. I guess not closed.
You're not closed. You're not closed yet.
No, I actually am still, because I moved the motion and I'm closed.
Oh, well, I don't see anyone else in the queue, so I'm the only one who missed out on debate as a result of that then, potentially. I mean, you said it really well, but if council will permit me for a moment, that's okay, out of order, but you'll give me a chance to. No, I think this one's actually really straightforward for me. I appreciated the administration taking up on the offer of looking at lowering the number of units per hectare to see if that would make a difference. But I think I was most swayed by the presentation from Ms. Swales actually earlier, who pointed out, I think rightly, that this doesn't actually change anything for neighbors. It doesn't make anything better. The size of the building still stays the same. The only difference is that those buildings that we would build will be more expensive because they're bigger. And the entire point of all of this is meant to be to make housing more affordable. And so it's very rare that it happens that council actually directly influences the price of housing, but this is one of those times. A yes vote on number 1 is a yes to make housing more expensive. That will happen. Number 2, I agree with Councillor Atkinson in terms of this one. Number 2 is the mid-block is what we've been hearing about nonstop over and over again in wards like Ward 4. This is an easy one for me in terms of a yes on this one, and I appreciate administration bringing forward an alternative to what it was that we asked them to look at in number 1. So for me, this is pretty easy. This is a no on number 1 and a yes on number 2. And with that, we've had a request for a division of the vote. And so clerks, if we can, oh, you've already got it up on the screen. That sounds great. Let's engage the e-vote on number 1.
Sorry, I'm a yes for Councillor Johnston.
Councillor Ewell, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Jameson, your vote, please.
Yes.
Councillor Dhaliwal is absent. Mayor Farkas is absent. Deputy Mayor Kelly, all the votes are in.
Let's see the results, please. And the motion's defeated, 6-7, with Councillors Schmidt, Pantazopoulos, Atkinson, Clark, Ewell, Chabot, and myself against. All right, let's move on to the second recommendation. And let's engage the vote, please.
Councillor Ewell, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Jameson, your vote, please. Your vote, please, Councillor Jameson.
Yeah, my e-scribe's not working. Yes.
You can do a voice vote.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Dhaliwal is absent. Mayor Farkas is absent. Deputy Mayor Kelly, all the votes are in.
Let's see what we did. And so that has passed unanimously with the 2 council members who are absent. Madam Clerk, can I go to you for a bit of a recommendation here? I realize that the immediate...
I think I have an RTS there, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, sorry, I'll get to you in just a second. I'll get to you in just a second here, Councillor.
It's in relation to recommendation 1.
I'm sorry, say again?
It's in relation to recommendation 1 that lost.
Sure. Just give me a second here. I just wanted to go to the clerk first on some advice on next steps here for us first, and then I'll recognize your RTS. The next step here, after I hear from these 2 RTSs, would normally be to read the bylaws, but I also recognize the fact that we have a couple of amendments potentially after first reading here, and we're about 20 minutes past our break. Just wondering, do we have the ability to take a break after we hear these 2 RTSs?
Yes, you do. The only minor complication is the unanimous consent was given to recess at the conclusion of this item, so I would just look to you to take another unanimous consent vote or a vote from a member of council if that should fail to revise that.
Okay, thank you very much, clerks. Just recognizing the fact that, as Councillor Chabot said, this is specifically related to item number 1. Councillor Chabot, I'll recognize your RTS.
Thank you. In light of the fact that the amended motion failed, do we not need to put an alternate recommendation forward and vote on it? Because essentially the bylaw is sitting in limbo right now unless we give some direction. There's no amendment that can be made on a bylaw that isn't been given authorization by council to move forward with, which is what the subject of future amendments are going to be prior to second reading. We're not doing the readings of the bylaw. We haven't given any direction to do anything with the bylaws, and I think we need to give direction to do something with 25P 2026.
Madam Clerk?
I believe Councillor Chabot was speaking about 24P 2026, not
Sorry.
25.
Correct. 24.
Just looking at the procedure bylaw and the Municipal Government Act, what it states is if a reading of a proposed bylaw fails, the previous readings, if any, are rescinded, so that doesn't apply. If a proposed bylaw does not receive third reading within 2 years from the date of the first reading, the previous readings are rescinded, so this one also doesn't apply. And then the next section goes on to say if a proposed bylaw has not received any readings within 2 years from the date that it is first published on the council agenda, the city clerk will file the proposed bylaw as abandoned. So essentially from today, my reading of this would be, given that no readings were given to 24P 2026, if nothing happens with it, within 2 years, the proposed bylaw is abandoned.
And hence the reason with why I'd rather us give specific direction to file and abandon and allow any changes to either occur through the land use bylaw amendment or a notice of motion to specifically look at changing the density modifier or the density calculation with RCG. As it stands, this council is not prepared to move forward, at least as indicated by the last vote. And so therefore I'd like to propose an alternate recommendation, which was the original motion unamended.
Madam Clerk, can you help me with some advice on this one?
Absolutely, Deputy Mayor Kelly. So what I am hearing, Councillor Chabot is looking to move. It would be the original administration recommendation that was contained within report C 2026-0581, and that recommendation number 1 read that Council refuse and abandon proposed bylaw 24P 2026 amendments to the land use bylaw, which were set out in your attachment 2. Am I understanding that correctly, Councillor Chabot? You're looking to move administration's original?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We'll prepare that for you right now.
Thank you. And while you do that, Councillor Tyers, I'll go over to you for your RTS here because I'm inclined to call a break before we handle Councillor Chabot's and/or the readings of the bylaw. But Councillor Tyers, over to you first.
Yeah, I was just going to weigh in because now that that has been defeated, the original amendment, I guess, would be defeated as well, but the other amendment that I was bringing forward was going to be at the first reading of the bylaw. But I guess we have to resolve the limbo bylaw first before we can go there. So it would be, yeah, well recommended for us to take a break so we can figure out those logistics first. Thanks, Chair.
That sounds good to me. What I'll need then from council is unanimous consent to take a break at this time. Everyone okay with that before we get on to that? Anyone against? Okay, seeing unanimous consent then, we'll be back in, how long is our break right now, Clerk?
It's 30 minutes, so that would take you to 4:10.
We will be back at 4:10. Thank you all. We are back in our public hearing. Welcome back, everyone. Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kelly. On the roll, Councillor Tyers. Here. Councillor Ward. Councillor Wyness. Councillor Ewell.
Here.
Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Chabot. Councillor Clark.
Present.
Councillor Dollywall. Councillor Jameson.
Here.
Councillor Johnston. Councillor McLean. Councillor Pantasopoulos. Councillor Schmidt. Mayor Farkas is absent, and Deputy Mayor Kelly.
Present.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Johnston is here as well.
As
Thanks.
well as Wyness.
Okay, so on the roll, Councillor Wyness is remote, noted. Councillor Johnston is remote, also noted. That will be it. Deputy Mayor Kelly, you have quorum.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, everyone. Okay, when we last left off, and now Councillor McLean is here as well. When we last left off, for those of you who remember, Councillor Chabot had a motion that I think that he wanted to make related to number 1. Clerk, can I just confirm we should go to that before we go to the readings of the bylaws?
Correct.
Do you have the text of what it is that Councillor Chabot is proposing here?
We have prepared it. We will just ask him to review it to make sure that the intent is captured.
Councillor Chabot, I'll recognize you here to open us on this one. Someone on the phone sounds like they have their...
It was me. Sorry, I turned the wrong mic on. Yeah, so essentially it's the original motion that administration put forward. Not that we necessarily have to do this. The reason that I want to do this is because I don't like things sitting in limbo. In the past, we've allowed them to die on their own just over time. For me, this is not something I want to have hanging out there. I'd much rather see it come back either as a notice of motion or by way of an amendment to the land use bylaw, or a brand new land use bylaw where we can actually impose more thoughtful sort of limits on density. I'm not sure that this is the right way to do it or that this is the right number ultimately, but that's why I want to propose this for now, and then we'll cross that bridge when we get there insofar as what we consider to be the appropriate density for the appropriate land use district at the appropriate time, which is not today in my opinion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chabot. Councillor Clark, you'd like to second that? Just going to clerks for a little bit of clarity in terms of here. My understanding in terms of what we're looking at here right now is because the previous one failed, it kind of leaves the bylaw in limbo. And according to the procedure bylaw, it will abandon itself after a couple of years. But this is us right now giving us the opportunity to refuse and abandon it right now.
I have nothing further to add.
Oh my God, look at that. All right, let's do this then. Any debate on this one? Okay, not seeing any then. Let's, just for clarity in terms of everyone here, a vote for yes on this will refuse and abandon it now. A vote no on this one means it will refuse and abandon itself in 2 years. Okay, let's e-vote, please.
Councillor Jameson, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Dollywall is absent. Mayor Farkas is absent. Deputy Mayor Kelly, all the votes are in.
Let's see the results. And that's carried 10-3 with Councillors Johnson, Jameson, and McLean against. Okay, that then takes us to, correct me if I'm wrong here, the first reading of the first bylaw, which was refused and abandoned, which to me says we do not need to do the first reading of this bylaw, correct? Thank you very much. So then that would be 25P 2026 is being abandoned, and so we will move, or sorry. I'm just reading what's here. 24 is missing. So you actually wrote it right when all is said and done. Love it. Great. Okay, we'll do first reading of bylaw 2025-2026. Is anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Before I go to the second reading of the bylaw, I believe this is where we wanted to make an amendment. Is that correct?
Was it for 25 or 24?
I received 2 amendments from planning with respect to the bylaws. The first one was proposed bylaw 24P 2026, no longer relevant. The second one was for 25P 2026, so that's the one that just received first reading. And my understanding is the change was going to be related to the date.
Yeah. Okay, so then I would, I guess, be interjecting after first reading of that bylaw.
And we just did that.
Wonderful.
That's where
We're
you're
all
at.
caught up.
Over to you, Councillor Towers.
Over to me. Just a little cleanup, as discussed before. We're going to be deleting December 15th, replacing with August 5th. I suppose administration, are you able to weigh in just about how this is going to affect the procedure of the repeal of blanket rezoning in conjunction with making these changes?
So I'll first answer by saying this is implementable by administration. I would also say that what this motion does is it brings forward the in effect date to August 5th.
That's correct. So the idea here is we had December 15th, and in discussions, there was thought to change the effect because there was some discussion around council about effective dates. So the idea here is by deleting December 15th and replacing with August 5th, but within what we would do to do that, to honor those applications that are mid-flight, the land use bylaw would change as per what is before you on the screen to August 5th. And what that allows is the other repeal rezoning items that have effective dates of August 3rd and 4th to take place, and that then this would come into effect August 5th. That means it doesn't inadvertently change any of the decisions that council has made around the repeal rezoning, amendments, districts, et cetera, for the August 3rd and 4th dates. And then those applications that have applied before August 5th may continue to proceed with, in this case, it would be the courtyard type development, because we wanted to honor those that are in flight. So that's what's before you right now. And then maybe Councillor Tyers, after this is voted on, we can address that submission before August 5th, and that maybe the system outages that we're having in PDS to accommodate all the repeal items. I can do that after maybe we do this.
Did you want to continue, Councillor Towers? You're open.
I suppose Ms. Hamilton made it quite clear about what we're doing here. And to continue my thoughts is just once council makes a decision, we should implement it as quickly as possible. It also takes into account, like she was saying, applications that are currently in flight. And she was going to discuss upcoming system outages in the future, but consider that open.
Thank you very much, Councillor Towers. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Panizopoulos. And on that note, Councillor Panizopoulos, you're up next. Thank you.
I just wanted to confirm, the reason it's bolded and underlined is not a black line. It is because that's a hyperlink to something else. Is that correct?
Yeah, those are definitions.
Okay, yeah, that was important. And yeah, the change is just the December. Some of us are looking and thinking, oh, there was a black line, a bunch of changes. So no, thank you so much. Yeah, happy to support this, and thank you for bringing it forward. It just clarifies, and it's very different from what we did yesterday, where we needed this sort of echo. This protects the 140 odd folks that are having work today, and then ultimately going forward, as of yesterday, August 5th, all the changes. I think it makes a lot of sense. It's consistent, and it's the right thing to do now that we're with these mid-block to prevent this coming. And then we'll have a big review come Q1 when we do our land use bylaw. And I don't think this will ever come back, but at least we have that time to do that there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Panagopoulos. Over to Councillor Ewell. Just a reminder, we are in debate right now.
Yeah. I have a question of administration. Yesterday we talked about a timestamp. Do we need a timestamp today? Like, should that be included here?
Actually, through the chair, that's a great question, but I'm going to say no. And actually, with respect to the system outages, I'm going to have Mr. Lee explain what's coming up. And there actually is a timestamp through those system outages. Mr. Lee?
So we have communicated out to applicants. The City of Calgary does have a scheduled outage due to implementation of the repeal. This is scheduled, as I had explained in the presentation earlier in this public hearing a couple days ago, the long weekend, upcoming long weekend. So during the August long weekend, an application outage will temporarily affect Planning and Development Services online tools from Friday, July 31st, 4:30 p.m. Mountain Time to Tuesday, August 4th at 8 a.m. Mountain Time, including DMAP and online services such as ePermit, Apply Central, and Vista. For community members, this means that DMAP notice, public comments on development applications remains a priority. We are recommending to those looking to comment on applications to do so outside the outage. During this planned outage, comments can be submitted via email at approvals@calgary.ca. Please include the file number in the subject line. However, we recommend that community associations send comments before or after this maintenance period, if possible. A reminder, July 31st to August 4th. For future applicants on the line or watching the future video, online services such as ePermit, Apply Central, Vista will not be available between July 31st at 4:30 p.m. to August 4th at 8 a.m. in order to meet effective dates. Please submit applications prior to July 31st at 4:30 p.m. So what this means is that the way that the motion is drafted is explicitly states prior to August 5th. So July 31st functionally, possibly if someone applies on the 4th before midnight after the system comes back online, are those windows of time.
And if I may add, for anyone listening, please do it before July 31st. Don't count on the 4th. Thank you.
Yep, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ewell. Anyone else debate on this amendment? Councillor Atkinson.
Just clarification, like I'm going to the bylaw here, or like the proposed, and we were just going to delete subsection, I think, 50 or 535-2, but now we're deleting and replacing, like what that first, section 1 of this, what is it doing different than, like, I understand the date piece on number 2 there and what that potentially does, rolling things back, but why is the first part of this motion in there?
I guess through the chair, fundamentally what this bylaw amendment does is instead of applications which are August 4th, can continue to use the rules in RCG.
So it's just towards the time piece. Yeah, it just is giving that time-bound piece.
And there have been some some small bylaw changes required to enable both the bylaws before you, as part of this item, to do that.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Atkinson. That was actually my question as well, so I appreciate you asking it. Any other debate from council? Seeing none, let's go to the e-vote then. Oh, sorry, pardon me. Councillor Tyers on the close.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, given the sequence of the repeal, the bylaw changes, we're going with August 5th and the final date you can submit an application under the old rules, I believe, is July 31st. I'm just looking at Deb just to confirm. No? Oh, not. sorry, I retract that. After August 5th, the new rules will apply. Yes, okay, sorry. The submission deadline is July 31st because of system outages. And during this time, we can still allow community associations to submit comments on files outside the outage dates. But the whole point of all of this is to just provide certainty. And when you timestamp things, people are able to, they're able to organize themselves and have that certainty. So I think it's really important that we do this, and hope that you support it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tyers. Before we vote, GM Hamilton, is there anything in terms of clarification there that I should be aware of before I cast my vote?
Just, I appreciate Councillor Tyers trying to get our messaging out again, but I apologize, it might have conflated her close. So yes, with the system outage that Manager Lee mentioned, we encourage all applicants and community to submit comments and or applications on before July 31st at 4 p.m. So that was that portion.
Thank you very much for the clarification. Appreciate it. On that note then, let's head on over to e-vote.
Councillor Tyers, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor Dhaliwal is absent. Mayor Farkas is absent. Deputy Mayor Kelly, all the votes are in.
Let's see how we voted. And that passes with only Councillor Atkinson opposed. Okay, that I then believe takes us to the second reading of the bylaw as amended. Is anyone opposed to the second reading of bylaw 25P 2026 as amended? Not seeing any, that's carried. Can I have authorization for third reading of bylaw 25P 2026? Is anyone opposed? As amended, sorry. Hearing none, that's carried unanimously. And then the third reading of bylaw 2025-2026 as amended. Is anyone opposed? Hearing none, that is carried. Thank you all. We have made it to the end of item 7.3.2. You're not allowed to applaud, but I feel that deserves applause. I'm just saying. Okay, we're going to then move on to item 7.3.3, which is a land use amendment to make secondary suites and backyard suites permitted uses. This would be, for everybody following along, proposed bylaw 26P 2026. Before we move to the public hearing, over to administration to introduce the item for us.
Thank you. Good evening, Deputy Mayor and members of council. I'm still Ostap Fedinets, Senior Planner with the Land Use Bylaw team. I'm presenting proposed bylaw 26P 2026, which classifies secondary suites and backyard suites as permitted uses in low-density residential districts. Next slide. This work follows your direction. On March 23rd, Council approved the repeal of rezoning for housing. Council also approved a motion arising directing administration to bring land use bylaw amendments to today's public hearing that would list secondary suites and backyard suites as permitted uses in low-density residential district. Today's report and proposed bylaw deliver on that direction. Next slide. Administration's recommendation is that Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 26P 2026, contained in attachment 2, which amends land use bylaw 1P 2007 to list secondary and backyard suites as permitted in low-density residential districts. Next slide. This slide shows why these amendments matter. When the repeal bylaw takes effect on August 4th, residential parcels will be regulated by 16 different low-density residential districts, and how suites are allowed will vary significantly between them. The left column shows the most common returning districts and whether suites are permitted or discretionary in those districts. What this means in practice is that identical projects will face different processes depending on the district. A secondary suite in RC1 will always need a development permit as a discretionary use, while the same application on an adjacent RC2 parcel would not need a development permit and will go straight to a building permit application. That inconsistency creates confusion for property owners around process, certainty, timelines, and cost. Under the proposed bylaw shown on the right column, both uses become permitted across low-density residential districts. Before we move on, a note on risk. If the bylaw is not approved, suites will be listed inconsistently across districts. Administration anticipates up to 2,300 additional annual development permit applications for secondary suites, with direct impacts on staff capacity. Next slide. A few points to highlight. First, on process. If this bylaw is approved, a secondary suite will continue to be exempt from a development permit if all bylaw rules are met and only require a building permit. A backyard suite will still require a development permit before a building permit because it has more rules to check. And importantly, if this bylaw is approved, the city can still refuse a permitted use application that doesn't meet the rules. This bylaw reduces administrative process without removing oversight. Second, I want to be clear, if this bylaw is approved, a dwelling unit can have either a secondary suite or a backyard suite, not both. These amendments do not change that. Third, the development approvals data supports this change. Attachment 5 shows that over the past 10 years, 99% of secondary suite and 98% of backyard suite applications were approved. Every refusal involved at least one relaxation request. And if this bylaw is approved, these applications can still be refused. Permitted use acts as a strong incentive to meet all land use bylaw rules by reducing risk only for fully compliant applications. The data shows that this significantly reduces rule relaxation requests, which can generate higher impacts. Permitted use provides certainty to homeowners, builders, and neighbors about what they can build and what can be built next to them. Next slide. The proposed bylaw has 3 parts. Part 1 maintains secondary suites as a permitted use across low-density residential districts. Part 2 lists backyard suites as permitted in the same districts. Part 3 adjusts 3 rules so that backyard suites can function properly as a permitted use. The next slide covers those rules. First, roof eaves, shown in this image in the red bubble, are proposed to be exempted from the 45-degree height chamfer requirement, shown by the dashed purple line. This is the most frequent rule relaxation on backyard suite applications, and making this change aligns our rules with the most common roof designs and has negligible land use impacts. Second, the maximum interior floor area is proposed to be standardized at 82.5 square meters. It's currently 75 square meters, plus a discretionary 10% available through relaxation, adding up to the same 82.5 square meters that we are proposing today. To clarify, this is only internal floor area. The overall building size is set by other rules and is not changing. This improves interior floor area accessibility and livability. Third, suite parking requirements in the returning RC1N and R1N districts are proposed to be aligned with the other low-density residential districts. The resulting on-site parking supply is 1 stall per unit and 1 stall per suite. Next slide. Administration therefore recommends the Council give 3 readings to proposed bylaw 26P 2026. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Really appreciate it. Council, you remember on the previous 2 public hearings, we allowed for questions of clarification from Council prior to opening the public hearing, just because of the fact that some of the things in here might be a little bit complicated, and by some of our questions, we might be able to help get some clarifications for some of the audience beforehand. I'm inclined to do that again on this one, if you guys are okay with that. Do we have clerk, could we pull up the wording of the potential on the screen here? And I'm wondering if we might have a mover for this motion to allow for questions of clarification from council before opening the public hearing.
Coming right up.
There it is, and I think Councillor Clark was willing to make that motion. Would you like an open? Seconded by Councillor Chabot. Okay. Any debate on this one? No, not seeing any. Councillor Clark, did you want to close? Let's engage e-vote, please.
Councillor Jamieson, your vote, please. Thank you. Councillor Dhaliwal is absent. Mayor Farkas is absent. Deputy Mayor Kelly, all the votes are in.
Let's see the results. And that's carried with only Councillor Ward against. Okay, let's go. Councillor Schmidt.
Do any of these proposed changes affect parking requirements?
Through the chair, the proposed changes align the returning RC1N and R1N districts with the parking requirements for units and suites in all of the other low-density residential districts.
Okay, so to be clear, if we change from discretionary to permitted, we are not decreasing parking requirements?
No.
Okay. And if we don't change, if we decide not to make these changes, then we're also not adding more parking. The parking is the same no matter what.
The final result is one parking stall per unit and one parking stall per suite in RC1N and R1N.
Okay, perfect. And just because this has come up several times, changing from discretionary to permitted does not affect anything to do with land use. This isn't blanket upzoning of suites by another name. This is something different, right?
Through the chair, the proposed bylaw before you does not change the land use designation of any parcel. It does not increase the maximum density of any parcel. It is only about how uses are listed within those districts, and they are already listed within those districts. It's a reclassification from discretionary to permitted.
So with a permitted use, you follow the rules, and you can, for secondary suites, basement suites, you can build it without a development permit. But with backyard suites, you follow the rules, but you still have to complete a development permit.
If you follow every single rule in the land use bylaw as a permitted use, that's correct.
And if any relaxations are issued, it reverts back to a discretionary use.
That's correct.
And then in that case would be subject to appeal at Subdivision Appeals Board.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, the bylaw, so the changes to the rules for the chamfers and the sizes, those are being suggested because those are relaxations that are issued on almost every basis for which they're applied. Is that fair to say? Is that what administration is telling us?
Through the chair, they are the most common relaxations that we see on backyard suite applications. The height chamfer specifically is relaxed on approximately 66% of backyard suites.
And this doesn't change the effective overall height that is allowed?
No. The effective overall maximum height of backyard suites is 7.5 meters with that 45-degree height chamfer. That is not changing. All that we're doing is proposing for the roof eaves to allow to extend into that chamfer. That roof eaves is still subject to the setback requirements of the parcel.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schmidt. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Really appreciate that line of questioning from Councillor Schmidt. I just wanted to hear it maybe said in plainer language, if you wouldn't mind. Your presentation on slide 7 highlights minimum parking requirements aligned to other districts and require a 1 stall for 1 unit. Is it fair to say that is a 1-to-1 ratio?
That's correct.
We're not looking at 0.5s or 0.25s, or this is a 1-to-1 ratio?
Through the chair, different districts do have different parking requirements.
Sure.
So RCG, it's slightly different, but across the other low-density residential districts, it is generally 1-to-1.
Okay, that's good to know. In your presentation as well, you described 98% of the suites that were approved. You said that, and so I wonder, can you tell me what the total number has been over the course of maybe over the last year? What's the number of backyard suites that we're seeing in a typical year?
Through the chair, approximately 250 in 2025.
Okay.
It depends whether you're looking at applications that are exclusively backyard suite applications or whether that backyard suite comes in with another use. So the numbers change depending on that.
Do you mind highlighting both then? I just we're here at public hearing, the public may be listening or is listening. If we could create an environment, and for myself as well, simple language, plain and simple. So there's 2 separate, can you describe both for me, please?
Yeah, absolutely. So overall, there are approximately 250 backyard suite development permit applications in the city of Calgary per year.
Okay.
Approximately 170 of those would be exclusive backyard suite applications, meaning that it's an existing single detached dwelling, building a backyard suite. The larger 250 number is where backyard suite comes in with another use, such as where the whole parcel is being redeveloped at one time, and the backyard suite is just part of that development.
Okay. When we think about, are we seeing an increase in the request for these? And can you speak a little bit to what that looks like?
Absolutely. If I could ask clerks to pull up the supplementary slides, please. Just 1 second to find out which slide that would be. Could you give slide 7 a try, please? Got it. Awesome. So this is annual backyard suite development permit applications. As you can see, from 2015 to 2025, there has been significantly more demand for this housing form.
Beautiful. Wow. Okay. And are we perhaps on a supplementary slide, or perhaps where the applications are typically taking place? Are we seeing it across the city? Are we seeing it in particular areas?
I would say that they're, through the chair, broadly concentrated in RC2 neighborhoods, more inner city neighborhoods such as Inglewood, such as Crescent Heights, such as Killarney, in those types of areas. Actually, now that you say that, since being in office here, I've received a request for support in navigating that usually for aging parents or those forms of applications. It's also important to add that they are a current permitted use in RG. Yeah. And so new communities do tend to see, new developments tend to see a significant number of backyard suites.
Okay, so there's instances then, there's instances in certain neighborhoods where this is already a permitted use?
That's correct.
Okay, and how broad is that reach?
Sorry?
So how many of our neighborhoods have that kind of permitted use?
Through the chair, as many neighborhoods as are zoned RG.
That's a beautiful answer. Could you clarify?
I don't have the number of neighborhoods that are RG off the top.
Is it 25% of the city of Calgary, 15, 10, 30, 50?
I think it would be roughly a third of the city.
There we are. That's good. That'll do.
It'll be the entire developing area.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. That's all for me.
All right, Councillor Panazopoulos, please. Thanks so much. Welcome back, Mayor. The 10%, maybe just go back to the one slide that had the eaves and the 10%. Why was that selected again? Just, oops, go ahead.
Through the chair, council's direction was to make backyard suite a permitted use. Yeah. And the current rules for backyard suite, specifically to your question about the floor area, the interior floor area, the rule is currently written that you have 75 square meters as a maximum given to you, and then right under that rule, there is an additional allowance for a discretionary 10%, adding up to 82.5 square meters as that maximum. It's generally not recommended for permitted uses to have discretionary development standards because this muddies the legal distinction between those two use types. And so permitted uses tend to have much more objective development standards.
When I think of roof eaves, I think that's sort of aesthetics. I can't imagine a Calgarian complaining, possibly, but I certainly, when I read through comments and people from community, the size of a backyard suite, that I'm going to assume. Can you quantify, is that a fair assumption? Like that would be generally where people would have a concern with a backyard suite?
Through the discussions for this work, that is where most concerns have been, around the building size. And if I could ask clerks to bring up slide, maybe slide 10, let's try that. From the supplementary slides, please. Scroll down, please. Scroll down, please. There we go, this is the one. So it's important to recognize that the changes that we're proposing today are only to the maximum internal floor area of the backyard suite. There are a significant number of rules that added together constrain the overall building size of that backyard suite. And those rules are such things like the maximum parcel coverage on the parcel, for example. There's a separate rule limiting the maximum accessory building footprint to also 75 square meters. And then there are the backyard suite building size specific rules, like the height, the chamfers, limits on the cantilevers and the projections, limits on the distance that the regulations about how far the backyard suite can be from that principal dwelling, as well as the overall setbacks of the parcel. Those define the box, and the rule that we're bringing forward to you today is about what are you allowed to do within that box.
Right now, if somebody proposes 75 square meter backyard suite, it's permitted, essentially. I couldn't comment as a Calgarian to say I have a concern with the interior size.
Through the chair, that's incorrect. You could comment. It's a discretionary use.
Okay. What's the 10%? Sorry to clarify, the 10%, I guess they can add for, the rule is 75, but you could ask for another 10? Okay, I can reflect on that a bit. The time savings, really interested, attachment 5, it talks about 73 days, and then the secondary suite, 29. Maybe if you could quantify, and then it speaks later on, this is slide 1 of 3, attachment 5. Maybe just quantify savings to Calgarians, savings to the city, by saving 60, 70 days, what does that do? What's the potential? What do you expect the savings to be if permitted, and assuming somebody does exactly by the rules?
Through the chair, when we underwent this change with secondary suites in 2024, what we saw was roughly a 100-day shortening of the time from application submission to final occupancy.
100 days. Could you quantify that from a city and a Calgarian's perspective, that potential savings?
That would, of course, reduce the carrying costs of any loans required. That would reduce pressure internally on city staff in terms of processing applications. And
Sorry, so there's some material impact that would be to the bottom line of the city, if you will. Like there's a savings. It's just fun. There's huge savings, yeah. And potentially savings to accommodate more growth. You saw the chart, 70, 80, 250, and so on. Do you hear from Calgarians one of the reasons they don't proceed with backyard suites is the delay in time? I guess what I'm getting at, do we expect an uptick for a good reason as we have less delay? People can move it forward.
Through the chair, I would expect a greater number of backyard suite applications if these bylaw amendments are approved.
One of the reasons I like backyard suite concept is I think it was Chief Hendry was speaking about, this is the biggest bang for our buck for a house. This gives a Calgarian home. It's relatively smaller, lower cost than building a brand new home, but it gives somebody a place to sort of live. There's a bump in property tax values, et cetera. So I think that's it for now before the public hearing. Thanks so much for that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Jameson, please. No take-backs, Councillor Jameson. Just kidding. Councillor Chabot, please.
I'm trying to, I was trying to pull up 1P 2007. I thought I had it on my desktop. I don't. Anyways, 352 sub 4.1 AC, the chamfer rule. What's the starting height?
The starting height off the property line is at 5 meters, going up to the maximum height of 7.5 meters.
So the side yard setback is still 2 feet minimum?
For backyard suites, it would be 1.5 meters.
So 1.2, right? 4 feet.
For the backyard suite, for the portions of the building that are the backyard suite use, it would be 1.5 meters.
That creates significant separation between the property line and the eaves then. What's the minimum eave that you can have on the garage suite?
Through the chair, there's no minimum length of roof eaves regulation.
So all they have to do is modify their eaves to avoid the 45-degree chamfer rule, right?
Through the chair, only the portion of the roof extending beyond the wall of the line would be allowed to infringe into that height chamfer.
So it is allowed to infringe on the chamfer. So it's only from the wall.
That's correct.
Because the picture kind of suggests otherwise. Can we go back to that slide?
Sure, yeah.
So it shows the eaves as being the determinant in that picture.
Councillor, in this picture, through the chair, not the entire eaves is past that dashed purple line. Only that small portion of the eaves there is what's resulting in that relaxation.
Small portion is
so the line is like this. The portion of the eaves that is outside of that is the result of that relaxation, not the entire roof eave. If I could ask clerks to bring up supplementary slide, we're on 12, 13, please? 14, please? Sorry, actually, I'm going in the wrong direction. 12, please. Yeah, right there. So this is more examples of the roof eaves relaxations that are issued as a result of the height chamfer requirement.
So the eaves is the encumbrance where it actually crosses the line is the eaves?
That is correct.
So if they reduce the cantilever on the eaves, then they could circumvent that rule, right? Without altering the height.
Through the chair, that would be possible, but I would say that through this project, we learned that does not align with modern roof designs. And
talking about a backyard suite here. I'm not sure that design is that much of a critical element. For me, I can't rationalize this change, to be honest. Yeah, okay, that's the only question I had for clarification. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Deputy Mayor Kelly, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate some of the questions already on the chamfer bit. I needed some clarification on that. This is helping me understand that a lot more, and hopefully for the public who are about to enter into the public hearing, it's helping them as well. The question I wanted to get into is just around the floor area ratio bit. The 10% there. I'm having a little bit of tough time trying to figure out how 75 to 82.5 increase doesn't increase the size of the building. It feels a little bit like a TARDIS to me. What's going on there?
through the chair, could clerks bring up the next, this is slide 11, slide 13, please? So the top text shows the current regulation, the current floor area maximum. 75 square meters plus 10% equals 82.5 square meters. The proposed floor area maximum being brought forward in this bylaw is just standardizing that 82.5 square meters.
But that doesn't increase the exterior size of the building. Can you explain that to me a little bit? I'm having difficulty understanding that, how that's possible. I mean, don't get me wrong. I drive a car that we bought specifically because we were like, it's bigger on the inside than it looks like on the outside. So like, I get it from a feel perspective, but this is math.
Through the chair, an example I could give you would be a home that has 2 stories that are fully built out, has more floor space than a home that has 2 stories, but a significant portion of that home is open to above. That's not floor area within that home.
So in a case of correct me if I'm wrong, in terms of floor area, stairs do not count and balconies do not count towards floor area, correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
And so in this case, does this do anything to address either one of those in that calculation?
Through the chair, no.
So if we still have like a really big balcony or something, that wouldn't be included in part of the floor area, the 82.5 square meters?
Through the chair, I'd have to get back to you on the maximum balcony size that counts towards floor area.
No, I appreciate that, and for my purposes today, that's okay. I don't need that exactly. Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how, you know, the number going bigger doesn't actually make the building bigger.
Through the chair, maybe an example I can give is a backyard suite generally is divided into the accessory building portion, which is known as the private garage, and the backyard suite, which is the living area. And so the portion, what we're regulating with this rule is the maximum allowed proportion of that interior space that is allowed to be backyard suite.
Okay, I think I'm following you, and hopefully people listening online and the audience is understanding as well, because I anticipate that we might get some questions related to this one, so hopefully that sort of clarifies it a little bit in terms of what's going on, that the actual size of the building is not changing, despite the fact that the allowable floor area may change. Okay, that sounds okay by me, because I think that generally speaking, most folks are concerned about the size of the exterior of the building. Okay, I'll leave it there. Mayor, thank you.
Councillor Tyers, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Just building on Councillor Pantazopoulos's questions earlier, maybe I missed the answer, but he was talking about the relaxation from 75 square meters to 82 square meters. So, okay, so if there's a 10% relaxation, and that's how you got to 82 square meters, if the default is 82, does that mean you can then expand it by another 10%? Or does that mean that the relaxation is no longer allowed? Can you clarify that, please?
Yeah, through the chair. So how we arrived at that 82.5 square meters was we looked at the issued development permits over the past year. And what we found was that a significant portion of backyard suites have this relaxation. If it was only a minor amount, then perhaps it's not worth going up to that 82.5. We also looked at the rationale for those relaxations. What this proposed bylaw in front of you today is doing is standardizing that amount at one number, not 75 plus 10%. It's 82.5 across the board. If council approves this bylaw, backyard suites become a permitted use, which means that any deviation from those rules opens the application to additional risk, comments from the neighborhood, things like that.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, why are secondary suites and backyard suites together in the same bylaw? To me, they're totally different things. Like with a secondary suite, you're not increasing the footprint, but with a backyard suite, you are. So I guess I just don't understand why administration put the two into one bylaw.
Through the chair, council's direction was to make both of these uses a permitted use. The previous situation with the RCG district in front of you resulted in two bylaws because administration was recommending refusal of one and approval of the other. In this case, we're recommending approval of the singular bylaw in front of council today.
Okay, and just one more question. I know there was a lot of feedback provided by community associations and residents about this. Can you explain how their feedback might have been incorporated into these recommendations?
Through the chair, so during that, during the debate on this motion arising to council, a very similar question was asked to Director Davies-Murphy. She informed council that we would be informing Calgarians of these changes that council has directed through working with the Federation. So what administration did was contact the Federation, insert news items into their monthly newsletter, and through that way reach out to residents who may be interested in this topic. There were some residents interested. We had 2 meetings and discussions with them.
Okay, so not directly through community associations and their planning departments, but through the Calgary Federation, what's the full name?
The Federation of Calgary Communities.
Federation of Calgary Communities. Okay, so just through their organization.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you. I believe that's it for now. I suppose it would be interesting to hear from the public on this. Thank you.
I am putting myself in the queue, and I apologize, council. I know that this is the worst, but I was not present when we went over the chamfering thing. And I was wondering if that could just be re-explained to me. I apologize.
Through the chair. The maximum height of the RCG, of backyard suites is 7.5 meters. There is also an additional height chamfer requirement. So at 5 meters of the property line, the roof has to be angled at 45 degrees. This is to reduce the massing impacts, the privacy concerns, the shadowing impacts on adjacent parcels. The most common relaxation for backyard suites today is the roof eave, which is the portion of roof that extends beyond the side wall, extends into that height chamfer, that 45-degree height chamfer, largely because roofs are built to 412 or 312 roof pitches. And so this is the proposed cleanup in front of council today.
So is it your idea, given like a certain percentage are almost always getting this relaxation, you might as well just make it baked in?
Through the chair, administration's recommendation is based on the lack of additional land use impacts which granting that relaxation causes.
So it's your view that kind of allowing it to stick out a little bit is relatively non-invasive, or?
Through the chair, that's correct, and it's important to note that the setback requirements of the backyard suite use and the district still apply.
Yeah, and to be crystal clear, this still doesn't allow it to go over somebody's property line.
Through the chair, that's absolutely correct.
And could you please clarify for us the parking rate today in R1N and what's proposed in this bylaw?
Through the chair, so the returning RC1N and R1N districts those are the narrow parcel districts. And for parcels that are narrower than the typical narrow parcel, the parking requirement is 3 if there is a dwelling unit and a secondary suite on the parcel. All other districts have a parking requirement of 2 if there's a dwelling unit and a suite on the parcel. And so this would just standardize the RC1N and R1N districts to align with those other low-density residential districts, with the final outcome being a 1-to-1 parking ratio.
Okay. Thank you so much. That is it for me. Any other questions, colleagues? Okay. Seeing none, I think we've exhausted it. Shall we get to our over 9,000th public hearing today? Let's do it. All right, so I believe that this 7.3.3 actually has only one proposed bylaw, which is 26P 2026. We have a list of registered speakers, so I am now going to officially open the public hearing for proposed bylaw 26P 2026. We have a list of registered folks. I'm going to go through this list. We're going to assemble panels, and then at the beginning of each panel, we're going to start from 0, counting up the names that I'd called previously but didn't answer. So do we have Nathan Harlock with us? Okay, come on down, Nathan. Gabriella Wongken.
Hi, yes, I'm on the line.
Thanks, Gabriella. Please stand by. Noah Davis. Enam Teja. Come on down, Enam. Ziana Kotadia. Guy Buchanan.
I'm here, Your Worship.
Thank you, sir. Please stand by. Samantha Bagelfor. Come on down, Samantha. All right, so that will be our first panel: Nathan, Gabriella, Enam, Guy, and Samantha. And I'll just say for reference, I'm aware of about just shy of 10 panels. So we have that many registered folks. We won't know if they're all here, but that gives you a sense of how much more meeting we have for the rest of the evening. All right, Nathan, why don't you start us off?
Thanks. So good afternoon. I guess it's afternoon.
I'm Nathan Harlick. I'm on the Planning Commission. I'm speaking for myself. I have slides. I enthusiastically support the proposed amendment. Permitting secondary suites and backyard suites is wise. A permitted use means that if you follow the rules, it's okay, and it must be approved. Slide 2, please. People could still ask for relaxations. A permitted use with relaxations essentially becomes discretionary. There may not be much of a difference between the two. For example, there are 2 buildings here. One is permitted and one is discretionary. If you can tell the difference, let me know. I can't. Slide 3. I'm glad to see backyard suites increase in size. Let me tell you why. Slide 4. A few years ago, we built a backyard suite. We love having my in-laws live close, but not too close. Our architect suggested this design that had no relaxations, but it would require my in-laws to park on an angle for the rest of their driving lives. My father-in-law, who may be the gentlest man on earth, looked at it and said, "Well, that's dumb." Slide 5. We bumped out the entrance to the side, which makes a better building for people to live in. But it required relaxations for the suite's maximum floor area and landings. No eaves were touched. We followed that one. Fortunately, none of our neighbors appealed that relaxation. Under today's proposal, I think this would have been permitted. Making every suite appealable pits neighbors against neighbors. It encourages contention. It neither moderates nor unifies. The land use bylaw permits houses in low-density districts. It's easier for developers to knock down an existing home and build something big with a 4-car garage than for homeowners to build a backyard suite while maintaining the existing home. That doesn't sit right with me. Council downzoned because people don't like big buildings. If you don't like big, but you want a responsive market, then make small things fast and easy. And by fast, I mean suites should be more like when I applied for a homeowner's building permit. I applied on Monday and walked out, received the permit on Friday. Slide 6. When it comes to policy, there's good news and bad news. The bad news is that suites are expensive, about $100,000 to retrofit a basement, 2 or 3 times or more than that for a new backyard suite. Why? Building code, labor costs. Bathrooms and kitchens are the most expensive rooms per square foot and are a large portion of suite space. There aren't any wasted halls. Old real estate rule of thumb says you need $1 of monthly rent for every $100 in cost. Following that rule, a backyard suite would rent for $2,000 to $3,000 a month. If owners can't get that rent, they shouldn't build it. But they still might for love or desperation. Allowing a permitted option keeps backyard suites from becoming even more expensive through appeals. Slide 7. Good news. Suites are the smallest possible change. The only smaller step is renting out a room. Land and demolition costs are low. You don't need to consolidate or assemble lots. People can use them to age in place. Banks are creating specific loans for backyard suites. Slide 8. Suites can provide more and smaller homes. That red line is the size of Canadian families over the last century. It's getting smaller. A place with stable populations but decreasing household sizes needs more homes. Let me explain that. Slide 9. This is from an American architect, but division works the same in both countries. 8 people in families of 4 need 2 homes. In 2021, the average household size in Calgary was 2.6 people per household. At that rate, 8 people would need 3 homes. If we had 0 population growth but smaller families, we would still need more homes. Suites can help. Slide 10. The American Association of Retired Persons are some of the strongest proponents of suites in North America. Slide 11. They push for more than this amendment. They want permitted suites and no off-street parking requirements. Don't ask me why the Canadian Association of Retired Persons doesn't have strong feelings about it. Slide 12. So what? Well, it would be good to approve this amendment. Go to eScribe, vote yes. It would be better, these are your motions arising, it would be better to direct admin to conduct a full review of the backyard suite rules in the new zoning bylaw and change the rules to make it easier to build suites. Please delete anything that's already regulated in the building code. Regulating something twice is the very definition of red tape. It would be best to do all of the above and allow every lot to have basement suites and backyard suites as permitted uses. Create pre-approved plans for backyard suites. Westlock, Alberta, population 5,400, has done it. Why can't we? The best pre-approved plans would have building permits approved within 24 hours. This is a good start. Keep going. Onward. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll go to Gabriella now and then Enam after that.
Hello, Council and Mayor. You can hear me okay?
Loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Gabriella, and I'm a resident of Ward 8, and I'm here in favor of making secondary suites and backyard suites a permitted use across Calgary. Given our housing supply shortage and the current repeal of citywide rezoning, it is crucial that City Council make building secondary suites easier to ensure that we can continue to increase our housing supply. I currently live in Killarney in a 535 square foot backyard garage suite on my sister and brother-in-law's property, which we had completed in 2024. There are several personal and broader city benefits to allowing these kinds of suites to be built with ease across the city. Personally, I was able to move out into a space of my own that I could afford, given that I'm also a student right now, live in a neighborhood with local amenities and access to transit, and be near family. For example, my niece loves to tell everyone that she meets that her auntie lives in her backyard. This suite could also house my parents one day as they age. For my sister and brother-in-law, the suite has added property value, and they also have the option to rent it out in the future to another tenant. At a broader city level, suites add gentle density and increase housing stock, often with little effect on neighborhood appearance. Killarney is zoned RCG and has several suites that blend into the community. There are also a lot of other housing types, from bungalows all the way up to 8-unit lots. There's still ample street parking and space for bins in the alleyway, and despite some initial fears from my neighbors that my windows may allow for them to look into my home and for me to look into theirs, the laneway and the setback space between us, as well as curtains and windows with films, have all made that very difficult. Since my home has been built, my neighbors have not complained about a lack of sunlight or privacy, and many are actually interested in building a backyard suite themselves. And although I would encourage everyone to build a new secondary suite, it was not an easy process, even in an RCG neighborhood, as the previous speaker made mention to many of the challenges that they faced. The permitting process alone for my home took upwards of 5 months, including a request for roof and cantilever adjustments, which admin previously explained earlier as a very commonly approved request. We also had parking hurdles to jump through because parking stalls in a garage and street parking do not qualify as parking for the suite dwelling. Thankfully, the front driveway saved us from having to pay to put in an additional concrete parking pad that would probably not even get used. I digress on the parking discussion, but I can only imagine the extra challenges with wanting to build in a different land use district with the current rules. Despite the challenges, I'm very happy that we were able to have the resources to build the suite, as this type of housing is in demand, and I do love my home. By making backyard and secondary suites a permitted use, City Council is adding another incentive to encourage individuals to build and making the pre-build and permitting process easier. I would also encourage Council to consider expanding the existing financial incentive program to help with building, to help with the cost of building a new suite. The cost to build my suite was about $280,000. And in addition, if we allow developers to build these suites right at the outset and include it as part of new developments, it would later save time and money and resources compared to going through the process later on, as we did. The reality is that many people are barely making it by right now, and housing that is safe and meets the needs of Calgarians is becoming more unattainable. A secondary or backyard suite could be the type of housing that someone needs. And finally, I feel that Council, with these housing decisions, has really been tasked with finding the balance between supporting the needs of some with the concerns of others, recognizing our housing shortage and need for more diverse housing types, while also listening to constituents who are concerned about the changes that they're experiencing in their neighborhoods. And it is no easy task, but I really encourage you all to consider which way the scale may need to tip, especially at this time in our city when our population is growing and the world as a whole seems so fragile, and people are really looking to their leaders to take action to address some of these deep issues that we are facing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go now to Enam, then Guy.
Hello again, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Inam Teja, and I'm speaking today as a resident of Calgary in a personal capacity. I'm here to express my support for making backyard suites a permitted use in our low-density residential districts alongside basement suites. At a time when housing affordability continues to be one of the biggest challenges facing Calgarians, we should be looking for practical, incremental solutions that expand housing choice. Earlier in today's hearing, as Mayor Farkas asked a member of the public about their thoughts on what might constitute a replacement plan. And I would suggest that rules to encourage suites could be a part of that. Secondary suites, including backyard suites, are among the most affordable forms of market rental housing that can be delivered. They make efficient use of existing infrastructure, provide housing opportunities in established, connected neighborhoods, and increase the diversity of homes available without requiring large-scale development. However, the value of backyard suites extends well beyond affordability. Calgary, like the rest of Canada, is experiencing a demographic shift as our population ages. More families are finding themselves supporting aging parents or loved ones who wish to maintain their independence while remaining close to family. Backyard suites offer an ideal housing option in these circumstances, allowing older adults to age with dignity while remaining connected to the people who care for them. They also provide flexible housing for adult children saving for a first home, family members with disabilities, or caregivers who benefit from living nearby while maintaining a degree of independence. These are practical needs that many Calgary families either face today or will face in the years ahead. Our land use system should enable these kinds of family-oriented housing solutions rather than creating unnecessary barriers for them. It's also worth recognizing who typically builds backyard suites. In so many cases, these are not speculative developments. They are investments made by existing homeowners who have deep ties to their neighborhoods and intend to remain there for years to come. These homeowners have every incentive to ensure that a backyard suite complements both their property and the surrounding community, because they are part of the community themselves. Today's proposal does not remove standards or oversights. Homeowners would still be required to comply with all existing regulations related to setbacks, height, landscaping, servicing, parking, etc. The proposal simply provides that if an application meets those established rules, it can proceed without unnecessary discretionary approvals. This is a balanced approach. Objective rules provide certainty for both homeowners and neighbors. If council has determined that those rules appropriately protect neighborhood character and address legitimate impacts, then applications that comply with those rules should be approved as a matter of course. This change will reduce unnecessary costs and delays, provide greater predictability for homeowners and neighbors, and make it easier to create safe, legal housing that benefits both individual families and the broader community. For these reasons, I encourage council to support the proposed amendments and make backyard and basement suites a permitted use. Thank you for your time, and I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Thank you. We'll go to Guy now, and then Samantha after that.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Your Worship and Council. My name is Guy Buchanan, and I'm speaking for myself and 20 neighbors. Council, please approve bylaw 26P with an amendment to delete sections 2 and 3. Secondary suites are a more broadly acceptable housing form because they can provide more affordable housing without expanding the building envelope, which is a recurring source of resident opposition to development applications. Section 1 of the proposed bylaw 26P would preserve secondary suites as permitted uses. They are contained within the main residential building and can proceed directly to building permit when all the land use bylaw requirements are met. Section 2, however, should be removed. Backyard suites create a separate residential building, and this is where neighborhood character and community context become material planning considerations. Garage orientation, lane access, and parcel configuration vary substantially between communities. They cannot be addressed through one broad citywide assumption. This is where planning must remain discerning rather than eliminating the processes that allow the public to identify site-specific development concerns. Section 3 should also be removed. It increases the standard backyard suite floor area to the existing relaxed maximum, removes the 3-stall condition on qualifying narrow parcels, and reduces the suite's additional parking requirement to 0 in the circumstances set out in the proposed bylaw. Making the existing relaxed maximum automatic encourages designs that maximize the available building envelope allowances rather than respond to the surrounding context. In addition, residents have repeatedly raised concerns about further reductions to parking requirements. Parking requirements for narrow parcels can already be assessed on a case-by-case basis through the existing relaxation process by the Development Authority, which is a further reason Section 3 should be removed from the proposed bylaw. Increasing the standard floor area to 82.5 square meters converts the existing relaxed maximum into an automatic entitlement. Although the amendment directly increases interior floor area, the amount of floor area permitted inside the building obviously influences the size of the building envelope the developer will seek to construct. Under the current rule, a developer must justify why more than 75 square meters is appropriate for the parcel. Making 82.5 square meters the standard removes that test and encourages developers to design toward the maximum building envelope and parcel allowances available. This further increases tension between developments and neighboring residents. Incentivizing maximum build-outs does not reduce planning conflict within communities. The lesson from blanket rezoning was the need for planning processes that reduce conflict between affected parties and produce more harmonious outcomes. Council, for these reasons, please approve bylaw 26P 2026 with an amendment to delete sections 2 and 3. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Samantha as our final panelist.
Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. I never thought I would be the type of person to say, not in my backyard, so I'm surprised that I'm here to speak against the amendment to make backyard suites permissible, permitted, rather than discretionary. I need to begin by saying that I fully support increasing housing stock in Calgary. It's necessary, and backyard suites do need a faster road to approvals. However, for various reasons, I don't think getting rid of discretion is the way. Today's decision isn't about whether housing is important, it's about whether planning discretion still has a role when two legitimate public interests come into conflict on a single property or on affected sites. As we're all aware, the cost of living is sky high. To help offset those costs, we turned our backyard, which was previously a parking pad, into a productive vegetable garden. And our property isn't unique. Across Calgary, residents are increasingly using their yards and balconies as productive residential landscapes. They grow food to reduce household grocery costs, create pollinator habitats, and contribute to a more resilient neighborhood. The city has already recognized the importance of urban agriculture and local food production. Calgary's food resilience strategy envisions urban agriculture becoming a recognizable part of the city's landscape, while the Calgary Eats Food Systems Assessment recommends incorporating food considerations into land use decision-making. One of the main aims for the Food Action Plan was to create opportunities to build sustainable and resilient food systems through planning and land use. Backyard and balcony food gardens are a very accessible way for many Calgarians to achieve that. Yet, removing discretion could significantly reduce some people's ability to grow food on their own properties because of the shading that could potentially happen. And as we know, on different sites, it's going to be completely different. What affects your backyard and your vegetables might not affect mine, depending on how lots are oriented, how big the properties are, etc. So, why would we be taking away the chance for affected neighbors to say, hey, this is going to vastly change my way of life, my budget, when we could just open up discretion, keep it in place, and produce a more productive outcome where we can say, hey, maybe if you move this over a little bit more than the official setback, then you can still have your backyard suite, I won't have as much shade, and then everyone is happy, or at least somewhat happy, which is often the best that we can hope for. As I remember, community design and planning is about compromise, not about just compliance. That's when planning works best. I'm asking Council to preserve a process that allows site-specific impacts to be considered before a decision is made. To some, more shade won't matter. To others, it could make a massive difference. Planning discretion is the very tool that allows the city to balance these two issues. And surely there are other ways that we can speed up the much-needed increase in backyard suites. While I always welcome more neighbors and understand that we need more housing, I've lived in secondary suites and backyard suites, I'm concerned that if detached backyard suites become permitted uses, there may no longer be an opportunity for neighbors to discuss site-specific impacts and explore small design changes while still allowing that suite to be built. If this goes through, what planning mechanism will remain to consider those interests when conflict with a proposed backyard suite arises? The current discretionary process is not perfect, but it allows the city to consider context. Even when a backyard suite complies with objective rules like setbacks and height planes, its impact on neighboring properties can vary dramatically depending on lot orientation and how adjacent properties are used. My request today is not to choose productive residential land uses over housing, but to preserve the planning tool that can allow both to coexist. The purpose of planning is not solely to maximize one public interest, but to balance many of them. Thank you for taking the time to consider my perspective.
Thank you so much. This concludes the panel, but I'll go to Councillor Schmidt for questions.
And yes, Samantha, I have a couple of questions for you. So this, taking away this, adding shadows to a neighboring yard or taking away space to garden, right now we've heard that 98% of backyard suites, even with discretionary use, are approved. So right, we're not even, I guess what I'm getting at is we're not seeing the ability to prevent them from being built with the current rules. So if we move to permitted, then how would you suggest that we reach the outcome that you're wanting, given that 98% are approved right now as is?
That's a great question. I think that it's still important to consider the context for that 2%. But even if, say, I was to say, hey, Bob, neighbor, this backyard suite that you're building is going to create too much shade, I might not get what I want, and that's okay. As long as there's an ability for me to, and other neighbors, to still have a voice and have at least the impression of a say in what happens around them, then I think that's still important to preserve. If we take away that opportunity, then a lot of people will probably just get frustrated.
And right now we have no requirements that people build vegetable gardens in their backyard. So how would making this change, how would not making this change result in that outcome that you're seeking there as well?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I'm not sure I follow.
So you focused a lot on urban agriculture, but we have no requirements that people use their backyard for urban agriculture. So again, how will denying this bylaw change help us promote urban agriculture?
So denying the bylaw won't necessarily promote urban agriculture. That's not really what I was focusing on. It's just that more people are choosing to grow vegetable gardens. So we need to have some sort of mechanism in place for people to say, hey, this is going to shade this out too much in my small backyard, and just keeping those channels open. Does that answer your question? I'm not sure if I hit that.
Yeah, I think it does. And then, the using up backyard space, many of these are built on existing garages, which are facing alleyways to begin with. So in that situation, do you see that as still something that could be problematic given that there's already an existing building?
Yeah, most garages aren't 2 stories tall, and it all depends, again, on the orientation of the affected parcels.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That concludes this panel. We are going to build our next panel, starting with Noah Davis. Noah, are you with us? Ziana Kotadia? Dwayne Alexander? Is that you, Dwayne? Okay. Alan Turnbull? Come on down, Alan. Amanda Lovig-Hogg? Okay, come on down a minute. Beth Atkinson? Sean Heffel? Lana Pedersen? Okay, come on down. Great, so we will go with Dwayne, then Ellen, then Amanda, Beth, and then Lana, and that'll be our final panel before the council dinner break. Great, please go ahead, Dwayne.
Good afternoon, Mayor Farkas, councillors. My name is Dwayne Alexander. My wife Bernadette and I live at 49 Mayfair Road Southwest in Meadowlark Park. We have also submitted comments in writing, starting on page 18 of attachment 7 for proposed bylaw 26P 2026. We are opposed to blanket classification of two-story backyard suites as a permitted use. Today I'll explain why the current bylaw and proposed amendments do not adequately protect neighboring properties from unreasonable negative impacts. I will also note that earlier today, Council accepted the administration's recommended prohibition of main residential buildings in the rear yard on mid-block RCG parcels in an effort to protect neighboring properties. Keep in mind that many two-story backyard suites have exactly the same negative impact. Next slide, please. But before I talk about the bylaw, I'd ask you to picture something. It's a Saturday morning in July. You're on your patio with a coffee, sun in your face, blue sky over the fence. This is the kind of morning you wait all winter for. Next slide, please. Now, picture the same chair, same coffee, and a 20-foot wall 6 feet from your property line, running nearly the full length of your yard. Your patio sits in its shadow till almost 11. 15 feet up, there are 2 windows looking down at you and into your primary bathroom. This isn't a hypothetical. That's the building the city's development authority approved next door to us in January. It needed no bylaw relaxations, not one. It met every rule in the land use bylaw. We appealed. The appeal was decided by a 4-member panel of your own subdivision and development appeal board. 4 neutral, impartial members chosen for development and planning expertise with no stake in the outcome. In a decision issued on May 28th, they found the massing excessive, our yard in near full shadow on spring and summer mornings, and the builder's genuine privacy measures unable to fix impacts. Their remedy was careful. House, basement suite, garage, all approved. They removed one thing, the 2nd-story garage suite that didn't fit the lot. And they weren't the first. At least 4 earlier SDAB panels in 2017, 2020, and twice in 2025 reached the same conclusion about other fully compliant two-story suites. Different panels, different lots, same finding. Why does that keep happening? The city's administration answered that back in 2019 in writing. It's called the Backyard Suites How-To Guide. It's a 13-page document the city wrote to guide the design of backyard suites and their impact on neighbors. The city wrote the guide about placement, shadowing, window orientation, balconies, and height transition because meeting the bylaw's dimensions and setback numbers by itself does not make a garage suite a compatible neighbor. The guide is the city's own acknowledgement of the gap between what the bylaw requires and what a reasonable suite looks like. Today, discretion bridges that gap. The board applied the guide, in our case, paragraph after paragraph. If you make backyard suites a permitted use, the guide becomes meaningless. The gap stays and the bridge goes. Now look at today's proposed bylaw changes. Administration found 137 permits last year needed relaxations, mostly the height chamfer and the maximum floor area. So the amendments exempt eaves from the chamfer, raise the cap, and reduce parking on narrow lots. Every change they suggest runs in the same direction, easier for the applicant. Nothing addresses massing, privacy, or shadowing, the things your appeal board found decisive. What do we ask for today? Split the question. Make secondary suites and 1-story backyard suites permitted uses. We support that. Keep backyard suites over 1 story as discretionary. Height changes everything. A new 2-story building in a backyard should be checked for massing, shadowing, and privacy in the context of its unique lot. Alternatively, pass the secondary suite amendments today, but amend the backyard suite piece to codify the decisions of the SDAB and the city's backyard suites how-to guide before you pass it, or send it back to the administration with direction to do so. Appendix B of our written submission provides draft rules that would strike a balance, clarity of process for developers, and protection for neighbors from unreasonable negative impacts. You can add suites and still protect the people
just at
next
time,
door.
but perhaps a final sentence to conclude your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go now to Alan, then Amanda after that.
Thank you. Excuse me. My name is Alan Turnbull, a resident of Meadowlark Park. I do not support the proposal before you, nor do I support how the proposal came before council. The public has been repeatedly assured by city administration that future development does not mean, in their words, that anything goes, regardless of the nature and character of an established community or without regard to the fair and equitable treatment of its residents. The proposed bylaw amendment to change secondary suites and backyard suites from discretionary to permitted uses in all low-density neighborhoods across the city is clearly a one-size-fits-all approach that treats every lot and every suite the same, regardless of the configuration, nature, and character of the specific lot and broader community context. A one-size-fits-all approach assumes that all established low-density communities across Calgary are identical and clearly fails to ensure that future development, and I quote, integrates well into the community and with its surroundings, close quote. The proposed change also reduces the approval to a narrow tick-the-box exercise. A tick-the-box exercise cannot effectively deal with more site-specific and community-specific issues such as lot coverage, structure massing, interfering with a neighbor's sunlight, solar panels, flowers and gardens, interference with a neighbor's privacy, excessive street parking and congestion, and strain on public infrastructure in older established communities. The proposed amendment also promotes a domino effect that over time would completely relegate the principles of integration with the nature and character of a community and equity and fairness to empty platitudes and meaningless words. These concerns are not NIMBYism, and I'm happy to speak about our community. These concerns are about legitimate issues that speak to the livability of a community and our desire simply to be heard. If the proposal is approved, residents will be deprived of any meaningful public voice on how development occurs in their communities. None of this is fair or equitable by any measure of fairness and equity. Well-informed and meaningful public participation into how our established local communities develop is essential for public buy-in and social license. A tick-the-box exercise is not meaningful public engagement. The lead up to this hearing also leaves much to be desired and should raise significant concerns for council. I personally learned about the proposed amendment not through anything done by the city, but by sheer accident. The whole process feels very rushed and is not a good look for council. While council may not have been technically required to do more, I can't speak to that. Failure to do so does not reflect well upon council after what you heard only a few months ago at the public hearing into blanket rezoning about an erosion of public trust in our elected representatives. Approval of the proposed amendment against this backdrop will, in my opinion, sadly, be a missed opportunity that is now available to you, our new representatives, to turn the page and move towards restoring badly needed public trust in council. The end never justifies the means, regardless of how laudable the end may be. Where the means to an end is compromised, the end will never be reached. Like a journey in pursuit of the horizon, it will always be beyond reach. Preservation, in conclusion, preservation of the nature and character of our established communities should be more than an empty platitude that relegates residents to the role of helpless spectators with a front row seat as vibrant communities are undermined randomly, one development at a time, over time, without any meaningful public participation and accountability to the public. The proposed amendment fails any reasonable measure of fairness and equity to residents of low-density established communities. I think together we can work better. We can do better, but we need a voice in that process. I respectfully request that the proposed bylaw amendment be rejected, or at the very least, I respectfully request Council refer the proposed amendment to the appropriate committee for future evaluation in the broader context of, not isolated from.
Thank you, sir. You're just at time, but perhaps a final sentence to conclude your thoughts?
Yeah, in the broader context of, but not isolated from, the longer-term land use development plans that are structured to include meaningful public engagement and meaningful public participation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go to Amanda, then Beth after that.
For those of you who don't know me, my name is Amanda Lovig-Haig. I live in Meadowlark Park. I'm a Ward 11 resident. I'm very proud to have Rob as my councillor. As the Director of Community Engagement in my community, and as a resident of almost 20 years, I know most all of my neighbors. I went door knocking with Rob. He can attest to this. I do really know most of all of our neighbors. Despite knowing all of my neighbors, whenever I'm out walking the dog or seeing people at community events, nobody seems to know about this issue that is going on and being debated here in council today. My passions are connection and communication because I believe that that is what truly forms community. But I'm really struggling to effectively communicate and share all of this information with my neighbors. I myself only learned about this hearing informally while chatting with a friend. I did not go to medical school. However, I trust my doctor to give me the medical information I need when I'm sick. I didn't go to hairdressing school, but I do hope to get a decent haircut when I pay for one. And I did not go to school to learn to be an urban planner or a development specialist, but I want our council to give me the information that I need to make good decisions without me having to be an expert on this. These proposed amendments have not been properly announced to Calgarians or gone through the stages of engagement that are necessary. I believe that Calgarians have the right to learn about what's happening in their own backyards, and this process hasn't been transparent, nor has it been well-timed. In fact, feels almost sneaky to have this happening over summer holidays, during stampede season, and when so many of us are suffering from development fatigue after the last round. So many of my neighbors have said to me, "You're going down there again? Didn't we deal with this already?" Development affects every Calgarian, and everyone deserves an invitation to participate. So what I'm asking for is proper engagement and time for the public to understand what's happening and have a chance to give their feedback. Please help me do my job among my neighbors well. I respectfully request that council move this item to a future public hearing after proper public engagement, true transparency, and thoughtful conversation with all of our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will go now to Beth and then Lana after that.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm Beth Atkinson, Director of Land Use for Hounslow Heights, Briar Hill. Our community supports secondary suites as a permitted use, but we have significant concerns about other provisions of this bylaw and we oppose them. Item 1 of this bylaw, as stated, we can support secondary suites that are fully compliant with the land use bylaw being a permitted use, as the impact of those suites on the surrounding community is low and generally limited to parking. But item 2, we do not support backyard suites as a permitted use because the impact of such a backyard suite can vary dramatically. In our high topography neighborhood, backyard suites can loom over neighbors both beside and across the lane, causing significant shadowing and privacy impact. Analyzing the full impact of such a development in its context is best accomplished as a discretionary use. This is not Winnipeg. We cannot make rules as if all lots are simple and flat. Most zoning types have backyard suites as discretionary, and we need to maintain this. We have had cases of significant shadowing and overlooking in a backyard suite. We need input on this. 98% approval doesn't mean there weren't amendments to be better in those 98%. In item 3, the summary of this bylaw describes these changes as adjust rules so suites can function effectively as permitted uses. We find this description misleading. These changes are not required to make these suites permitted uses, and they increase the impact of the suites on neighbors. We oppose the idea of not including the eaves in a height calculation. Eaves add to shadowing and the mass of the building, and thus should fit in the existing chamfered height envelope. A proposal that wishes to have the eaves impinge on the envelope should be discretionary and should be analyzed for its impact on the neighbor's sunlight. This idea of exempting eaves inappropriately reduces the impact of those height rules. Developers can design roof lines to fit in the envelope. Their design aesthetic is not more important than the impacts of shadowing. We oppose the area of a backyard suite being increased to 82.5 square meters from the 75 square meters. Secondary buildings have been 75 square meters for a long time, and it's already bigger than many cities. Greater area has a significantly greater impact on neighbors. At the very least, this should remain a discretionary concept, as it was under Section 352-6, that this area could be increased only if appropriate in the context. The increased area should not be part of permitted use rules. Cantilevers and such do increase mass, and they should be analyzed and sometimes held in check. And parking rules should not be changed as part of making suites a permitted use. The published bylaw has parking stalls reduced to 0 for suites where the main dwelling has 2 stalls. Having 2 stalls for one household should not be a reason to permit 0 stalls for another household living in the suite. Having 1 stall for each household, 1 for the main and 1 for the suite, is likely to keep more cars off the street than a more generous allotment for the main unit and none for the suite. Suite dwellers often have vehicles too, and provision needs to be made for them. Further, currently we are not circulated permitted uses. This needs to change. Communities can be a helpful second set of eyes for the city to analyze full compliance, and we've previously found more than once contextual applications with relaxations. But the city doesn't make it consistently easy for us to be aware of the new applications in our community. At the very least, we should be able to filter the permitted uses on DMAP so we can easily check for new applications. We also can't comment on permitted uses except to correct errors in spotting those relaxations. And importantly, we cannot appeal permitted uses to SDAB, which people, by the way, only do when there's a significant negative effect on them. I have recently helped with a successful SDAB hearing that addressed a backyard suite. In summary, whilst basement suites can be appropriate permitted use, we feel that discretion is appropriate and necessary for backyard suites, as their impact is too variable to use one-size-fits-all rules. And other rules addressing the impact on neighbors should not be softened under the heading of enabling permitted use. Permitted use is separate from these rules, and these rules are important protections for the legitimate needs of neighbors such as sunlight, privacy, and parking. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll go now to Lana, please.
Hi, my name is Lana Peterson. I'm a member of Calgary Climate Hub's housing team and a co-chair of the Calgary Alliance for the Common Goods housing team. I'd like to thank you for your time and consideration today, and I'd also like to thank you for taking seriously the need for housing in our city. I am here today speaking in favor of designating secondary and backyard suites as a permitted use in low-density residential areas. Secondary and backyard suites enable us to house people without requiring additional land, a burdensome developmental process, or considerable upfront costs. Homeowners can use secondary suites to supplement their own mortgage, and importantly, given our current housing system, they are some of the most affordable options in terms of new builds. Making these suites a discretionary use in low-density areas will not affect the need for this type of housing. It will, however, mean that people have little incentive to follow the rules, and extend the time of obtaining permits will, of course, translate into suites that are less affordable. As a result, the draw of alternative, unsafe, or unsuitable living situations, such as illegal suites, will be greater. I would like to remind Council that we are in a housing crisis. We are also in an affordability crisis. Without a sufficient supply of affordable market housing, more people will need non-market housing, and fewer people will be able to move into market housing. A healthy non-market housing stock would not be able to house enough people, and we don't have a healthy non-market housing stock. I'll remind you, we rest way below the national average in terms of our non-market housing. And whereas the city should applaud itself for the high number of non-market housing starts in the last year, we have not yet met the 3,000 units needed to meet the national average. We are also not on track to keep up with the number of non-market housing starts that we met in the last year. Without an appropriate supply of affordable market housing and non-market housing, we are putting our citizens in a precarious housing position. I urge you to center this discussion on the needs of all Calgarians. Parents are building these suites in order to provide independence to their adult children who are struggling in the current housing market, or for their adult children living with disabilities. People are building these homes so they can support their aging parents. These suites provide homes to young adults who cannot afford the high price of rent or home ownership, ambitious Calgarians who want to live close to work or transit, hardworking new Canadians, students who are already taxed with a high cost of education, single mothers, seniors, and people living with disabilities who need the care of loved ones. Please do not make it more expensive and difficult to give these Calgarians homes. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes this panel. I'm going to go to Councillor Atkinson for questions.
For Beth, please. Beth, just a quick clarification. You mentioned parking.
Yes.
And my understanding from earlier is it's one-to-one parking, but you mentioned something
Yeah,
different.
we were muttering over there in the audience when we saw those slides, and I should go get my phone and read it out, because that's not the text of the bylaw that was circulated to us. The text of the bylaw, dang, I should have brought my phone up here. There's a clear text in there that talks about that if the main unit has 2 stalls, then the suites requirement can be reduced to 0. And I went, why? You know, I agree with you that one and one, that's basically what I was saying in that paragraph. 1 and 1 makes way more sense to me.
Right.
That each household has an opportunity to park. So I'm puzzled by that presentation slide versus what I'm reading in the text of the bylaws that was circulated to us on the city's website a week ago or so. Is where.
All good. I'll follow up with admin.
So unless something changed since then, which would be odd, that would be.
No, I just wanted to make sure that I got.
I just read it again. I was like, am I crazy?
That's great. No, that's okay.
So, yeah, please do read the detail of what they're suggesting to you, because it didn't seem to fit in
I'll get some
my head.
clarification. That's great. Yeah, thank you. Thank you all for your presentations. Yeah.
All right, that concludes this panel. I think we only have about 4 minutes left. If there's no objection, we'll come back at 7:10. Okay, seeing no objection, we'll be back at 7:10.